Hold up on your brackets. We're going to get you set up for score. Good luck and good bowling.
And good morning. Welcome to the finals Sunday morning. We all live for this here at the 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Mike Flanagan here with you. And what an event we have had here. 318 teams, 636 unique bowlers. All bowled 8 games of qualifying across squads A through G. We started on Thursday at noon. We are here on Sunday morning at 9:10 at St. Clair Bowl in Fairview Heights, Illinois, a suburb of St. Louis. And we had a cut down to 46 last night in a 5-game semifinal round. And through all those games and combined total pinfall, we have the best of the best, the top 12 teams taking place for you right here, like each and every year that we do here at the Hammer Holiday Doubles. Been going on for 47 years. What a great event this has become and will continue to be for many years to come. I bring in my broadcast partner, one part of our team, Lee Boudouris. Lee, good morning to you, and I'm looking forward to bringing the action with you and Brad Miller shortly as well.
Good morning, Mike. Got the camera on 29 through 32, which is our top 4 teams after 8 qualifying games and 5 semifinal round games. We're starting with our tournament leaders. Jared Thompson from Texas, Kyle Troop. Still lives in Kentucky now, right?
Yeah, Louisville.
From North Carolina, lives in the Louisville area. They went 12.05 over. They have a lead of 115 pins over PBA superstar Tommy Jones, Simpsonville, South Carolina, and his partner, Jean Perez. If you like how I say that.
A little bit about these two teams also. Kyle Troop in qualifying averaged 261, Jared Thompson 230. And then last night, Kyle Troop averaged 263, Jared Thompson 231. So Jared got to step it up here a little bit, only averaging 230. Kyle Troop's been absolutely on fire, and that was with a 205 game. Outside of that, Kyle Troop scores were absolutely through the roof. You talk about John Perez, Tommy Jones in qualifying. Perez averaged 245, Tommy Jones 237, and last night, John Perez averaged 234, Tommy Jones 250.6 last night in the 5-game semifinal round.
Okay, on the right side of your screen, Mike.
Yeah.
In third place, 1,036 over, Michael Holloman and AJ Rice, past champions of this event. They led qualifying with 1 game to go last night. They were in 12th. Rattled off a big number, game 530 something.
531.
And that moved them all the way back to 3rd. The number kind of backed up, the pace of the number backed up just a little bit game 5. And not only were they not at risk with that big score, they jumped 9 spots in 1 game.
Yeah, during qualifying, Michael Holloman averaged 232.1, AJ Rice 260.8, and then last night Holloman averaged 248. AJ Rice really struggled, only averaged 210 last night. They had a game, they started last night with 397 and had a 437 and a 433 in a 5-game shootout, and that's what took them backwards. But you're right, that 531 the last game propelled them right back into 3rd position.
All right, they're bowling against a team in 4th place. It's only 2 pins behind them, which is Rick Justice and Austin Bolds. Rick's from Shawnee, Oklahoma, involved with that PBA stop. Austin now lives in Wichita, but is the only semi-local connection we can claim to the top 12. Austin grew up in Southern Illinois.
Justice averaged 234.9 in qualifying. Austin 245.8 last night. It was Rick Justice averaging 247.6. Austin Bolts 230.2, and Austin Bolts had a 300 game last night in game number 3. Bottom right of our screen, lanes 35 through 38 in our picture-in-picture. We've got the team I'm pulling for here. Young Landon Jordan, who is bowling his very first adult tournament, just turned 18 years old. And he's bowling with Christian LaCory. These guys bowled 513 last night. They were 11th, but they protected their number. They moved all the way up to 5th position. junior gold champion, highly decorated youth team here. Goes to SCAD University, part of the SCAD bowling team. During qualifying, LaCorey averaged 242.2, Landon Jordan 226.4, and then last night LaCorey averaged 251 and Landon 243. Made a big move, didn't they? They went all the way from 38th into the top 12, our biggest mover last night.
Yep, we had 5 teams who are here in the top 12 who didn't start semis in the top 12. They were we had some teams that tried to make a bigger move that fell just short, but 38th, or yes, 38th to 5th in 5 games. And SCAD is Savannah College of Art and Design, if I remember right.
That's correct.
Never heard of them until recently, and now they're this collegiate bowling power.
Coach Katie Thornton doing a great job down there. Also, they're taking on Scott Britt and Hunter Jones, a team I don't know as much about, but we're going to get to know them today. During qualifying, Britt averaged 236. Hunter Jones averaged 245.3. Last night, more of the same. Scott Britt averaged 244.2. Hunter Jones 228.6. Very consistent night last night for this team. 463, 483, 456, 487, 475, and it was enough to get them in to 8th. 6th, excuse me. Right next door, bottom right of your screen, we got another match taken on here. We got Jake Monto and Jeff Hicks. Jeff Hicks from the Detroit area. I believe Monto is as well.
He's from Toledo.
Thank you. Toledo, Ohio, is wearing a Cincinnati Reds baseball cap. That tells me a lot as well. Got Jake Monto, Jeff Hicks. In qualifying, Monto averaged 246.5. Jeff Hicks averaged 231.5. And then last night, 243.8 for Monto, and Hicks averaged 233.8.
Maybe just step back real quickly. Scott Britt is listed as a Hammerstaffer from Illinois. Probably Chicagoland area, since don't know him. Thanks again, Hammer, for sponsoring Hammer Holiday Doubles. We'll get that in there as much as we can.
We've also got, they're taking on Chris Courtney and John Heath. Courtney in qualifying averaged 240. Heath averaged 234 last night. Turned it on. Chris Courtney averaged 248.2 and John Heath averaged 231.8. Courtney and Heath were in 23rd going in to last night's round and moved all the way up to, that was 8th position for these guys.
And you know John reasonably well, correct?
I do. I do know John pretty well. I watched him compete in a lot of TMBA events. Great bowler, and Courtney's actually the Cincinnati Reds baseball cap guy, by the way. I think I said wrong as I glanced up at the wrong person. In addition to that, we've got 2 other matches taking place. Remember, folks, it's round-robin match play. Everybody bowls each other once. There'll be a position round in game number 12, and you get 30 bonus pins for a win. And those other 2 matches are taking place on our second YouTube channel. So you're going to make sure you bookmark this one. It's listed below in the description, or you can go to YouTube and search Inside Bowling 2, and that's TOO is 2, Inside Bowling 2. And for a brief moment, I am going to take you over there to just show you the matchups. Over on lanes 41 and 42, we've got Chad Kloss bowling with William Welsh. Kloss averaged 249.1 in qualifying, 241 for Welsh. Last night, Kloss averaged 238.8. Welsh struggled a little bit at 213.2. They are taking on none other than Aaron McCarthy. It's great to see Aaron in this field. Aaron averaged 236.4 in qualifying. Last night, she bowled 231.6 was her average. She's bowling with, what is it, the mayor of?
The King of Oakland County.
The King of Oakland County. Thank you, Lee. Dupree Dickey averaged 246.3 in qualifying, and then 231 even last night. Good luck to those two.
Yep.
A lot of team chemistry there.
We should note Chad and William are from Wisconsin and are well coordinated today in slot machine jerseys. I like it.
They're trying to hit the big jackpot today. Matt Hibbard and Chad Moss over on lanes 43 and 44. Hibbard averaged 244.1 in qualifying, Moss 246.5. Then last night, Hibbard averaged 226.8 and Chad Moss averaged 219.2. Good enough for 11.
I think since we just rattled off 2 Wisconsin teams in short order, I think we're supposed to say hashtag power of cheese.
I think you're right.
Okay, we're done. Good.
A lot of Eagle winners up there, too. And then our final team qualifying in, none other than Boog Kroll, breakout superstar on the PBA Tour, no stranger to our streams here. He's been bowling our events for 12 years since we've started Inside Bowling. It's great to see Boog make it in. Boog's bowling with Kendall Martin from down in Springfield, doing great things in Springfield, and a great bowler in his own right. Boog averaged 238.9 during qualifying, Kendall Martin 239.8. And then last night, Boog averaged 233.4, Kendall 231.4. Perhaps the most consistent team playing off of each other out there on the lanes. I'll bring us back in here.
Have anything in the chat to add to any of those bios or descriptions that we missed? I
think we're good. This is what it's all about, everybody. You shoe up in an event, a big one like this, and when you make it to Sunday morning, it's special. It's a completely different vibe in this bowling center this morning. It's all business. It's all business. And, you know, some of these teams that you may not know as well, you know, Rick Justice, Austin Bolds, Christian LaCory, Landon Jordan, new players to adult tournaments. Scott Britt, Hunter Jones, Jake Monto, Jeff Hicks, Chris Courtney, John Heath, Chad Kloss, William Welsh, Matt Hibbard, Chad Moss. This group, these guys today are going to gain a lot of experience, and we are going to get to know some of these teams that we don't know as much about. Sprinkle them in with the decorated players we have here, the PBA champions, and some of the most decorated amateur bowlers. We've got a elite stellar field here at St. Clair Bowl at the 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles. And before we get too far along, we do want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, Hammer. If you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, or you're looking for some new shoes, bag, whatever it may be, you can pick up a Hammer product. Make sure you consider Hammer bowling products. And you can pick them all up at our website at InsideBowling.com. You can use coupon code YouTube to save 15% off merch all year. But today we're running a special. It's the last one for the event. It's the Come Home Special, 30% off all T-shirts today. No coupon code necessary. Just fill up your cart, and when you check out, that 30% will be taken off at your checkout. Today, special for everybody watching, 30% off T-shirts at InsideBowling.com. That special will end tonight at midnight Mountain Time. Midnight Mountain Time.
Okay.
What's up, gentlemen?
I'd like to welcome in the third member of our broadcast team. We can put the graphic up now. Hello to Brad Miller, fresh and ready to call some action here today, aren't you, my friend?
Yes, sir. Got some good sleep yesterday, or last night. It was kind of nice. Get the hour extra. Got home a little earlier. Pretty cool. So we got Kyle Troop. Oh, we missed a single pin right out the gate for our man, Kyle Troop.
And we were talking through the various players. Haven't really talked much about what we've seen in front of us, but Brad says, you know what? I'm going to get you guys in line. We're going to actually talk about what's going on, because Jean Perez and Tommy Jones are trying to shoot 579. And you're right, Jared Thompson's got a lot of spares up there. Kyle's got 4 in a row, but
Brad, a little housekeeping for you as you're just settling in here. Jerry has all the sheets from everybody from last night. If there's anything you'd like to take a look at. Also, how many made it off of each squad, which I also have right here for you. We'll talk about that as we move along. And then these are each of the teams in order of how they qualified with all their individual scores. And I've gone over all of those with our audience already. They know what everybody's averaged.
Cool.
Okay, so if you need to access any of those things, I'll keep it right here for us as we try to bring you and paint the best pictures we can for you here on Inside Bowling throughout the day. Remember, it's going to be important to have that second channel bookmark, our Inside Bowling 2 channel, and if you have an opportunity to subscribe to that, we certainly would appreciate that as well. So, guys, we've got Kyle Troop, as we mentioned here. I mean, the man averaged 260 yesterday all day long. He averaged 260 in both of his squads. He, in my opinion, the best bowler in the field. He is iron sharp right now, this guy. He's looking good out there. He's been working out a lot. He's gearing up for the PBA Tour season. And he's bowling with his buddy. He's got great mojo with Jared Thompson. And they're going to be a tough team to take down. They come in with a bit of a lead, don't they, Lee?
Yep, they come in with a lead of 115 over Perez and Jones, so this is essentially a position round.
Yeah,
game 12 will also be a position round. Game 1 is a position round from yesterday. And 30 bonus per match. So when you see games like this, where Perez and Jones could, nope, no messenger. You can still shoot 558. You add 30 to it. Tommy Jones Thompson and Troop might only shoot in the mid fours. You're talking swings of 100 to 150 pins all the time, all day. So 100 and it seems like a lot because it is, right? 115. That lead might be gone in one game. And then you look at everybody else, Wang. The difference between coming into today, 2nd and 12th, is 137, which is also, seems like a lot, but it's not really that much. If you want to pull ahead of a lead that's insurmountable in one, in a 2-game block, you need to be 325 ahead. And I don't remember anyone ever getting that far ahead in recent years in this match play. The field's too good to have somebody just completely run away and hide.
Yeah, and as we come to the end of game 1 already with so many strikes here on this house shot, Brad, let's look around. Let's take a look at these matches. Let's see how everyone is doing here in this opening match here, this contest here, as we've been watching between Troop and Jones' team. Looks like here we got a possible 270 left and 270 left to start out of the gate here for Jean and Tommy. And it looks like they are going to get the 30 bonus pins, so they are going to close the gap. And right next door, we got a big game coming out by Rick Justice with the front 9.
Yep, Austin went spare split in the middle. Other than that, he's got 254 left. The biggest number of the 12 through 8 frames is Dickey and McCarthy. 579 left.
Brad, right here in front of us, lanes 35 through 38, bottom right of the screen. What do we have going on here?
We have Landon Jordan, Christian LaCory. Landon Jordan just pocket 710 on the right lane. So they're not off to, Landon's got 225, Christian's got 250, so they're not off to a terrible start. Pretty bad break for Landon. Yeah, you're right, McCarthy and Dickey. I mean, they're probably the ones that are most likely to jump the most standings. Kind of hit or miss. Directly right in front of us on 37 and 38. We actually, John Heath is struggling a little bit. We need to give him a pep talk a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, strike, open, open, strike, spare, open, spare, and a spare now.
Not the way you want to start. You got a long day. You got 12 games of a shootout against some really great players.
Comes Jared Thompson. Oh man.
Thought he might something working with the double there and through the face.
I wonder if he's bowled on that pair this week. I wonder how he did. Christian LaCory threw the first one on the 10th there.
They did not hit it in qualifying.
They didn't hit it in qualifying.
And they wouldn't have hit it last night either.
Okay, so that's probably why he's a little confused. But I'm not sure if we saw 29 to 30 have the left side hooking that much more. So I don't know what he's.
We haven't really talked about the dexterity count here. So you've got Jared on the left side. You got Gene Perez on the line.
Nice
right
cover,
side.
Jared.
There you go.
Great cover.
Sorry.
That was awesome.
Can we take a look at that again, Mike? Go the 2, 4, 6, 10. Plastic ball slides it right over.
Yeah, Mike, I think you're right. I think Troop's going to be tough to beat this year on tour. Just given this game. Wow, Tommy. Nice.
That's a patented Tommy Jones hit right there.
That is nice.
Lee, you were talking about lefty versus righty. How many lefties, how many righties?
We got not as many lefties as usual.
I was looking at that last night.
We've got, Jared Thompson on the left side, Gene Perez on the left side. Holloman and Rice are both over there.
Okay, that's 4.
And then we got Jake Monto in front of us. That's it.
Five left-handers out of 24.
And only one team with a pair.
Yep.
So if the left side gets good, they're going to have not entirely to themselves, but mostly to themselves. We've seen other match play events here at the Hammer Holiday Doubles that essentially turned into lefty-righties because the split was almost even. Today, that is not the case.
Rick Justice is trying to be the only guy in the field that's had 2 300s, right?
No, there was back-to-back.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
300s.
Same
Yep.
squad.
Yep. Hankins. Troop here trying to save a little face here for his team. Jared only bowling 190 here this game, and this is what it takes to win a tournament. You gotta have the guy that can come in and clean it up when things aren't going so great. Kyle stuffs a 9. Rick Justice looking to bowl 300 here. They're going to get the win. Tommy Jones, John Perez going to get the win. They can both bowl in the 270s. And then down here that you can't see the scores, 35 and 36. Landon Jordan and Christian LaCory. Christian bowled 259. Landon has a chance to bowl 225. 246 posted on the board for Scott Britt. Hunter Jones can bowl 268. So Jones and Britt going to get the win over LaCory and Jordan. And then over here, as you mentioned, John Heath struggling. Best he can bowl is 195. Chris Courtney can bowl 255. Or excuse me, John Heath, the best he can bowl is 171. Excuse me, Chris Courtney can bowl.
All right. Rick Justice for 300 on 31. Brad Miller, Plaque 10.
248 for Courtney. A lot of action. And the best action might be on Inside Bowling 2 channel.
Yep. If we take a look down there, 41 and 42, it's a runaway win for Dupree Dickey and Aaron McCarthy. Dupree started 9 spare, 9 spare. Has thrown the next 8. And Aaron has the front 9. Take a look down there.
There is all
and a
of that
really
action.
good a really good match in 11th and 12th.
Yeah.
So the team of Hibbert and Moss have already posted 57 and 59. 116, but Kroll is going to finish with 277. And 44 is a winner.
Imagine that. Book Kroll. Got him in the booth last night a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Got him talking.
Take a look at these matches here.
Yeah, so we have just a couple matches left in progress, but all are decided. Big one here. The ball going all the way on the right of your screen is Dupree Dickey on his fill shot. Couldn't get that 7 to go. You can see it there on the screen. So 278, the most efficient way possible.
Again, remember everybody, 30 bonus pins awarded for a win in each and every game. Hicks with a break there. Jeff off to a little bit of a rough start here this morning.
It's a win, though. Aaron McCarthy with the front 10. They're trying to shoot 578, which would be 1 short of the highest game of the weekend, which is 579.
That's exactly the start you needed.
Yep, so they came in to this round, Brad. 10th place, 974 over, 116 out of second.
Well, that'll get them close.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
You can smile after that hit.
So happy for Erin McCarthy, having a great event here. It's been a while since she's made a run at an amateur event. Of course, she's a force to be reckoned with out on the PWBA tour every single week. But I'll tell you, it's great to see Erin out here having success on the lanes, bowling with her good friend Dupree Dickey. And she's going to be the superstar here game one. I have a feeling, guys, she's going to finish it off here with 3 bills. What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
There it is. Erin McCarthy with 300. She's the class of the field in game one.
All right, just have 2 more balls to go down the lane for game one. Here's the matchups for game two as we move right along. 29 and 30 will be Justice and Bolds versus LaCory and Jordan. 31 and 2, Britton Jones versus Perez and Jones. I'm rooting for Jones in that match. I think I got a pretty good shot. 35 and 6, Kroll and Martin, Holloman and Rice. There you go.
Yeah, that'll be
37 and 8, Kloss and Welch. Will bowl Hibbard and Moss. And down on inside bowling 2, 41 and 2, Thompson and Troop. Will bowl Monto and Hicks. 43 and 4. We will have McCarthy and Dickey will slide 1 pair to the right to bowl Chris Courtney and John Heath.
There we go.
So
Going into game two.
so there we had 557 plus 30 is 587. And they only shot 428. So we have new leaders.
Erin McCarthy.
Perez and Jones.
Oh, okay.
So they moved, I mean, they made up 160 pins in one game. They were only behind by 115.
Perez and Jones, leaders.
Yeah.
Kind of out of nowhere. Tommy was.
McCarthy and Dickey aren't in 10th anymore. They're not in the lead, but they're not in 10th anymore.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get standings really quick here. There's only,
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what they're gonna do with the arrows.
right.
And Austin went ahead and started on the left.
What we've always done here is follow the arrows, which makes it really easy for me to figure out.
Yeah. Because they're where they're supposed to be.
But-
Chad Kloss is a Buffalo slot machine.
Yeah,
They both
they're
have
both
Buffalo slot machines. Jerseys on.
Those things were everywhere. in Las
That is
Vegas this
awesome.
spring.
Yeah, they blew up.
I'll have to ask them what the story is behind those, because if you're picking those, it's for a reason. They either gave you some money or took some money from you if you're going to put that on your shirt.
Yep. Tommy Jones, Jean Perez are your leaders for first game. That's not boding well for my chances to bowl with Jean at some point.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Lee was given the lefty-righty breakdown. The other thing is, what about the amount of youth we have out here on the lanes, right? I mean, we've got a couple veteran teams here, but Tommy Jones and John Perez, I believe, is the oldest team we have in the field. Left. You get the combined ages here of LaCory and Jordan is 36 combined age, 18 apiece. Very first adult tournament too. I mean, this is a major statement here for Landon Jordan.
Throwing a Venom Shock. I didn't see him throwing it last night. There you go. Good shot. Rough start for Christian this game. Never want to miss a single pin. Tommy, clean her up. So
Kloss does they do have their name on their shirts. It's all the way at the bottom.
On the win column.
I'll get Chad in a minute. I'm curious now. People want to know.
That's pretty good.
I don't know William as well. Chad's been bowling our events for a decade.
Oh, that was a good shot. All right, Austin Bolt's here in the flowers.
It's a little warmer
like
on that pair.
Looks like a summit.
Wherever. It is a little warmer today here. It's going to be about 50.
It was warmer last night when we left.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second.
I don't think that'll make too much of a difference in here. It's not a big enough change.
Nah.
What'll make a change today is that instead of bowling 8 games like they did in their qualifying blocks, they're bowling 12.
Christian LaCory just went open. That kind of stinks. All right, let's see what Tommy can do. A little high. He's like, wow. That hooked way more than I thought it was going to. Who started here and who did start there? Austin Bolt started there. And who was Holloman and Rice? Maybe they just paired his hooks. Got Lane and Jordan on the left side of your screen. All right, so Lannon's going to make this spare. He ain't gonna miss the spare. How could you ever miss a spare? And you got Christian LaCour going up. Jean Perez. He's throwing it good. Actually, I watched the first game. I was kind of paying attention to the flow. He's got some flow early this morning.
And he's bowled anchor for that team all weekend.
Oh, yeah.
That shows you what Tommy thinks of what Jean's doing out there.
Yeah, he's a great partner, great bowler. Come on, Christian. Optimidal Pearl. No love. I wonder if they've hit this 29 and 30 pair. I should have asked him last night when I interviewed him, but their last game of the qualifying portion was 370, and I did not get the pair. I wonder if it was one of these pairs. I don't know if Lee could get that for me. I'm not totally sure.
You're talking about LaCour and...
Yeah, their last game of qualifying. Do you know what pair they hit?
So they would have started... They hit 33 and 34 their last game.
Of qualifying?
Oh, semifinals.
Yeah,
of
no.
qualifying.
I'm talking about originally qualifying. I wonder if it's one of the pairs that they're bowling on, and I want to kind of keep up with how they're going to do on that pair.
So they bowled 29 and 30, game 8 of the first round of qualifying.
Imagine that.
Christian LaCour shot 152. Landon Jordan shot 205. Because they bowled on B squad. So they left at 548 over, and people like us were saying somewhere 540, 550 range.
Yep.
And like, well, are you going to drive back to to bowl the semifinals? We might and get halfway here and then not make it. I mean, they ended up making it by
Mike, if you could
23.
Go back to the other camera angle real quick, really fast. I just want to see this Landon shot. This pair they're bowling on is the pair that has costed them a lot of pins. It was the last game of qualifying. They had 370, and now after
350
or 350, and now after the first game, they're up to 5th. They came all the way from 38th and it ended up getting to 5th place last night. And now they're kind of in this tournament. Here they are hitting their least favorite pair. Christian had 2 rough breaks to start with 2 misses, really. And then, so they're not off to the greatest start already, and they already don't like the pair. So kind of keep up with that. Then Austin Bowles loves a pair. He's like, man, this thing is China.
This is like a Lambo.
You guys had what? Man.
This thing drives itself, actually.
Picks you up. Takes you where you want to go.
Austin is way left
Right
in game 2.
Yeah, good catch there, Lee. I mean, if you're that deep already, where are you going to be game 12?
Up.
Same spot.
Don't have to worry about the ceiling here. Throw it as high as you need to.
Tell you what, if there were a few more lefties, Austin Bowles probably wouldn't have to move that whole time.
Yeah, we think of the left-right disparity most from the left side, right? Because we're not used to as much traffic. And when you've got an event like this has been in past years where half of the field who made it's left-handed, well, the transition's kind of the same, right? You got the same amount where you're both having to move. Here, there's only 5 lefties out of 24.
Yeah.
So when we get to games 9, 10, 11, 12, when we make it past the number of games we bowled in qualifying, the percentage of lefties is down.
Yep.
So it's going to move even more. And if Austin is this far left, there's only so... Now, he's very talented. He can play that game, but he's going to have to be really good at it.
And there's no
or change strategies completely. Go to something very, very weak and do something else.
there's no re-oil, is there?
No.
No. There's no lunch break either. I was actually talking with Tony Jordan last night, and he asked me specifically, he goes, are there any breaks after 6 or anything? And I said no. And I said, might be a good idea to keep the boys hydrated, maybe even, get them some power bars, whatever you call those things, and make sure you plan out the food accordingly, And he said, no, good point. So
It's kind of a big shot for Christian on this pair.
He's way left as well.
Just to kind of right the ship.
It's a little bit a touch further right than Austin, but not much.
I haven't seen him throw the off mile pearl yet either. It's kind of new, but I like throwing it on the fresh as well. I kind of like that ball choice.
Brad, tell me something.
I would love to.
All right, coming in here this morning, you're a highly decorated bowler. You've had a lot of success. How old are you now?
34.
You're 34 years old. You've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
If you and your partner Eric Sachs would have made it in, would there have been any nerves this morning for
No.
you? No nerves.
No.
You think there's nerves for Landon and LaCory?
No.
You don't think there's any nerves?
No.
You don't think they're thinking, man, there's a lot of people watching this, breakout day, first day doing this, I'm going to be bowling Tommy Jones, Boog Kroll, Kyle Troop?
No.
They don't care.
No.
Okay.
I think they think they can win the tournament.
You think everybody in here's got that mindset? Think there's anybody nervous?
Let's see. No, I don't. I think this is everybody's wheelhouse. Everybody kind of knows what the deal is. You're going to have to put your striking shoes on, and that pretty much requires, a full rhythm. Very, very little nerves. You're kind of just in this flow, and you're going to have to strike a lot, and everyone gets to kind of play where they want to play and throw the balls that they want to throw. So there's really nothing about the pattern or the amount of fans here or the pressure. There's really nothing forcing them out of their comfort zone. So they know they're just going to kind of do what they love to do, and hopefully it works out. I think that's the mentality for most people.
I mean, if Rick Justice or Aaron McCarthy were nervous, they're not anymore.
No.
299 and 300 out of the gate.
Leah, you may have gone over this. I've been adjusting our picture-in-pictures. I've been getting the totals up there. I've been trying to tell a little different story through the production role here, so I haven't been able to listen to everything. But did you talk about what squads these teams made it off of?
Not yet this morning. We talked about it last night.
I would like to do that right now. Did anybody make it off of a Thursday squad?
So the Thursday squads were A and B, and we have 1 from A and 2 from B.
So these folks bowled quite a few days ago, and they came back last night. So they bowled three different days of the tournament with a day off.
Yep. So Britt and Jones bowled Thursday afternoon. Okay. We have two teams who made it from Thursday night, which would be LaCory and Jordan, and Kroll and Martin. So they had a full, almost 48-hour break, which could be good or bad. Probably good, I would think, except for the travel. We have one team left from Thursday morning, and that's Friday morning. I'm sorry, that's Courtney and Heath. Everybody else, so there are 8 teams in the field of 12 who bowled 13 games yesterday and will bowl 12 today. So that's everybody else. We have 6 teams started qualifying yesterday morning. Seems like it was more than yesterday ago, but it was yesterday morning. And 2, which would be Perez and Jones and Thompson and Troop, who are just marathoning this thing. Haven't had a shift off since they shoot up for the first time yesterday at 2 o'clock.
No, we talked about that. What would you rather do? Have some time and a break and, do what EJ and Natalie did and go to some Christmas stuff on Saturday and hang out in St. Louis, get some good night's sleep, come in Saturday night and bowl, or do you want to do what Tommy did? Tommy kind of had a lot going on when he was bowling, too. It wasn't just a standard bowling block for him. When his buddy Mookie bowls with him, he feels like he's got a...
He's like a protector.
Yeah, he just watches out for him. There's a lot of people that want that guy's attention. So Tommy's wheelhouse is a bowling alley, so he just feels like he's got to, make sure his buddy's good.
Yeah, shout out to Mookie Betts for bowling. I had a chance to talk to him yesterday a little bit because it's a different thing when you are a high profile athlete. Mookie just wants to come in and bowl and just be able to enjoy being around the guys and enjoy the sport. And you just always got to be careful a little bit. And wanted to handle that carefully yesterday, as we want to have Mookie be as comfortable as possible and make sure he's safe at all times as well. So
did you talk to him before or after?
I talked to him a little bit before, and then right at the end, I asked him if he wanted to come up here. And I know as soon as he sits here, then the crowd gathers around. But I have to always ask for the interview. That's my job. I have to ask. And I'm a big fan of what Mookie's been doing. He helps promote bowling, so I'd like to take a minute to just say, he's a proprietor now in bowling. He's got a couple bowling centers that he owns in Clarksville, Tennessee, and I forget the other town. Tony, geez, I'm drawing a blank. Campania told me, yes. And he's got his On Base podcast. Make sure you check that out. He's doing a great job podcasting. Certainly know what that's like to put on a headset and have to talk with folks, but he's got a great podcast. He's got his YouTube channel now that he's launched. It's probably been almost about a year and a half on his YouTube channel. And he's got his One Media marketing company. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to see the work that he's doing on this Jackie Robinson documentary, Jackie's Life. He's got great ties to Jackie Robinson. And the thing that Mookie Betts is doing, not only inside of baseball and inside of our bowling communities, he's really starting to do some media-related things. I'm really proud of him. Spent some time with him, and he doesn't really like the camera and all that kind of stuff, but he's starting to get out of his comfort zone. He's starting to do some great things and promote the things that he loves. So shout out to Mookie for bowling, and I know Mookie's going to be watching today as well. So if you're watching, my friend, again, a heartfelt thank you, and as I wished you on your way out, Merry Christmas, my friend.
Yeah, I felt like last night actually went really well. I mean, there are obviously some people that were watching him bowl and stuff, but it was really chill. I've been in the bowling center with him where there are like some diehard sporting fans that want his signature, and it's like brutal, man. I mean, these people
nice shot there.
Travel very long ways to try and catch Mookie on a good day, and they'll do whatever they can take. And last night, everybody was having a good time. It was good.
He probably hates it that we're talking about him this much right now.
That's all right. We had the same ball reaction. I'm happy. Just both of us were just sitting there watching Tommy bowl.
Yeah.
8-bagger.
I think we all were.
8-bagger.
That's what we're doing right now, too. Not quite an 8-bagger yet for Tommy Jones.
Mike, just like the first, we got standings. And then we'll move on to what we're doing here. New leaders, as we mentioned, Perez and Jones, 1277. Not far behind him, Thompson and Troop, 1233. And Justice and Bolds, 1221. We got 3 teams at 1,200 over. McCarthy and Dickey advanced 6 spots in one game. That's what 578 will do for you. At 1182, so they're within 100 of the lead. Got back to, got a few teams pretty close together here. Kroll and Martin in 5th, 1104. McCory and Jordan 6th, 1101. 7th, Mato and Hicks, 1091. Holloman and Rice fell all the way to 8th, 1090. Hibbert and Moss not far behind them at 1071. Britton Jones 10th, 1057. Kloss and Welch 11th, 1032, and trailing the field. It's kind of a wrong thing to say, right? You're already 12th of 318. You can't do any worse, right? Courtney and Heath 979.
Rough game there for John Heath. I just saw Landon Jordan miss a 10-pin.
All right, so Rick Justice had the big game 1, right? Now his partner, Austin Bolds, turning around, coming on this pair. That Landon missed a single pin.
Yeah, the 10-pin, yeah.
Okay, so that's, they already hate this pair, and Christian's got 2 mismakeables, and now Landon has a mismakeable. So that's an interesting little momentum
Bench
right there. Those are what would we call that in baseball? An error?
An error.
There we go. Tommy. He's throwing it good. I think we got a good eye for Tommy right now. His release is pretty good.
Yeah, Tommy was nice enough to join us after his block yesterday in the booth for kind of an extended interview. It was talking about how he's got to get ready for the PBA Tour season. He wants to lose 15 pounds. And it's a good warm-up here, he says. You know, the other thing we haven't talked about much is the fact that, the way bowling has kind of divided itself amongst house shot bowlers and sport shot bowlers, right? What I love about this is you see some of these guys that bowl on the hardest patterns in the world, like Tommy, but can come in here and also be elite when the lanes are easy.
Yeah.
Not everybody can do that. There are some bowlers, even on the PBA Tour, that will not sign up to bowl on a house shot tournament. I know one highly decorated player, I'm not going to name who it is, has a friend in St. Louis, and the friend in St. Louis keeps saying, hey, will you come bowl with me? Will you come bowl with me? Not interested in coming bowling on a house shot. Seriously. And to some of these guys that come out here that bowl on a house shot that are some of the best in the world to come out and to excel, if you win this, it almost kind of means more to them in some ways that they were able to outstrike everybody. You know, the house hacks. They were able to beat. If you can win this and you can win the U.S. Open, you're a complete bowler.
Well, yeah, Tommy's a complete bowler. He's a legend. I always want to talk to you about this because I know you are a little bit on the side of, you know, because the highest level of bowling that has this idea that they have to be like the hardest or the most challenging or these certain types of patterns. But then on these, you know, why don't we consider this house shot type of bowling to be as prestigious as like these certain other patterns, 2-to-1, 3-to-1? Like what really, because the scores are a little higher, because they are a little easier, but really it's still bowling, you know? What's really the difference?
I think sometimes we get caught up in our minds being so advanced into bowling, and we get so close to it that if just a layman off the street came in and said, hey, this guy's the best in the world, well, how come he didn't make the cut? Right? It's still bowling. It's still a ball behind a foul line knocking down pins. If this guy's the best, how come he didn't win this? Now, I understand why. I understand bowling ball technology, lane patterns, creating miss room. Everybody hits the pocket this many times. How many times do you carry? But, yeah, I'm a firm believer in that, Brad. You should be able to win at any level on any pattern, no matter what's out there.
Yeah, and the winners will always win. I mean, they'll go to the depths of their brain to make sure they can can actually win. But one year, Belmo came out to the Proprietors Cup. Proprietors Cup was a tournament kind of like this on the singles portion, and it was pretty much a 4-day event, doubles, trios, whatever they had. And the main event was a big tournament. It paid 20 grand, and Belmo came out. It was a wide open house shot. You know, loaded him up in brackets. Belmo's here. Oh man, everyone get out of brackets. No way. But you know, he averaged 230 like he normally does. But then so did everyone else. So it kind of just levels the playing field just a pinch. However, in an 8-game block, if you give Belmo 1,000 games,
he's going to do that.
It doesn't matter.
You're right. Yep, absolutely. So front 11 here for Austin.
By the way, I want to give some flowers. Christian LaCour started off terrible, came back with a 227 on the pair they hate the most, and now Landon went in the 9th coming off a terrible spare shot. And they have a chance to have a great game on a pair that they hate.
Look at that, Tommy Jones, man.
Getting the 10 out.
Going the Black Widow Ghost. That's his whoopee blanket.
All right, come on, Austin.
There you go.
There you go. That's a summit. That's such a funky roll, Mike. I love it.
300 game. Austin Bolds here. Rick Justice 299. Austin Bolds 300. And that's so important when your partner, you can feed off of that energy.
They got some energy.
Speaking of which, Jared Thompson's starting to go nuts over on Inside Bowling too. Don't forget we got a second channel, everybody. We can watch the other 2 matches.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, and then we got the scores, but 41 and 42 for everybody is. It's got the berries right now. Kyle Troop, front 8. Jared Thompson's got 279 working. They are bowling the team, Monto and Hicks, who are trying to shoot 270 and 268 in their own right. They could shoot 530 and lose by a lot.
29 and 30, Justice and Bold's going to get the win. Tommy Jones, John Perez look like they're also going to get the win. Why not? Why not, Tommy?
If he didn't carry that,
go get you some.
That win was less certain because it's only a 12-pin match. So this match isn't over. Jones and Perez still got a little bit of work to do.
Guys, I think the overwhelming more righties than lefties this year gives, I think, A.J. Rice and Michael Holloman a little bit of a little bit of a nice 12 games here. I bowled a doubles tournament in Memphis with Gene Perez a couple months ago, and you know, for the past couple years, I haven't bowled every weekend event like I used to. I just, I don't know. Everyone else in the world, you know, their weekends are free, and for about 10 years, I was tied up on every one of them. So the past couple of years, I didn't bowl a lot of weekend events, and then I, you know, became a bad bowler and started losing my money. So then this year, I'm like, you know, I should probably start bowling these events. I got an opportunity to bowl with Gene. And it was a similar deal. House shot scores were really high. Jared Thompson and A.J. Rice were actually the leaders in qualifying. They came out. They led qualifying by like 250, 300. And we were thinking like, well, they're 300 ahead in qualifying. This is going to be a tough road. But it got down to a point where there's like 5 games left. They were ahead by a couple hundred. But with the bonus points, they were really putting pressure on themselves. I mean, they had a couple 100-pin lead, but that can go away in a very, very quick time. And in that one,
dropping that 7-pin. He knows he's on the live stream.
Those hits are so big. They can either kill the vibe or not.
Kroll and Martin were defeated by who over here on 35 and Zigsley?
That would be Hallman and Rice.
Hallman and Rice bowled
503.
Bowled 503 to 440 over there, so that's in the books.
You want to flip back to the low side there? So let's get the rest of this Perez and Jones match, because that is not a strike for Jean. Let's see what Jones and Britt have here. We got a very, very close match. 79 and we might have needed that one and get it. They could have got to 48 and 44. Yeah, he needed that hit there. Could have made it a very, very one-pin match. Hunter Jones would have got that strike, but it'll be a win for Jones and Perez.
Start today 2-0. We'll go over to Inside Bowling 2, our other YouTube channel. We'll bring that feed in now. See Jared Thompson.
Yeah.
In the 260s, Kyle Troop perfect through 9. John Heath, nice comeback here this game.
Yep. Partner hold him up.
Chris Courtney.
Big match down on the high bay there.
It's a long day. If you're going to have a bad game, game 1's pretty good.
And they can get to 515.
Big shot, John.
And the other side is 505.
Yep, 505.
So that'll be a win for Courtney and Heath as long as he keeps the ball in the lane.
Okay. Yep. Another good game by Aaron and Dupree.
Absolutely. Aaron opened up with 300 if you're just joining us in game number 1.
They're going to shoot 505 and lose.
Dickey and McCarthy, what place are they in after
They
game
moved
1?
from 10th to 4th.
Wow.
In
great.
one fell swoop. So we'll give the win to Courtney and Heath, 44. We got Kyle Troop. So we're going to have 2 scores down there on the high end. That 500 wasn't good enough. So
Yeah.
they're helping themselves against some other teams over here. You know, got a 418 and a 440.
Solid
no
8 for
way. Does that matter?
No,
I think they had it locked.
they still gonna win.
Oh, that's brutal, man. Front 9, bone 8.
Kyle's got some of the funniest mannerisms after he gets completely annihilated. Look at his head. He is just, you know, look at it, deep breath. I mean, because he's got so much going on inside of his stomach right now. He's got so much emotion, but he knows that it's about the process, and it's not that one shot that's going to make or break this event. He's got to keep making great shots, but boy, does that hurt when it happens.
Yeah, and they bowled the last squad yesterday, right? The last qualifying squad of the whole tournament.
Yes.
Here it is again in slow-mo. Watch this 8-pin. Just how you doing? Thank you very much. And you know, Kyle's like, oh, here it is, because the elbow starts to
He
make
starts
that little
walking
bend.
it back, and no.
I mean,
He made it halfway back on the approach,
I
dude.
know.
He knew that thing was striking.
and there's the walk of shame.
The eye roll tells you everything you want to know about
almost
what
like
he's thinking.
the old Eeyore look. Thanks for noticing me.
All right, we do have to give a shout out there, though, on 41 and 42 to Monto and Hicks. 5-13. They got dusted, but 5-13 still a really nice game. That pair is the highest scoring of the 6 so far. And, of course, Kyle probably thought he threw the first one better than that. And 547 plus 30 should put them back in the lead.
Down here in game number 3 underway, guys. I'm going to go swap out our graphics on Inside Bowling 2, our second YouTube channel. Lanes 41 through 44, 2 matches for you down there.
All right, Brad. We're going to start on 35 through 8 this time, because that's where Mike took us. 35 through 8, Hibbard and Moss will bowl Justice and Bolds. 37 and 8, LaCory and Jordan will bowl Boog Kroll, Kendall Martin. The low side on our channel here, 29 through 32, Kloss and Welch will bowl Holloman and Rice. 31 and 2, Thompson and Troop off that big game. They're going to go to 31 and 32. They're going to bowl McCarthy and Dickey. Inside Bowling 2 channel, Courtney and Heath, Perez and Jones will bowl Britt and Jones. Mato and Hicks. We have 2 teams and 2 teams only who are 2-0. Jean Perez and Tommy Jones are 2-0. Rick Justice and Austin Bolds are 2-0.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the emotion, just keeping up with the emotions of Jared and Kyle, because when you're in a shootout like this to where 190s make you feel like you're dropping 20 spots, it's kind of high pressure. And when there's a lot of breaks that happen, a lot of weird stuff like that, landing pocket 7, 8 pin, 10 pin, and it's kind of high pressure. So they've been in that mindset
There you go.
since 2 p.m. yesterday, and not a ton of sleep on the turnaround. And so how many do we have in the cut that came from the 2 p.m. squad yesterday?
Just 2.
Just 2, Troop, and then
Tommy Jones.
Tommy Jones. Okay.
That's it.
And it's kind of funny that it's those guys, because they're the ones that are always scheduling things out to be able to maximize their time. So
Yeah,
let's bowl at 2, then we'll bowl in the evening, we'll bowl the next day, and we'll get out of Dodge.
Yep. And I feel that. You know, when you've been traveling for 20 or 30 years, just that extra day just doesn't love you as much.
They want to come in, they want to clock in, they want to clock out, they want to work the whole time.
Yep. And like we said, it could be a great thing. You know, you can get in the zone, but this kind of format where, you know, you're shooting 500 and losing matches and stuff, that can be emotionally draining. So now they're on, you know, several hours in a row. We'll just kind of see how it kind of plays out.
As much as I say that, too, Tommy Jones did fly in on Thursday, and he and DJ spent a couple days in St. Louis just kind of chilling out, relaxing, spending some time playing some poker, doing some different things.
That's actually a good point. They have been kind of hanging out. All right, so Landon Jordan came down from Chicago, bowled the Thursday night block. So that means they probably got in, what, fairly last minute, you think? Or you think they had some kind of block? Think he was planning on missing school, but he came down and bowled the night block. They drove back in the middle of the night. There was 4 of them, and went to school the next day. Kept up with the scores. Ended up making the cut. Came in.
Skinny jeans for Kendall Martin.
You know, he knows the topography. He knows what he's doing.
He knows the topography.
He
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Same with Chad Moss. Look at this. This guy's been around the block. Like I said last night, we've seen Boog Kroll play this line before, and I don't see him miss very often. And I came out 277 game 1. I don't know if we had game 2, but I think we know what's going to happen this shot. Oh, come on.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something here. I've got something about this lane 37. Landon Jordan left a light shaker 7, right? It was kind of half pocket 7. Now Boog weak 10s, okay?
Okay.
I think those guys are a little too deep. I do, on that left lane particularly.
Okay, so that means Boog's going to move right?
No.
He's not going to move right.
He's going to do something with his release to make it hook more. But I think both of those guys might be a little further left than they need to be right now.
I'll tell you right now, Boog's looking at Austin Bolds over here, and he's going, you think this guy's going to hook me? Look at him. Well, yeah. I mean, he's got the side roll. He's out hooking Boog right now. So I'm thinking, Boog's looking at that going, listen, man.
Austin's ball picks up a couple feet sooner, though.
Oh, with some side roll. Like, it's a voodoo roll, man. And then you got Rick Justice dead up the back. It's kind of cool.
We've been talking about Chad Moss. But, I don't know a ton about Matt Hibbert, his partner. But I tell you, he's got a wicked follow through. He gets that ball down the lane consistently. One of the best I've seen in the field.
Here we go, Christian coming off their least favorite pair. Got that a little
See, that
right.
left lane's tight, man. I think everybody's got to inch a little bit right on that lane.
See, I got a little opposite. I got to hook in early.
Okay, so you're saying the ball's burning up.
It's burning up. So that's why Boog's going to move 3 left and add some loft. Because you can't just add loft because it's going to hook a little too. It's going to come off it. So he's got to make the move 3. That way he can actually stay aggressive and hit it. Laid that one down. But I'll be curious to see on 37 if he gets it up in the air a little bit. Chad Moss, come on for the double. When I was in my 20s bowling every weekend, I was bowling against Chad a lot.
Matt Hibbert is, so he posts on Facebook, playing with house money, and talked about his waffle iron that he won.
Oh, nice.
By shooting 300. There was an 835 set in there, according to his post. You'd like to thank High Five Gear and Turbo, which supports him.
All right, so
the UW Milwaukee grad.
This left lane here.
Okay, so wasn't a whole lot of loft there, but it looks like Landon
ball
kind of
change. Didn't he ball change?
That looked like a Venom Shock still. Landon's got a kind of an interesting roll. He doesn't hit the ball very hard. It's not like a Boog Kroll that just slams on it. It's much more touch. So a lot of issue for a lot of two-handers is getting the ball down the lane. They have such a high rev rate. But Landon's kind of this guy that can kind of have a little fan release. He can get the ball down the lane really well.
I just asked him. He's standing right in front of us. I said, hey, did you ball change? He goes, I ball changed from the first game. He goes, but no, it was the same Venom Shock. And he said, I got around it a little bit more on that one.
Okay, so he's getting around it. Generally, when you get around it, kind of gets the ball going down the lane, misses the fronts a little better. So that's his adjustment too. I think the front's just hooking. Christian last shot got it a little bit wide right. Got that one wide right a little too. Yep, same deal. So he just needs to get his angles a little bit back in front of him. Then you got Austin Bolds over here hooking the whole lane.
It's kind of interesting. In qualifying squads in 37 and 8, it was good until it wasn't. Games 2, 3, 4, 5, we saw some huge scores on this pair.
Yeah, and you have Kendall.
And if you hit it on game 8 or game 7, that was not good.
Yeah.
And now we're having carry issues in game 3 on some pretty good looking shots.
Yeah, and there's a lot of righties, so we got 12 straight games, and they're already way in there. So I think you guys are right. We might be running out of room. See if Austin can make this spare.
Which I do believe, Brad. I think you were very astute earlier to say that, with not as many lefties this year, A.J. Rice, Michael Holloman, that could be a big advantage. I would think if I got a couple of right-handed players, I'd want to try to be 100 pins ahead of everybody going into the last 2 games.
Yeah, when I was talking about the double storm with Gene, there were a lot more lefties in this round of 12 portion, and the righties were me, Zeke Bate, Ryan Barnes, a couple other guys, and they were all playing really far right. So I kind of got on the left part of the lane, and I had it all to myself. There was no transition. I would bowl like 3 games in a row and not move. I mean, there was no transition, and all the lefties were dealing with transition. It was very strange. I haven't seen it ever, really. And A.J. Rice and Jared Thompson still, it didn't really matter. They were still able to make, they had bad pairs. They were still able to make the adjustments. And here, they're not going to see nearly as much transition.
Well, if you think about it, so we're still learning, Jeff Hicks's game. But Jared Thompson's just going to stay left and throw it hard all day long.
Yeah.
That's his game. Rice and Holloman are going to get in and wheel it.
Yep.
That's their game. Jean Perez is going to be in between them
Yeah, maybe.
because he can't play as left as Thompson, period.
Yeah, but he can get in there.
And he can play almost as far right as Holloman and Rice, but I don't think he can get as far right because they can do things with a bowling ball I've never seen any other left-hander be able to do. He's going to be close.
Yeah, we'll see.
But he's got to be careful not to get caught in no man's land.
Yeah, no, definitely.
With only 5 of them,
Yep.
and from what I've seen from Hicks, he's going to be close to Gene Perez.
Yep. How's that?
If they're lucky, it blends out. 1, 2, 2. Jared, Hicks, and Perez, and then Holloman and Rice. And then it might get really nice over there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Another 10-pin here on this left lane.
Yeah, if I was to coach him, I would actually have him change balls. It's not that, and I think the ball he's throwing off the model pearl, it's a pearlized ball, but the core in it still revs up pretty soon. It reads the mid lane really hard. And I don't know his arsenal, but if it was a storm arsenal, I would just have him go to like a road warrior, just have him ball down. That way he can get a little aggressive. Because right now he's trying to be a little too perfect, which it worked fine on some of the other pairs, but this pair just doesn't have hook down lane. So
Different ball in each lane? Just the left lane? Both lanes? What do you
both
think?
lanes.
Okay.
I would just and it might not work, but I don't want to see him plaque another 10. I'll tell you that much.
Is that from personal experience?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't get you very far. We got Kyle Troop with the front 3.
Got Chad Kloss and William Welsh here. Left side of your screen there, left lane. You got Michael Holloman, A.J. Rice. They're in a close match here. Kyle Troop, man, he's just being business.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I just want to reiterate here, anybody that's joining us late, it was Troop and Thompson were our leaders, okay? And in qualifying, Kyle Troop averaged 261.3, and that was with a 205 game. Then he came back last night and averaged 263.4 with a low game of 244. Wow. I mean, this guy, we just saw him go front 9, bone 8.
Probably leading the tournament.
Oh,
Bone.
if this was a singles event,
He'd be leading.
Kyle Troop would be leading. And again, this is a guy that can do it all. He's got maybe the most complete game that's left in the field.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because he can go bowl the U.S. Open, he can win the U.S. Open, he can come out on a house shot and destroy everybody. I mean,
And they finished 3rd in this last year. That's only going to help them further today.
yeah, they won an event here on Inside Bowling last year called the Nightmare Doubles together. So they've got a lot of momentum here.
And Kyle does win the U.S. Open. He loves the U.S. Open.
I know.
He loves Woodland Bowl. Last year, I think he kind of had a rough qualifying, got into the match play at 24, and then he told me he did the exact same thing. I think it was the same pattern. They used the same patterns 2 years in a row, but he did the exact same thing as the year before. Same ball, same line, same everything, maybe even the same urethane ball, and ended up winning this year.
Yeah, in that tournament, his first few years, he didn't have a good showing there. That was the tournament that was biting him.
Was it?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I had a long conversation with him. He said he never really did bowl well at the Open, and then he thought when he could conquer the Open, if he could ever win that tournament, it was game on. There's nothing he couldn't do with a bowling ball.
Well, yeah, when he won that 250 grand, he was in his prime about that point. He was throwing it so good. I remember he bowled Dick Allen for the title for that 250,000.
You know, people talk about the greats of the game with the steady heads, the Machugas, the Vosses, right? Well, Kyle Troop very quietly has become a very quiet bowler on his way to the line, which, I mean, his head is very steady, not a lot of moving parts, and that's tough to do for a tall guy.
Oh, yeah, especially
Right?
for a guy that used to throw it so hard like he used to.
Yeah.
It's almost he's switched up completely. And, yeah, you can tell, like, he's just motivated, you know? Sometimes you see guys that are just a little flat. Kyle's not flat right now. He knows he's got a big 3 months coming up.
After 2 games, Thompson and Troop retake the lead. 14:09, but that lead isn't very large. 2 teams right on their heels. Justice and Bolds, 1388. Perez and Jones, 1381. So you got 3 teams within the margin of bonus. Gap of 100. McCarthy and Dickey remain in fourth, 1283. Holloman and Rice back up to fifth. They're just kind of moving their way around the top 12. I think by the time we're done, they're going to be in every spot at some point between last night and tonight. They're in fifth at 1223, so within 200 of the lead. Monto and Hicks in sixth at 1204. Hibbert and Moss, seventh, 1177. Britton Jones in eighth, 1161. LaCory, Jordan, Kroll, Martin. 7, 8, 9, 10 are within 33 of each other. Courtney and Heath not far behind them. In 11th, Kloss and Welsh fall to 12th after that 418.
Shout out to Kimberly at home taking care of all of the standings, getting them uploaded for you right away on our link up top at the standings up above in the chat room. She's been updating those all weekend. Can't thank her enough for her help with getting you all the scores.
That Google Drive this weekend was a godsend.
It was real nice, Clark.
Oh,
my
it's the
God.
bottom right of the screen. Bug Kroll, great shot on a four-bagger.
7-9.
The old 7-9.
I think Kyle Troop brought in, he was throwing at what looked like a brand new Rubicon UC2 yesterday, and then it was hooking a little too much, and then he went to a different Rubicon UC2, I think one that's got a lot of games on it that he's been throwing. So he's kind of throwing some old balls. He kind of knows what he wants.
I mean, this guy's going to the gym every day. We saw a battle last year for Player of the Year on the PBA Tour, and I'll tell you what, man, this year, I don't know what Belmo's been up to, and I haven't really kept up with Simo much, but I happen to know that EJ Tackett is going to be primed and ready to go. Less distractions this year. Just had Tripp, just turned 1 this year. I spent some time with him here this weekend, and he's ready to go. Troop's ready to go. This is going to be a tough season out there, Brad.
Yeah, I know.
You guys are going to have your work cut out for you.
Well, that's every year, man. It's the hardest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is.
Man.
It just makes it that much more special. Anybody that can break through and get a win against that type of competition this year on that tour.
Yeah, and last year, Boog, when he won his first title,
Yeah.
he beat EJ in the round of 8, I believe, to make the show.
Yes.
And that's cool.
That's something he'll always hang on to.
Oh,
Remember.
yeah, that was in Chicago.
That
right?
Chicago event.
No,
was nuts.
Marshall won Chicago. I apologize.
Yeah.
Which one did Boog win?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. Book one, I'll look it up.
Yeah, one of them.
Is it the Delaware one?
Probably Delaware. Actually, yes. It might have been. That he bowled the PTQ for.
Delaware Classic and the Players Championship.
Yeah.
That Chicago event had some matches.
Playoff.
So Jake Peters versus EJ Tackett in
Yeah.
Chicago.
Oh,
that
yeah.
match was sick.
That was great.
Oh, man. Best of 5 matches. Woo. Dupree.
Yeah, I love
He
it.
starts running.
That same,
You know he's good.
that same tournament was it Delaware? No, same tournament in Chicago. Belmo and Tommy bowled each other.
I know it. That was a
And
match.
that, you saw Belmo kind of turn into a different human for that game, for that match. Like he threw about 3 games where I don't think he actually missed his mark. I think he missed about 5 times in 3 games.
Hey, and shout out to Bowl TV. All that coverage is on Bowl TV. If you're not subscribed to Bowl TV, I work on that network too. Make sure you subscribe to Bowl TV. It's going to be a hell of a year over there. Make sure you sign up and subscribe.
Okay, so we got Troop and Thompson.
This match is incredible right here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is sick. Aaron McCarthy bowls 300 the first game.
Oh, come on.
She's going to roll it. There's been a
Come
lot of slow roll.
No.
We've been kind of getting it there. Let's see if Troop can keep it going here.
I haven't seen
What
it
did
go
Aaron
bad
have?
yet.
What did Aaron have the second game? I can't
It
remember.
was good. It was
Well,
like,
they shot 5 themselves.
Okay.
So they're
She bowls 300, 240 or something, I think.
something like that.
279. She bowled 800 to start. I mean, come on. That's Aaron McCarthy, folks.
that's pretty good.
I mean, these
oh, that was a little around it.
Oh,
Wow.
McCarthy and Dickey are at risk of shooting 500 for the second consecutive game and losing for the second consecutive game.
That's what I mean. It's like mentally draining to throw all those strikes and just lose. It's like, good grief.
They're going to run into a game later, though, on a tough pair. They're going to shoot 440 and win and think like, yeah,
It'll happen.
we didn't deserve to win.
Flip the scores for a minute here. We'll hone in here on these matches.
Chad Moss. Wonder what Christian's throwing. It doesn't look pink.
337 to 301 up there, 329,
Be great.
342. Close matches here.
Yeah, Hibbert and Moss are ahead by
Phase AI.
56.
Boom. Look at that. Great ball change.
Tighter line.
See, you don't even need to tell them. They already know what to do.
Yeah,
No,
this
they
match is it's pretty close, though. The Kroll Martin Jordan LaCory match. Austin Bolds' flower power has ran out for the time being. Just shot 300. Now he's got 1 strike through 8.
Yeah, and Austin's not liking this pair. He's went to his phase AI. 35 and 36 seems to be hooking.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that pair's going to hook. I mean, that's already.
Well, he's warming the lane up with his shirt.
Yeah.
What's Flanagan going to do here? Is he going to strike?
Yes.
Getting around it more. Will it shape? Yes, sir.
Enough.
Nice hit. Nice hit there. We'll go back over here. Jared Thompson, the house mouse.
Yep.
House mouse. Wiggles that elbow and lets it fly. He's doing that come out release right now too. What I mean by that is he's letting go of it and he's coming out of the shot right away. Sometimes he posts them. He's got a lot of different ways he delivers the bowling ball, and it's the way he releases it. I think he's in his full release right here. And when he does that, he kind of jumps out of the shot. When he's being a little bit nicer to it at the bottom, it's more full extension. He stays down until the ball almost hits the pins.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder. I'm sure AJ Rice maybe just left some corner pins, but this is the pair that Gene Perez and Thompson started on, I believe. Come on, Aaron.
Oh,
Back-to-back 10 pins for Aaron McCarthy.
Been watching me.
Ball's starting to lope a little bit. This match here on 29 and 30. What we got? 235 is that? Yeah, 235.
yep. So they can. Clausen Welsh can get to 35, 34, or 44. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
For 79. Holloman can throw 1 more strike for 59. AJ can shoot 36.
yeah, 36, 236.
So good match, though.
Yeah, nice finish here for Michael Holloman, showing up strong here as the leadoff bowler there, making his anchor bowler's job a little bit easier here.
Yep.
It's still close. So they won. You know, Michael won the top by 14. If the bottom bowlers all strike out, AJ's going to lose by 8.
So if I had to guess, Aaron McCarthy.
William really needs the shot, and he got it.
Nice.
He's gonna make AJ double to win the match. We haven't had a lot of super down to the wire matches in the first 2 games, but we've got one here.
485 they can get to, right?
There's one.
AJ.
40 more, right?
Yeah, they can get to 485.
Yeah.
And Welsh can get to 479. So AJ will need
Look at that.
1 more hit unless Williams' count is abysmal.
Looks like he's got a Hurley shirt on today.
Yeah, it's all in the shoes, too, man.
So Kyle, on his last shot on this lane, he actually got away with one. He knew. You could tell by the way he walked out to the left and had his fist down low. He's like, give me that. But he actually got it to the dry low quick, and he got around it, which is why on the right lane, it was probably a subconscious, let's not try that, test our luck again, and it was a pinch flat off his hand. So on this lane, he doesn't really want to plaque a 10, but he also doesn't want to wrap around it and risk getting 5 through the middle. So I'll be curious how well he throws this shot.
And just to check in, bottom right of the screen, Christian's up right now. He's doubled in the 10th, can bowl 237. And these 2 young men coming strong, striking in the 8th and the 9th.
They've got the win there.
They have solidified the win. Yeah.
Dupree.
That's Landon's first match play win as an adult bowler.
There you go.
And, you know, we're already getting not a whole lot of ball motion down lane, particularly on 31 and 32. Saw Dupree's ball not get up the hill there, and we saw Aaron and Kyle. So the fronts are starting to hook. I'm not sure how that's going to play out the rest of the way. It could get kind of hard and cliffy.
Out of all the right-handers, I would give advantage Boog Kroll.
So that one was Kyle's good shot. He labeled that one.
Yeah, when you see his hips go left to right, and it's when the ball's going through the pins, that's when he's acing them.
Yep. Spare here for Dupree. Close match.
Yep. A.J. Rice, Michael Hallman get that win by 5.
Ooh.
So now if you're
That's the first nail biter we've had, and now we're going to have another one.
This is why I root for lower ref players, because if you're Aaron right here, what do? Do you just move right? You probably just move right? Do you hit it a little harder?
You probably inch one right with your feet, and then, of course, you go high.
That is exactly why a lot of the high ref players, even if they plaque a 10, you would think like, oh, no. You're going to move 3 left, and you're going to hammer on it to eliminate that right there. The shot where you just try and get it to hook a little earlier, you try and fit it in there, and it just checks on you.
Landon doubles in the 10th. They can get to 485. Boog here throwing it a 710. Best he can get to is 410 for his team, and that's if he picks it. That's bottom right of your screen. Bottom left of your screen, and Boog just throwing a strike shot, actually, to try to get a feel for some ball reaction there. But it looks like Chad Moss, his team, is going to win a very low-scoring match.
Yep. That pair turned into Hollywood Squares pretty quickly, 35 and 36. There were
Bolds and Justice.
splits all over the place.
Best they can do is about 380.
Yeah.
380, that's not good.
No. They were rolling, too.
So here we go. The action
They were in second place,
Yeah.
and now they're not.
The action on Jared Thompson.
Great shot. Apparently, Dupree has a YouTube channel.
Does he?
Can you scroll back up? I want to get the name of it in the chat. Right there. It's called Big and Slim Action Bowling. So
Check that out. Make sure you subscribe.
Big shot here.
It really is. What's the scoreboard say, fellas?
So Dickey can shoot 59. McCarthy can shoot 56. That's 515. Thompson can shoot
249.
49 and Troop 79.
So that's 28. 528.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's coming down to
538.
538. Okay. It's coming down to it here.
49 and
Yeah.
no, sorry. Yeah.
I wonder
28. My bad.
I wonder what Aaron's going to do in this 10th frame. Does she make the big move left?
No.
No. So you fight that little
Here's what
potential.
I'm doing. Aaron McCarthy, she's going to go up and she's going to go back to where she was, and she's going to hit the 1-3 and take her chances.
So do you think she moved right on that one that went high? You think she like bumped one right or something? It's hard to say.
She might have moved a little closer to the draw. It is hard to say.
But you think she's going to kind of go back?
I think she made a bad shot.
Okay. All right.
That's just my guess.
Okay.
I mean, we spin the wheel from up here and try to figure out what it is, but I think she made a bad shot.
Yep.
The most important shot here, though, is Kyle's. If he strikes, they win. If he doesn't, Aaron can double and win the match.
Aaron's going to go first. She's going to hit the pocket here.
Yeah.
I'm going to say she's going to like trip a 4-pin.
Kind of looks a little left. I don't know where she was standing on the right
I
lane.
think she's going to trip a 4-pin here.
That looked a little farther left, Mike. Yep, that's what it is. You're going there's a lot of rev rate.
Lanes can blow up fast.
Yes. Yep, and
And she looks completely dumbfounded and confused, and she knows that it's really on her that they're going to lose this game.
Yeah, better shot for
I mean,
Kyle
I
there.
hate to say that out loud, but it's the wheels fell off for her, and that cost them the game.
Yeah.
They also are going to run into 520.
Yeah, but
That's not their fault.
But they were pacing. They were maxing 580 halfway through the game. And
Yeah.
And if she carries those couple 10 pins, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the game she just bowled. You start off good, and then the lanes change a little bit, and then you try and do something a little different, and then it just doesn't work. It checks on you, and still a good game, but that's 31 and 32. So we're getting some hook. We're seeing Kyle kind of hop in there. He's getting aggressive with his hand.
Kyle bowled 270 in the last game. I'm just wanting everybody to know the man's averaged 260 yesterday across 13 games. His low game in the tournament is 205. His second low game in the tournament, I think, is 244. I mean, this is insane.
Yeah, he's putting on a clinic right now.
And there's Aaron with a ball change.
Ball
and she
change.
strikes, of course. Phil ball always strikes, right?
Yeah, but how do you make that ball change? You know, you got a couple frames left. You had the front 6. How much different could they be?
I'm going to go down to inside bowling, too. Let's just update on these matches. Looks like it was 440 against 420 down there.
Some lower scores.
440 to 418.
So maybe the high end's not super friendly.
Lee's getting the update on those matches. He'll give that to us here when he comes back to the booth. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Brad Miller, Mike Flanagan, and Lee Boudouris will be right back to join us, bringing you all this coverage. Glad you're watching here. Thank you so much for being part of our YouTube channel. If you have not subscribed, make sure that you do. We haven't said hello to anybody today. I say we bring it into the booth for just a second. My name is Mike Flanagan. No hat today. Here with Brad. I've got my hat over here.
Do you have any storm hats I can buy? Or did you sell out?
I sold them all.
You.
Sorry about that.
You couldn't say anything.
And Lee Boudouris here. Lee, what'd you see down there on the high end?
Low scores. Nobody shot 450 on Inside Bowling 2, TOO. First 2 games, everybody shot 500. And that game, Tommy Jones and Jean Perez, 448. That was a winner by 2 marks. And the last pair, also nobody shot 450.
Okay. So we got
it's bound to happen at some point, but
we got a good mix here.
There we go. For where are we at? 35 through 8's where we'll start game 4. Kloss and Welsh. Perez and Jones, 3 for 3 in the bonus pin department this morning. Last team perfect. 37 and 8 will be McCarthy and Dickey against Justice and Bolds. We'll see how Aaron manages 37 and 8 because that got a little tricky for the last pair of Jordan and LaCory, and her rev rate's lower than theirs. So we'll see if she can get the 10 out. Low end, Monto and Hicks, 29. We'll bowl Kroll and Martin. 31 and 2, LaCory and Jordan will bowl. Courtney and Heath. And on the Inside Bowling 2 channel, 41 through 44, Hibbard, Moss, Britt Jones. Bowl Thompson and Troop. And Holloman and Rice. That's a big match right there on the other channel.
Yes, it is. They're both probably coming off good games.
We're gonna lose some viewers on this channel and make some viewers on the other one, but that's okay.
That was a very interesting shot to me by Tommy Jones.
I didn't see it. Tell me about it.
That makes me think that AJ and Holloman are going to win because he just went runaway broken on 36. It's game 4. And he thought that was a pretty good shot. So he threw a pretty good shot on lane 36 when runaway broken, which is telling me the right side of the lane is transitioning very fast. The fronts are indeed hooking. And sometimes you get on pairs where it makes the ball kind of bail down lane. It's hard to create shape through the pins. And then sometimes you just get it where it's just a ton of hook, overall hook. And that's what Tommy Jones just saw. So now he's going to have to get over the left gutter a little bit.
Kyle Troop down on the other channel had a very similar reaction, Brad, to his shot. Posted his shot pretty well, like he liked it, and left a 3-4-6.
Okay, so now they're hooking on the high end too.
Just duck hooked through the face.
And this is what I had with my partner Eric Sachs. He's a lefty. The pairs that I had hooking a lot. So you saw Tommy, just obviously his pairs hooking a lot, and Jean Perez's ball didn't get up the hill. So it's almost just a topography thing. You know, when the right side of the lane's hooking, the left side of the lane can be a little snug. And then when the left side of the lane's hooking, the right side can be a little snug. And we found that to be pretty consistent. And I've seen that with a lot of dual teams with a one hand or with a righty and a lefty. But here we go. Tommy, so he's probably going to make a move just because, or throw it a little harder, it looked like.
There you go.
So that was a little bit more speed.
Still didn't look like he really liked it.
I think
he's got a very pensive look at the moment.
I'm not sure. I think he's still confused on lane 36. I don't think he moved a ton on 35 there, and he's kind of baffled by the difference between 36. And then you got Chad Kloss here going at him much straighter, and that's going to control the hook on 36. So I'm curious Tommy's in there with the transition of guys like Boog and Austin Bolds, and these guys that are already over the left gutter. And some pairs you're going to go to, and you're just going to catch their friction.
I did chat with Chad and William earlier. It's just Buffalo is Chad's favorite slot machine.
Game, yeah.
And there was a fun time a year or two ago with a 6 a.m. flight. So you just kind of stay up all night and had some fun with the Buffaloes. But that's kind of the end of the story. They're nice looking shirts, so
Yeah, they are.
we appreciate it.
How you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing well. Oh, plaque 710
So
for Aaron McCarthy. Her first shot on 37 was pretty good.
Yeah.
Flush strike. That one didn't look like it had much on it at all at the end.
We've kind of seen 37 hook quite a bit throughout the squads this week. Some blocks it's been good. We've seen some score, a couple 300s, and then sometimes, you know, like Adam Ishman hit it, and you get a lot of hook on lane 37 right there. So her ball probably rolled up pretty nicely on 37. You're getting some hang on 38, but she went to that cleaner ball, and I don't know if these lanes are playing different enough to throw two different balls, but that something didn't. That was something weird with that spare shot. There, Chad Klossel straighter through the fronts.
Don't forget lanes 37 and 38, a very famous pair, the very last pair ever seen on ABC television when the PBA Tour was on every week. I know PBA's been back to ABC a couple of times since that telecast, but the last main tour telecast, Chris Schenkel and Bo Burton sat just about where we are right now, guys. This is about where their booth was. Pete versus Walter Ray right here at 37-38. A lot of history in this bowling center.
Shot there by Austin. Ball change.
Let me ask you this, Brad, while we're still early in the game, because I've always wondered this. When you're on, because you bowled on TV a couple times now.
Yeah.
Right?
Sometimes.
Can you hear the booth talking?
Yeah.
You can hear them?
Yeah.
It gets that quiet, so.
It depends on the place because every setup's a little different. In Detroit, they're all the way in the back, but when it gets really quiet in there and you're up there to bowl, you can hear anything.
Okay.
10 left.
I was going to give him the signs, but.
Tommy Jones just
should I draw
and whispered.
Should I get.
What's the move off the Brooklyn?
I mean, I would move 10 left. I don't know. He's going to.
Should I draw my arrow again like I did last night for Jean Perez?
Well, righties don't speak in that language, though.
No.
We gotta maybe like a 3.
There you go. We gave him the signs.
No.
Oh, there you go.
So its ball's still kind of laboring a little bit. Really curious what Tommy's shot on 36. Next one. I guess I missed this.
He's already struck, so.
It's already struck. Dang, I missed it.
Even with only 12 teams, it's still a lot to watch. And we can only really see the low side on the screen because there's a pillar in the way.
Chad Kloss, man. This guy's a baller.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I mean about these house shots is you can do kind of what you want. If you want to chase it in, you're going to deal with some transition from some high rev players. But if you want to knuckle it up 10, then you got Chad playing farther right than Aaron. Isn't that interesting?
Well, second shot in a row, she started on 37. That rolled up very nice, 10 straight back. We'll see if she can figure out 38.
Aaron, even though her rev rate isn't crazy high, she's always been able to like shape the ball really well. She's always been good at like playing from the left part of the lane and playing a little bit more of a hook shot.
I'll tell you what, Tommy Jones right now, his ball roll is like circa 2004 Tommy Jones. That last shot he threw, you know, when he came out on tour, he was known as the high rev rate guy. Right now, he's
Remember that?
Now he's like a tweener, right? In today's tour. That last one, though, that looked good.
Mm-hmm. I know. He's been bowling good for a couple of years, though, now. I mean, he really hasn't.
Yeah, what do you think? Since the Hall of Fame weekend when he bowled 300 on
300
TV, won the tournament, and got inducted into the Hall of Fame?
That might have been a little resurgence for him.
I think so. That hit you like a bolt of lightning.
We'll have to get his exact move on lane 36. See what he did.
4 3/4 boards to the left. And
Well, didn't he go? Forgive me if I'm wrong. I didn't see it, but didn't he go Brooklyn on that lane and then came over and said to you, "What's the move off the Brooklyn?" And this is going to be the next shot now.
No, he asked after he already threw another strike on it, and we didn't see it. So I don't know if he went 2 Brooklyns or not.
I mean, maybe he did.
I don't know. Maybe the chat knows. Gotta know.
I'm sure they do.
Tommy went high flush. Emphasis on high. All right. I was asking Landon and Christian what their moves were last night when they got down to that last pair and their balls were hooking. And I'm used to kind of hearing PBA bowlers talk about their moves, and it's always like, yeah, I just moved an arrow left and hit it harder. That's like 95% of the time. And they're like, no, I tried to pick up my speed a little bit and I laid it down the lane, and I really did a good job of getting down the lane. Like, I've never heard a PBA player say, oh, I did a good job. I hit the crap out of that one.
Tommy Jones is one of only 5 players to win Rookie of the Year and then later win Player of the Year.
So he's going with speed. And he's trying to keep it inside. He wants to stay away from the hook spot at all costs. So on that one, he went Brooklyn high flush, and that one he just made sure. Like, his -- goal was this thing wasn't going high, and he just kept it in the oil just a pinch too long. And that's what we call cliff. That's what we call the over-under. A couple of decent shots for him went high, and then he made the move and didn't. So now it's actually even kind of trickier. Even though he has the front 4, he's still got to come back on this lane.
Where he's went Brooklyn and Bucket on.
Yeah, and I'm sure, and this is where really high rep players, they're taking all that out of play. They're moving an arrow at least left, and they're going to keep it in the oil, and they're going to maximum rev rate it. But Tommy is a little more of a old school guy.
Scores after 3 while we flip the cameras. Thompson and Troop staying first, 15-20 over. First team to 1,500. Perez and Jones still have moved up 1 spot from 3rd to 2nd at 14.59. We're starting to see a little separation at the top. 3rd and 4th are right together. McCarthy and Dickey 13.86. Hallman and Rice 13.81. Justice and Bowles right with them 13.60. 6th, 7th, and 8th are close together. Monto and Hicks 12.79. LaCory Jordan 12.70. Hibbard Moss 12.38. And then you've got 9th through 12th, which are also close. Britton Jones, Kroll and Martin, Courtney and Heath, Kloss and Welch are all within 53 of each other. 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Kendall Martin and Boog Kroll here. Opening 8-bagger.
And this is the pair that Christian and Landon had their bad game on and don't love, and they got a great look on it. Look at that, Kendall Martin coming in hot.
And Lee, this is what we see year after year after year. We'll see a team start to surge for a couple games and get in there, and we'll see a team that may be way out in front of somebody. It could happen, and they bowl like a 380, and the next thing you know, the field comes to them.
Yeah, we'll just make up some numbers here.
Okay.
Let's say Kyle. So Kyle's got a spare open 4-bagger. Jared's already got at least 1 open down there, perhaps 2, and they're losing to a team of Hallman and Rice. Hallman and Rice came into that game 140 pins behind them. If they keep this up, they might win by 80. Yeah, they'll add 30 bonus, and that lead is gone.
Right, 30 bonus pins for a win in all these matches. Just if you're just tuning in and joining us on our coverage, my name is Mike Flanagan, joined by Lee Boudouris, along with PBA bowler Brad Miller from the Brad and Kyle channel. Bringing you the last 12 games.
It's cool you say that like it's just just as important as every other channel. ESPN, ABC, Brad and Kyle.
Oh yeah.
Same sentence.
Oh yeah. It's coming.
Fox Sports 1, Brad and Kyle. I mean,
there's going to be
right there.
There's going to be a kid that's like 14 years old right now, 15, 16. He's already got a little bit of an itch to make some videos of him throwing some shots. He might have 5,000 followers on Instagram. And he's going to get an itch one day to do something that's really popular, kind of like a streaming deal, a Kai Cenat streaming deal. Something's going to happen, and somebody's going to become world famous as a bowler. And I think he's around 14, 15 years old right now.
Oh, you're probably right. Nice shot there from Christian on the left lane. He's Just trying. They're trying to get a big chunk of score out of one of these games. They're fiending for a 540.
Yep.
They're fiending for something here. And every time you leave that flat 10 or some sort of bone 8, whatever it is, it kind of kills that momentum of that game they're looking for. Every team's looking for it. And right now, there's one team right here in front of us that has got it through 5 frames. An opening 10-bagger right now for Boog Kroll and Kendall Martin.
I'm not liking the right side of the lane right now, guys.
Why? What's up with the right side of the lane?
I'm seeing a lot of high shots. I watched Courtney go high right there. John Heath on the left lane, the last shot went high. Landon Jordan on the same pair, last shot went high. And we're only in game 4.
Another strike for Martin. Well, as a squad, I do believe the right-hander started too deep.
Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, they're in there.
They're not helping each other.
Look at that. I mean, in game 4, they had another 8.
Oh, that's what you're saying. That looked like a really good shot.
Keeps going high.
And you know how I have to think about right now when we're thinking about the right-handers and the way that they're playing the lanes? There's one player I'm thinking of that just missed the cut.
Shea and Tim?
Nope. This team just missed the cut. They bowled like 550 the last game to miss by like
Oh, I forget who that was.
less
I
than
remember the
20.
conversation.
You know the answer, Lee.
Lee knows it.
The team that bowled 550, a huge last game and almost got there.
Biondo and Pollock.
Yeah, Biondo.
Ah, yeah.
I'm thinking of Brandon Biondo right now.
Brandon would have taken all that out of play with ball speed.
He'd like, you guys want to be left to me? I'm just going to stay out here on the right with my lock, and
Yep.
I'm just going to suitcase it up 10.
Yep.
I think if Biondo and Pollock would have got here, I think Brandon would have had a bit of an advantage over some of the other right handers.
And this is why you see a lot of the past champions of this event, Jason Queen, Tom Adcock, Adam Barta, Liz Johnson,
yeah.
some really, really technically sound straight players because they can kind of stay away from all the transition that the right-handers are creating right now. They're having to get...
Jeff Hicks just through the face for 6.
They're in the middle of, well, do I throw it hard or do I get over the left gutter with some touch? We're kind of seeing both. You have all types of different bowlers, and they're all kind of collectively a little wishy-washy.
So what do you said? 3 minutes ago you said I'm not really liking how they are on the right now. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Well then why does Kroll and Martin? What is special about those two to where they're having no issues at all and they just bowled 300 as a team?
Well, they're lined up, but to me that's nothing. It's just too long of a tournament. So 12 strikes in a row. I mean, they could still shoot 460 this game. So
we've got three teams that have, 2.5 teams right now that have it. We've watched Kroll and Martin. Justice and Bolds only have 2 9 spares total. Their game through 6.5 frames. So they are the bottom right of your screen, Bolin, McCarthy, and Dickey. So they've got a big one going. And Michael Hallman's got the front 8. AJ Rice had a good game going. Looks like a couple misses, non-strikes in there. Looks like a split conversion.
I will say, though, the one right-hander right now that I still kind of love, and I got to give Kendall his flowers, too, because he's got this beautiful roll on it. But I'm afraid for Kendall, and he can get some loft on it, too, but his roll's a little sideways, and I'm afraid if he hits a pair where it just checks, then it's going to be pretty sideways for him. Boog, however, has a really, really, really polished loft game. And he's got a lot of different speeds he can use. He could throw it really, really, really hard and keep it tight. And he can also move 15 left, get in front of the ball return, loft it halfway down the lane. So when the lanes play like this, Boog actually bowls really well. And Kendall doesn't necessarily have that two-handed power that could loft it halfway down the lane. So I'll be curious to see how Kendall navigates this. But I love Boog when they get like this. He just has so much power. Even if his ball hooks a little bit, it'll roll out. And he's got 5 to 6 different laydown points. He can lay it down quicker and harder. He can get it up in the air a little slower, a little softer, and he can literally loft it to the pins almost. So Boog likes this kind of thing, and him and Kendall are kind of rolling right now.
He's almost like a realtor out there.
Dude,
he's covering the most real estate there is.
He loves it.
I mean, his ball's touching the lane longer than anybody else.
Whenever his ball is being laid down near the last board on the left side, he's got 19 different releases he could use. He loves it over there.
Behind the scenes, Jean Perez a little lost right now. Came over and goes to Lee Boudouris for assistance on what to do.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He
I
did.
just saw him over here.
Well, earlier, yesterday it was just, especially later in the block, just stand right through a left and hook it. But his last few shots have seemed a little, even the ones that have struck haven't hit clean. And I asked him as he looked at straightening up a little bit. Because the far left side of the lane is Jared Thompson, and that's it.
Kendall with another one.
Come
Quick
on,
action
Kendall.
here. There's there it is. I'm going to go down here to the front 9 on Holloman.
And another slow roller that was too slow. Oh.
Take a peek over here.
So look at Gene Perez there. Yeah, he's getting over under.
Well, my suggestion was have you looked to straighten up a little bit. He's like, he was going to take a fill shot and see what it looked like. And I'm like, just get a medium symmetrical out, and you might have to add speed, but keep it simple. And that one he looked, I don't know what his move was on it, but he looked perplexed after he went 247.
Yeah. It's interesting for a lefty to think about moving left right now because a lot of the right-handers' laydown points are on the left side of the lane. So
he just projects it so well through the front.
Oh, yeah,
I think he can skid through it, whereas other bowlers maybe not.
He definitely could. But I don't think AJ or Michael's ever going to move left, or maybe even the other lefties.
But there's just so few of them right now. There's only 5.
Right.
There's going to be pairs that just sit there on the left side for perhaps 2 games, and nothing's going to touch it down lane or in the middle, just in the front.
Yeah, and he's going to need to play around with a release that allows him to see the lane a little more front to back anyway. I mean, you got to have that touch in your bag if you're going to win this tournament anyway. So.
I know we got some Monto and Hicks fans out there. They're currently at 1279 over. They are currently in 6th position. Bowling right here, Jeff Hicks and Jake Monto. Give it up to Detroit. Here's Boog now. All about momentum. Your partner didn't strike. You do. And how good does that feel bowling a doubles tournament when you go up and you open and your anchor who's got them all comes up behind you and bails you out?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good feeling.
It's the greatest.
Oh, man.
It really is.
A great feeling.
So now I'm curious what Kendall's going to do because when he 2-8-10s right there.
Block it out. He's on another lane.
I just don't know what. Yeah, he's probably just going to try and throw the
same shot,
yep,
right?
Same shot.
I mean, we're not on the same lane.
Yep. Heath, not having his best day so far.
He's not, but he might be better than the other righties later in the day because he's just so straight.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
There you go. Good shot there.
I'd love to see Queen bowling right now. He'd be right up 8, baby.
Jake Monto with a nice shot there.
So Lane is going with the loft.
Tommy Jones 2 pins.
Yep.
Tommy's kind of getting in that lost zone now. He is not bowling a big game at all here.
I mean, that's the pair that Austin Bowles just went to after shooting 300 and was lost.
Brad, I think you were right, man. You were talking about what's Kendall going to do here, and I ran you over and said he's just going to need to make another good shot. It's a different lane. He almost 210'd again.
I know.
How'd you know that?
I don't know. That's
unbelievable.
This is all I've done my whole life.
That's unbelievable. I mean, I'm just like, dude, there's no way. I mean, might just throwing a bat or something. Just go over and make a good shot again. No, he almost left the same thing.
Yeah, and you see Christian right there. He's still a little straighter. And that's what all the right-handers are going through right now. You got Tommy Jones who likes to do speed, but he can also get a handful. He's in the middle of it. You got Landon Jordan who's doing a little off now, but his partner Christian's actually a little straighter. So they're kind of going with different game plans. So you got the righties just
Sorry, off camera, Matt Hibbert almost picked the 2-8-10. Got the 2-pin to fly right behind the 10 and sit in the channel.
And I'm willing to bet my life that Boog strikes right here.
Well, don't do that.
Like, there's been a couple scenarios. We were calling Shannon O'Keefe one time, and I was willing to bet my life she struck in the 9th one time. I remember that.
Yeah.
In St. Charles. I was like, you're about to watch the greatest shot in the world, and it was. And I think this is Boog's right here.
Well, Landon Jordan here just left a light 7. A very close match. Not here. No close match here.
You know, Boog and Kendall, they grew up in the. Wow. It was a little in.
Springfield guys.
All right, so they still have a good game. Looks like they're going to win their match. And what place was Boog and Kindle? Okay, so they were in 10th at 1160. So they'll probably get to like 8th, 9th. They'll jump a couple spots. Still a good game.
Moving up.
Be interesting to see what balls Kendall gets into, and he's gonna keep going left. He loves to hook it, open up his angles. It is a little tough bowling with Boog because he just strikes relentlessly, and he plays the lanes a little bit different. It's hard to create the angles he creates. So as the games move on, Kendall's gonna be watching his partner, play these pretty crazy angles and lofts and see what he comes up with. Nice shot there. Very nice shot. The two shots that went a little light for him, just wrapped around it on his hand a little bit. It's easy to do since you're so far inside. You don't want to get up the back and just plaque a 10. So you want to try and create some angle in the back, but then when you're around it and you hit the oil, it just kind of goes a little straight. So I would just tell him to roll it a little more, a little softer with the hand, but then, I would also probably have an inch 1 or 2 left. And he's not using any loft. He's laying it down right in the oil. So nice game, nice finish.
Down on the high end, Rice and Hallman 5-0 versus Troop and Thompson 480. Kyle shot 279. Jared shot 2-0.
These Kyle Troop numbers are just ridiculous.
Yeah, and you were on.
He went split in the first, Mike. 279 that way. Austin Bolds with the double century award. 300, one not very much, 279.
It's a good ball change. All right, so good game by Kendall there.
Well, he moved pairs.
I wonder what pair
He got off the pair that's giving Tommy and William Welsh fits. Chad Klosh at 220. That's got to feel pretty good right now. He's high righty on the pair of that 3. Gene Perez is coming to ask me for help, and he can shoot 230. He's got the best look of the 4 of them because he's on the other side.
Courtney right here. And he's got some over-under, trying to play the lanes a little more front to back, a little less rev rate, a little more speed, and there's still a lot of, a little more loft right there of a Boog. Look at that. I'm telling you, he's got 19 different touches. He lays it down a little quick on the right lane, keeps it in the oil, wraps a 10, next shot, a little bit of loft, probably 2 left, aces it, 10 back. And when you talk about being a good bowler, you have to bowl enough, and you have to work through all the kinks and the bad times, and then you settle on the things that work for you. And that's exactly what Boog has done the past couple of years. He has found
look at that.
Mastery.
Chad Kloss, hey, if you're going to be on the live stream, carry something fun. All right, so after 4, Perez and Tommy Jones are undefeated, 4-0. Let's take a look at Gene Perez here on 35. Made a ball change there. I like that look a lot better.
Looked like an Ion Pro or something.
He was throwing something a little bit shinier. He's went dead flush, light mixer, and the ball's just being more well-behaved.
Did Landon and them win that game? Landon and Christian win that game?
They did.
All right, I want to throw some flowers their way because they're playing the lanes a little bit different now, and they're kind of making it work. They're striking out. They're making their spares. All right, Rick.
Yeah, big game there, 5-0-4.
Get back in it. That was definitely a little straighter from Gene. A little harder, a little straighter.
I like that look a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Better. Little straighter, a little less shine, and now he's got it.
And this is pretty big for these 2 old guys in Perez and Jones. I like to call them the old guys. But this is big because that was not a great game by them, but they get the 30 bonus, right? It was enough. A lot of scores there may not win and get to 30 bonus, but this time they escape it and they get there.
And Aaron McCarthy gets 206 that game, and she's right in the middle of it.
Yep, she's running out of ball reaction, but she's got to make some sort of big move.
Yep.
All right, game 5. 29 and 30, we'll have Hibbert and Moss, Courtney and Heath. 31 and 2, we will have Clausen Welsh with Monto and Hicks. Clausen Welsh still looking for a W. 35 through 8, we'll have Thompson and Troop right in front of us against LaCory and Jordan Brad. 37 and 8, we will have Britt and Jones against Holloman and Rice. High end, McCarthy and Dickey will bowl Kroll and Martin. Perez and Jones will bowl Justice and Bolds. That's a big match. Justice and Bolds had fallen to 5th, but then he shot 134 over with the bonus. I don't know, with 3rd, 4th, and 5th being so close together, they're not gonna make up anything on Holloman and Rice because they shot 5-0 as well, but they're gonna make up pins on McCarthy, Dickey, who just shot 405. So they'll move up. That'll be a top 4 match down there on the high end. Yeah, 528 for Kroll and Martin. We'll move them up from 10th to, we'll call it 8th, plus or minus.
Bring it into the booth here. Mike, Brad, and Lee here with you. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Don't forget, if you're looking for a new bowling ball, bowling bag, shoes, accessories, make sure you support our title sponsor, Hammer. Been with us for over 8 years, 9 years exactly is what we've had now. And don't forget, you can pick all these things up over on InsideBowling.com. What's up, Christian?
I love what Christian's doing right now.
Christian wants to know why 35 and 36 are so close.
Who just bowled on it? I'm trying to remember.
That was Tommy and Chad Kloss and William Welsh.
Oh, okay.
Gene Perez is on the other side.
Well, Christian, if you want our opinion, all the right-handers started too deep, and you got early hook, and you got to try to get it. You know, they're cliffed, so
36 is about 3 or 4 more than 35. Tommy had it, and he likes to use speed, and it was a little on top of it on 36 and probably a little left on 35. So however you manage a lane that hooks 4 more, but a lot of the guys have been inside, so I saw you kind of moved a little right and a little straighter. I don't, just be careful on 36. If it overhooks, you might have to just get in there. Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty interesting.
That's a good move.
That's a good move.
He doesn't even care.
Come over and ask the guys.
We're on air. Oh, yeah. That's a smart
He's
move.
Second guy to do that.
You got to answer the
We're
question.
1 for 1 so far.
You got to admire the courage.
All right. I'll be right back in a little bit, guys.
All right.
Jared, 3 7s. So, Brad, I think the story now here in Game 5 is transition, right?
Honestly, if this was a college term and I was a college coach, I would tell him to move 10 left right now, get frame 1. Maybe even 15. And just deal with it. Whatever happens, happens, but we're going to get in there. And it looks like he's a little farther left on the...
Yeah, he's right up against the pipe of the ball return. These ball returns have pipes.
Yep. I'm afraid it's not enough, though. Just kidding.
That ball kind of Amuleto Monticelli 1993 rolled out into the pins and had the little 6-tapper into the 10.
That was a much different ball reaction than what Tommy Jones was getting. So if he's getting that ball reaction on lane 36, he doesn't have to do a whole lot on lane 35. If that's not going to overhook on 36, he's probably got him, his ball roll is seeing him in a way that allows him to not have to make huge moves. Now Landon isn't laying it down as smooth into the lane as Christian is. He's using a little bit of loft, so I'm be curious, since he's a little handsier, whatever that word is, if it overreads the friction on 36, unlike Christian's did.
Jerry, you want to come in for a second? Like, for just a second. Folks, Jerry Anderson, help him out with the thing. Help him with the wire, Brad.
So high flush.
All right.
We good?
Jerry Anderson joining us in the booth, man. What a great event, brother.
Yeah, it's going good.
You tired yet?
A little bit.
We're not.
This is a little refreshing.
We're ready for Monday. The ultimate finals. There's an 8-person step ladder starting tomorrow at 11 o'clock. You ready?
This might really honestly be the smoothest year we've had. We've had more teams than ever.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple hiccups in the back.
we haven't seen it.
Flanagan's like, man,
other
really
than the
smooth
score,
event.
or other than the scores in the semis for a couple games. That's the only thing that we could.
So with Selena being a new person running the brackets and things. The setup, what happened last night was we didn't have them in. We had the lane assignments, but they weren't in order, so we had to go all over the place to try to find them. And yeah, that was a little struggle, but by the third game we had it ready to roll, and she knows what to do next time, and we know what to do. We're jotting our notes. But other than that, yeah, things have been going really good.
Did you ever imagine back in 2009, 2010 at Redbird Lanes that we would fast forward to 2024 and we'd have this on our hands?
No. No, it's really amazing to watch now and starting to absorb at the end of like today, seeing the teams and knowing what we just went through. And people don't say, you know, what a great event over the weekend. Now it's what a great event over the week.
Yeah.
People coming in and we asking them when they want their money and stuff, what squad did you bowl? And they start looking up A, B, C, D, E, you know. So we don't even ask what squad. We just tell them to give us a time and a day. It's a lot of work, man, but it's all worth it at the end.
Yes, sir. Do a great job.
It's tough, yeah.
It's got to be the most participated weekend event, or one of them, right, of the year?
I would say I don't know if there is a bigger weekend doubles tournament.
600 people?
600. Well, yeah, we had about 640 this year. And of
All
course,
over.
you know, my phone's going off like crazy. How do we get in? What do we do? How can I get a part of this tournament? Currently, right now, we still have about 300 teams that are signed up. So I still have a few that aren't. So there might potentially be some spots, but I'm not going to mess with that until after the holidays are over. And then we'll start focusing on a roster, and then we'll post it, and then I'll go over kind of how we're going to accept new teams into the tournament this year.
I think we can talk to Ryan a little bit. There's plenty of parking lot over there on the right side. I think enough room for about another 20 lanes. What do you think?
Yeah, it might be good for Mike and Ryan for future.
All right, so I think I might have screwed Christian because I told him 36 hooks more, and he went a little light on 36 and actually got the ball to go high on 35, so that's my bad.
So now I don't know Christian, but he was the most sought after guy that was trying to get into this tournament with me. I mean, sending emails.
Christian was?
Yes, messenger. How do I get in? What do I do? I'm like, man, does anybody need a partner? And I think I tried to get him you.
What was he the guy you told me about?
He's
like,
the
you
guy.
know a guy?
He's the guy.
Dang. Well, he's good. He got landed. There's the 36 hook spot, so I didn't lie.
Yeah, there's the Brooklyn.
Yep, Christian is the one, man. He just got in Tuesday.
Well, he's the man. He just came over and asked for our advice on 35 and 36. He's all about it, man.
Oh.
He wants anything he can get.
No, yeah.
And now he's telling Landon, like, dude, I threw that pretty good, and that SOB hooked, and Landon's like, all right, I got it. I got it.
He's going to go to his side rotation. He's going to go to his little side rotation roll here.
Release number 7.6. Should be pretty good.
Landon Jordan, even though he's 18 years old, he's a veteran because of how many games he's got under his belt at a very high level in youth competition.
I think I bowled against him 4 times this year, and he beat me all 4 times. One was at the U.S. Open. He made a run at the U.S. Open. Made top 24. The past 2 regionals, I don't think I beat him. Look at that. He went with a loft. And then you see it bails down lane a little bit, so that's where it gets hard. Like, how can you possibly loft it, get it through the hook in the front part of the lane, and then actually get it to shape down lane? That's the hard part. And that's why if we're already seeing that game 5, then what is game 8 going to look like? Or game 9 or game 10 or whatever. Got Kyle Troop up here on the very left side of the screen. Jared Thompson. This is not the pair they started on that he struggled on, but I don't know. The left. I see Jared getting a lot of hook, and then I see Gene Perez not getting hooked. We got an MVP of the tournament right now. Kyle Troop. Man.
Yeah. I seen he averaged 261, 263, and then today.
Yeah.
8 and 5.
Flanagan saw it the second he walked in the door. Saw the aura. Was talking about it.
What usually happens in this tournament since we've been here, you see it's about 50% left-handers versus right-handers on Sunday. But the two left-handers that are on the same team, they send they'll start falling off towards the end because there's not as much right-handed play for the right-handers that they're normally used to, and then the right-handers are still pretty comfortable doing what they're doing, and that's usually when they start picking up pins. I haven't even seen the standings.
But today, you know, we've got less lefties than we normally have.
Yeah.
It's kind of unusual this year.
Yeah, I think they played, from what everybody's been saying, they definitely played a little tighter this year. I think they had Cagle come in and help them with their new lane machine and help them build up a pattern for the house shot. But scores-wise, they about the same, right? I mean, a little less than 220, about 227, 228 to make the cut or to make the cash, 235 or so to make the top 12. And when you're bowling on a house shot, I think that's very doable.
No, I thought it was a fair pattern. Troop on 36. Just getting a little bit too much hook. That last shot by Christian on lane 35 was actually really good. I was impressed with it. I think he might be like all the way down into a hustle or something. He's throwing like some purple ball. Yeah, it's a hustle.
Michael Hallman's just doing the jackhammer. I mean, he is just lofting it. He's the closest thing we have today to Jason Couch in his prime.
No, when you're dealing with really good bowlers, you just don't want anything to happen that can give them confidence. And right now, they're licking their chops like, man, there's a lot of righties that are dealing with transition, and we're not. I mean, they're building it up in their heads to, I mean, anything that can give them confidence. And you kind of see it right now. They're kind of swagged out halfway through.
Duty calls for Jerry. We appreciate him coming by and spending a little bit of time with us.
And Troop kind of knows it right now. Like, he knows his next 7 games are going to be pretty extreme. He's going to have to deal with a lot of loft. Might have to go to a couple balls he's not normally used to throwing.
Let's invert our stream for a moment, check in on these other matches, take a look at some scores before we resume back over there.
Chad Moss. Well, 6-8.
Oh.
Confidence.
Muster every ounce of confidence.
Crowd goes wild for AJ Rice's
I will say it is a very deflating
6-8.
Deflating thing when like the top guys or the team to beat or the person to beat splits and you think you get a little bit of an opening and then they make it.
And then you don't.
All right, Christian, what are you going to do? Brooklyn last shot, one with some speed.
Oh.
And it's got to have some loft. That was Tommy Jones's. Like, the thing about two-handers and just high rev players in general is when it's hard for them to really limit their rev rate. And sometimes when they try and throw it hard, they also hit it hard. I mean, it's kind of everyone, really. But two-handers, their rev rates are so high that when they throw it hard, they still also put a lot of revs on it. That's why a lot of them just go with loft. It's just more natural to the style. So if I was Christian, I would just arrow left. Get in there with Troop. See how Troop's over the left gutter, still getting too much hooks. And now Troop's next shot, you're really going to see him over the left gutter. And this is a good learning experience for Christian because he gets to bowl against Troop right now. And he's going to be a sophomore in college. And he's getting an idea of how Troop's playing the lanes. He's going to be soaking that up. Obviously, he's over here asking us how to play lanes. He's going to be watching Troop. And
I'm actually going to tell Christian something, and I'll share it with you guys in a minute.
Okay. All right, good spare. And that's exactly what Troop's thinking right now. He's like, man, this game 5. And I'm all the way over there. And not that it's not doable to, average 250, 260 loft in the gutter, but it does provide some difficulty.
Coming back to the...
Okay, we got Landon going up on this right lane. Christian went Brooklyn, and then went high again, came back, told that this lane's on fire. Landon gave a lot of loft, and a lot of loft again. Still a little high shot. Okay, it's all right.
Yeah, some of our top teams, Brad, are going to hit 35 and 6 near the end when it matters. Thompson and Troop are going to hit at game 10. Justice and Bolds are going to hit at game 10. Kroll and Martin are going to hit at game 9.
All right, it's fair.
And it will be the 5 and 6 match for the position round.
Meanwhile, Scott Britt.
Yep.
Half a dozen, cousin.
It's like, hey, everybody, lanes are transitioning. They're coming to me.
Look at that. Still playing him normal.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, he's not nearly as straight as, say, Aaron. But he's nowhere close to Tommy Jones.
I want to know what ball he's got in his hand. That ball's rolling great.
I know.
Right now for you.
I'd be afraid to.
What is that up there?
I don't know. Looks like an old ricochet. Got Christian over here on the left side. That was really well.
So I told
shot.
Christian something. Lee's going to come in here with this update on this ball, and then I'll let you know what I told Christian.
So Scott's throwing a pin down sneak attack solid.
Okay. So here's what I told Christian.
Okay.
Tell me if you like this little nugget. I said, Christian, you understand the word steep, right? And he says, oh yeah. I said, when you're steep on the lane, that means your ball's going to the right for a long period of time, right? And it's pure physics. It can't check early if the ball's going to the right. It wants to, but it can't. I said, get those feet open, get those hips open, get those shoulders open to the target. And where you think you need to target 2 boards even further to the right. And he goes, and just fire it? I said, I don't know if you necessarily have to fire it because it could hydroplane on you. I said, you need to get in the right speed for you. I said, if you go high, dial it up a little bit on the speed. If you 2-pin, dial it down a little bit on the speed. So I don't know what he did on the left lane, but on the right lane, I think he's going to take that advice, and we'll see if it works.
All right.
Not. I don't know if it's going to work.
I would have told him to also move 10 left.
I think his eyes were too far left. That was my point.
See, Troop's trying to keep it right in the oil. And whether he's got to move a bunch left or maybe go over the left toe a little straighter through the fronts. Just trying to keep it close to the head pin. Here we go, Jared. Nice recovery off the first 3 frames. All right, now we got an interesting shot here on the right lane on lane 36. It's a hooking monster. We got Christian who went Brooklyn. Got some advice from Flanagan to open up his angles. So we're expecting this one to kind of get flung out there a little bit, and we'll see. Oh, I saw him shimmy a little open angle there with his hips. Stone to 9. It was a better shot, though. It was actually a little better shot. He got less around it. I think the opening of the hips a little bit got his hand in a nicer spot.
Well, I asked Scott Britt what he's throwing and stop his string. That's kind of what we do up here.
Way to go, Lee.
Well, it's Mike's fault. He was curious. So, I mean, a sneak attack, pretty medium to low end to his ball. So he's not throwing a big piece of equipment, but he's throwing something that's very well behaved.
Yeah.
And it's got a great look doing it.
I really love this pair right now with Troop, Christian, and Landon, because you got 2 young kids aspiring to be the best in the world, and then you have one of the best in the world. And the best in the world is playing the lanes a certain way. Landon is also playing the lanes the same way. And if I'm Christian right now, I'm seeing that.
Oh.
And I'm just going to do it. I don't even care if it's good. I don't even care if I'm good at it. And the way my brain thinks is if the best in the world are doing it, it's got to be something I'm going to have to be pretty good at. Might as well start now. And if I was to give him advice, I would literally say, do exactly what Landon is doing. I don't care if you're bad or not. You will be good in a game. And that's so much more loft, and that's why he's getting a little bit of angle down lane, and Christian's going to be a little more on top of it. So this is a good learning curve for Christian, I think. He likes to lay it down a little sooner. Landon's from the Chicago area, which every time I go there, I get a ton of hooks. So he's probably pretty well versed in lofting it.
Probably the best match we have going on right now is taking place on Inside Bowling 2, our other YouTube channel, between Aaron McCarthy and Dupree Dickey and Kendall Martin and Boog Kroll. Very high-scoring match on lanes 41 and 42.
All right. So what Christian's dealing with right now is his laydown spot. It's wishy-washy. There's been too many balls laid down right there. That's why you're seeing Troop and Landon go with the loft, because they can control the skid a little better.
So when you set it into the lane, sometimes it wants to pick up early. Sometimes you set it in the lane, it gives you a little bit of the gas.
Yeah, it makes you want to do something like that, where it makes you want to throw it a little harder because you're not as far left. And then if you miss it a pinch, or if it's just a little wide, it's going to do that. It's going to go maybe a 210. Kind of got lucky with an 8-pin there.
I'm going to tell you something that just happened here that I saw off camera with Kyle Troop. Kyle Troop's not bowling 270 this game, right? He's bowling 270 every game. So he's looking for his partner to help him out here a little bit. And he saw this momentum and this bagger coming. And Troop was ready to hoop it up and get into it and feed off Jared here. And Jared leaves a big 4. So here we are, back to Kyle Troop having to pick things up here, having to get the strike train back rolling here, which adds more pressure to Troop.
Yep.
Ouch.
And they're down in this match, too.
Yeah, big shot here by Landon.
Against the youngsters. Kyle Troop knows who Landon Jordan is.
Oh, yeah. Landon's been bowling, I don't know if he's only allowed 2, but I don't know. I mean, every regional he's bowled, he's made the finals.
You know, I've got to interview him a few times at Junior Gold and things like that. You know, last year, he was at a point where he was burnt out with bowling.
Was he?
Because it's all bowling all the time. He said he was going to take some time off for a while, and then I saw him bowl an event shortly after that, and then Troop right through the face.
He's doing, I don't know if we could get a slow-mo of that shot or not, but he's trying really hard to keep it in the oil in the middle part of the lane. It's almost nicer to watch your ball skid all the way down. I was more looking for the release. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll get it.
You would much rather watch your ball skid all the way down the lane than try and manage this ever-changing hook spot. And he just was a pinch on the wrong side of it. And this is unusually, I'd say Jared Thompson is, 10, 20 pins below what he's kind of used to doing. It's okay.
Well, I had the thing. I don't know what happened.
But it looked like to me that he really tried to get up the back of it, and it was a success, but it was just a little up the lane, and lane 36 just has that hook spot. And if he would have got around it a pinch, it would have been like Brooke. It would have went all the way over there and had a chance to strike. But because he got up the back.
Trying it one more time. Well, after this shot.
Hold on, yeah, let me watch. Just loft it. Yeah.
Well, just a little, not much.
Okay, there we go. He's going through his feels.
Here you are. Finally,
So,
third time's charm.
Maybe a pinch of a stick, but he's dead up the back of this thing. Kind of raised up. He's trying to keep it in the middle. It's so close. I mean, if he gets it farther right, it's hooking even more. So he's a, that's what we're seeing is just hook. So you're going to see pros like Kyle. He's not going to deal with that very long. He's going to start giving it the airtime. And that's why you give it the airtime right there. That was a little bit of a high shot, but it rolled out.
Check out these matches on Inside Bowling too, everybody.
Oh, Gene Perez.
Yeah, Gene Perez, in his first frame, got slow with it on 43, 2-4-7-8, and then fell on his spare attempt. He caught the lip there of the approach.
Kendall.
He's all right. And he's had nothing on 43. He's went high every time.
So I know I was saying with Kendall's hand being so far around it and the ever-changing crazy lay-down spot on the left side of the lane, they went from the low end of the house to the high end of the house, and they're both still striking. So that's actually really impressive. The lanes are not really that easy. I know you see some strikes, but it's entirely possible to shoot 190 pretty easily.
Here are some other matches that are going on here.
Okay, Mike, I have scores after 4. They now reflect some edits that needed to be made, that were made. Scores that were written down wrong.
Okay.
Thompson and Troop, 1651. Lead by 120 over Perez and Jones. Justice and Bolds are in third, so that match down on Inside Bowling 2 is a second and third place match. and it is strongly in the direction of Justice and Bolds.
AJ and Michael get the win 495 to 435.
They've won 4 in a row. Holloman and Rice are in 4th at 1465. So they are only 35, 66 behind second. So they'll probably move to 3rd, perhaps 2nd. I don't think they'll move that high because Justice is trying to shoot 290. Gap of 74, and McCarthy and Dickey in 5th at 1391. Close behind them, LaCory and Jordan 6th, 1368. Kroll and Martin 7th, 1318. And that match is still close here. McCarthy and Dickey are up by 12. Monto and Hicks, Britton Jones, Hibbert and Moss, Courtney and Heath, Clausen Welch.
Nice shot there from
out
Kyle.
top 12. Individual averages.
Yeah, if you give me Kyle Troop's games so far, that'd be great.
Yeah, Kyle Troop has bold. These are out of order. 238, 278, 279, 279.
Yeah, and then he catches this bad pair here.
So he's averaging 268 and a half. The next highest average today.
While you're looking that up, I also want to touch on Brad sitting next to me. Kyle Troop, game 6 of qualifying, hit this pair in bowl 205. His low game of the tournament.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so our top bowlers today, besides Kyle Troop, Austin Bolds, 258, 300, 176, 279. One of these things is not like the other for an average of 253.3. Aaron McCarthy, 300, 255, 244, 206 for an average
Both
of
799.
Yes, she did, for 251.3 on this walk.
Lee, you just said
There's
one of these things is not like the other, and we're seeing that right here on lanes 35 through 36. Just goes to show how special Landon Jordan is. He's going to be 60 pins better than anybody else on the pair.
Yeah. And Christian actually bowled a pretty good game. He's just a little too far right. He needs to get where Landon is right there. That's why Landon's carrying the 9s. It's rolling out just at a better angle than trying to lay it down and shim it in there.
Kroll and Martin are going to get the win. McCarthy and Dickey, another loss with 5-0. They've got at least 2 of them today, 503. Kroll and Martin. Kroll's got one fill shot left for 515.
They are coming. I'm really impressed with
All right.
Kendall.
And on 29 and 30, so 30 was Courtney and Heath. It's like a win of 484, 470. And then 31 is a winner. It'll be Kloss and Welsh. They're on the board. Everybody's got to win now.
Nice. Share the love. Looks like we're going to have AJ Rice and Michael Holloman right in front of us on 37 and 38. Looks like they're having some conversation. I actually kind of want to know what Michael and AJ are talking about right now. Should we go ask? Oh, no, they're going to 35 and 36. Wrong pair.
Matches for game 6. McCarthy, Dickey, 29 against Britton Jones. Hibbert and Moss on 31. They'll bowl Thompson and Troop. 35 and 6, Holloman and Rice, Courtney and Heath. 37 and 8, Kroll and Martin, Perez and Jones. So Jane will move back to this part of the bowling center. They went to the high end and both he and Tommy are in a hurry to leave. 41 and 2, Monto and Hicks are going to bowl Justice and Bolds with Clausen and Welsh on 43. They'll bowl Jordan and LaCory. So those last 2 matches will be on the Inside Bowling 2 channel. We are done with game 5, except for 43 and 4. Gene Perez can't get anything to go right this game. That was a blower 10. Rick Justice is trying to shoot 290. Looks like Austin 212, 222, can't really tell.
All right, I got the scoop from A.J. Rice and Michael Hallman as they're coming into 35 and 36. I said, okay, give me the scoop. What was that conversation all about? And he goes, yeah, we're just talking about this 35 and 36. He goes, 36 is hooks. Now, we've been watching all the right-handers bowl on it, and they're getting a lot of hook. And sometimes that can mean the left side of the lane's a little slick or whatever. But they are planning on getting a lot of hook on lane 36 as well. And then lane 35 has a spot down lane that A.J. Rice said that can go one of two ways. It could either hit it, check mark, and go high, or it could hit it and roll out and go light. And A.J.'s strategy here is he's actually going to bump a little bit left and throw it harder. He says he likes to throw it hard. So he's going to actually try and bump up next to the friction on 36 and try and blend it on 35, and Michael Holloman's going to be hooking the whole lane, he said.
Right. So last lefty to bowl on this pair was Gene Perez, who said his look got better when he went 7 left.
This is the pair he went left, didn't he?
Yeah, and he shot 230. A.J. Rice and Michael Holloman are going to be 5 zones to his right.
All right, so we'll see.
Yeah, maybe 4. A lot right of that, so it's not going to be too terribly helpful.
Holloman will definitely be right. They'll be playing the lanes quite a bit different this game, so we'll see if one has a better look than the other. Got Jared Thompson coming up on your right side, coming off a bad game, been doing great all tournament. Kyle's probably the MVP in terms of average, and Jared Thompson has been getting that a little bit. You know, I've seen Jared Thompson rattle off a lot of 270s in an 8-game block, and he's just getting a kind of a weird reaction from pair to pair.
All right.
Oh, nice spare with the 6, 7, 10. Very nice. Spare here for Jared.
There, got it.
Scott Brett.
Kendall's fan club's arrived. You just hear somebody else off the side, you know, that says, "There's Kendall." All right. Thanks to we've been at 1,900 viewers the whole time. I love it. Mm-hmm. Love it.
Chad Moss coming up here on the left lane on the right pair. Looking to capitalize off that split his partner just made. Good shot.
McCarthy and Dickey need one to go right for him.
Yeah.
They've run it. So let's see. They bowled 40. They bowled Clausen Welsh the first game they won. Game 2, they bowled Courtney and Heath, who shot 544. Game 3, they bowled Thompson and Troop, who shot 558. You see a theme here? Thank you, Mike. Game 4, they bowled Justice and Bolds, who shot 534, and they just lost to 513. So McCarthy and Dickey, the last 4 games, Brad Miller, have went 501, 503, 405 is the outlier, and then 502 or 503. So they've shot 500 3 of the last 4 games and are over.
Wow.
In the bonus column because they've ran into absolute monsters.
There's always someone who gets the short end.
They're getting the naughty list treatment instead of the nice list treatment, even though Aaron, one of the nicest people. Dupree's been very good to us as well. We just don't know him as well. And yeah, something they are owed 2 or 3 or 5 or 12 hits that your 50-50 balls that go their way or something that doesn't go their opponent's way, because that is just not very nice.
Watch Troop here. Great shot by Troop. He's the man. All right, I'm going to bring it back over to this pair right in front of us because we have something special going on. that one. Have a cool pair here, cool couple pairs here. Got AJ Rice and Michael Hallman, and they were talking about how lane 36 is hooking, even on the left side. Holloman's going to be playing in, and he just ran over a nasty 8-pin. A little too much hook. And AJ Rice said he's actually going to try and throw it a little harder. He's going to try and use speed to control the hook on lane 36. It's going to be a little bit farther left than, quite a bit farther left than Michael Hallman.
Here's a fun one for you, Brad. Justice and Bolds don't have a score today that starts with 4. They got 4 5s and a 3. Back to the one of these things just doesn't belong here category.
Okay, so the speed trick AJ tried to do actually kind of worked. I'd be happy if I was him with that shot. It didn't finish, but at least you know you didn't get any kind of weird, nasty ball reaction. Got Kendall Martin up on the right lane. He rang a 10 in his first shot on lane 37. He's still staying away from the loft. We saw his partner Boog start to give it some air time. Kendall's got a few more gears in his release too. He's got a good loft release, and he's got a loft release that he can really grab it. He can really wrench on it. And right now we're not really seeing that. He's just getting the ball off his hand really clean, really smooth.
How much have you bowled with or against him? Springfield and Kansas City aren't.
Yeah, no,
terribly far.
I've known him my whole life.
Okay.
I don't think I bowled a whole lot of youth against him. He might be 5 or 6 years younger than me, but yeah, I've known him my whole life basically.
Okay, standings after game 5. Remember that big lead we had at the top?
Yeah, no more.
It's gone. Thompson and Troop, they're still in first though, 1671. Justice and Bolds after their 4th 500 of the block down on the high end. They're in second at 1616. In third, Hallman and Rice 1590. And Perez and Jones fell to fourth 1521. So we got 4 teams within 100.5. In fifth, McCarthy and Dickey at 1494. LaCory and Jordan 6th, 1479. Kroll and Martin 7th, 1462. So we kind of got 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are all really close. Gap of 100 to 8th, where you find Monto and Hicks 10 ahead of Hibbert and Moss. Then Britt and Jones in 10th. They're 23 pins apart, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Courtney and Heath at 1240. Kloss and Welsh, who are on the board with the bonus pins at 1202.
All right, so we're going to have Gene Perez up here on the right lane. We're going to watch Courtney. I love the way Courtney's playing the lanes. I love these straighties. You know what I mean? I love a low rev straighty. And he's not seeing the hook that these, he did go high on his first shot on 36, but much more controllable with the low rev. Great shot by Gene there.
Yeah, the high end was not good for him or Tommy. He had the left lane. That side has been playing tighter for the left all weekend. Rice and Hallman told him it was playing tighter, and then 43 wouldn't stay off the head pin.
Hallman is way
right.
All right.
He can go further.
Oh, yeah.
He can go a foot further.
He will.
If he has to.
That was high flush. He is going to go further. You have Tommy up on the right lane.
This is only game 6, Brad.
Pocket 7-10, and then that's all.
This is only game 6.
That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know what they're going to do game 10, 11, 12.
When Mike was talking earlier about the lane play on the right side, I thought his head was, it's hard to predict where Mike Flanagan's head's going, but I thought it was going to the classic hit from Sum 41 in too deep.
How's that go, Mike?
'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to
sleep. Is that it?
Yep.
Yes. Wow, look at that. Smash 7 by AJ Rice. He's already not liking this pair. Got Kendall. Come on, Kendall. Yeah. We got aggressive with that one.
Too aggressive.
Too aggressive. I'm going to have to, I hyped him up on that nice soft release he had the last couple shots, and that one was a Brad Miller hi-ya. Gene. Okay.
Oof.
All right, so we got Holloman up on the good lane. They said there was a little wiggly spot on this lane, but I don't believe them. I think they're just trying to make it seem like, you know, they're doing better. What they are, he ain't afraid of no wiggly spot. There ain't no wiggle on that lane. What are they talking about? Got Courtney up here on the right lane. Remember, this lane hooks, and Courtney is not going to see any of it. This is a Matt Cleveland style. This is unteachable at this point. Look at this. There's no friction. What a hook. Tommy Jones had all that hook. What are you talking about? All right, so we're going to see A.J. Rice coming off the Smash 7 on their good lane that they like. I would put money that this is 10 back. There we go. Nothing to it. All right, so now Kroll, he's getting into the loft, baby. We're going to see Kroll do some things these last 6 games because he loves this. Oh, yeah. Just wait till that gets – just wait till game 9. That thing's going to be up in the air a little bit. All right, nice start for Heath and Courtney. They're liking the high friction lane 36. That is a beautiful, beautiful physical game.
It sure is.
I mean, man.
Like all this loft going on, who cares?
I saw a video pop up on, I think, my Twitter, and it was the greatest trick shots of all time. Greatest bowling trick shots of all time. And there were 3 of them in the video. It was like a minute and a half long, and all 3 of them were Norm.
It's a good place to start.
Come on, Courtney. Just kidding. There's Hook.
Got a song for Mike to sing if he wants. 'Cause I can't sing, so we'll have Mike singing for me.
Lee wrote a song. It goes,
All right. A little farther right.
'Cause that's like 3 octaves higher than I can get.
Yep.
So.
Because we're in too deep and my angles are too steep. We'll be lofting again. Gotta avoid the over-under. Gotta avoid the over-under again. Something like that. That's what he sent to me. There you go. There's my performance.
I was wondering what words you were going to go with for over-under. I was thinking splits. Come on, AJ.
Strike, spare, strike, spare, strike. That should have been a strike.
Trying to avoid the splits and my hat still fits. Tired of leaving 10 pins. Tired of leaving 10 pins. All right, I'm done.
No, keep going.
Because my name's John Heath and I'm trying to sleep, but instead I got a bowl. Throwing more strikes. Throw. I got to go to a concert tonight. I got to find one in town. I got punk cover band. You going with me, Brad?
I'm going.
All right, let's go. We went to Angels and Airways once.
We did. We also went to Buck Cherry.
We did go to Buck Cherry. That's right.
And Kyle was in love. He goes, Who are these guys?
That was a blast. And we
went
go
to a bowling center.
Yeah, we go to this Buck Cherry. I said, hey, Buck Cherry's in town, guys. You want to go? And Corey went, our video guy. And the 4 of us go to this Buck Cherry concert, and I had no idea what the venue was, and it was inside of a bowling center that had this massive ballroom. It was crazy, and pinball machines everywhere.
Where was this?
Detroit, right?
Detroit, yeah. It was the World Series where Kyle and I started vlogging daily. It was the first time we ever started vlogging daily.
It was incredible. I mean, it was so much fun.
Yeah, and you had the set list.
Yeah.
And you wanted them to play a different song, so
for the movie.
You found an app that could scroll the name of the song across your cell phone. You turned it sideways, and held it up in the crowd, and tried everything you could to get them to sing a different song. That was actually a phenomenal shot by Kendall Martin right there. I know I said he was grabby on the last shot on the lane because he was, but then he got back to that smooth release and he rang a 10. So
and Holloman's just making it look easy out there. He also just shredded the rack.
Yeah. And then, you got Kroll. Good old Bug.
Yeah. Gene Perez says 35 and 36, I'm supposed to play straight. Everywhere else, straight's no good. We're going to wheel it.
Yeah, AJ doesn't like the spec.
But-
There's that wiggle spot he was talking
But
about.
the ball he got to is better for Perez.
Yeah, you want to see a strike?
Of course. There we go.
There you go.
Go hum.
We should start running bets on Boog catching Troop.
So after 5 games, Boog was averaging 249 today. He's just behind Dupree Dickey, who's averaging 250.2. Kyle Troop, who's averaging 257. Not bad.
It's pretty good. That puts Troop at 260 for the tournament.
I mean, we used to joke when we both, when this was a Redbird, 250 was plus, not 200. He'd still be 10 over a game.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. I love that line.
The disparity of angles being played right now is awesome.
So there's a little gap below third. That changes quickly, though.
Really, you're kind of like,
Yeah, the big gap's after seventh,
you're really close. You're 200 pins from first to seventh.
which starts with Hicks and Monto in eighth. There's a gap.
But there's not much of a gap between. The only real gap right here is third and fourth, which is only 70 pins. That can be erased in a blink.
All right, we got Michael on the hooking lane.
We're to the point of the tournament where you're having to wait
All the
for
way over.
for Michael and AJ because they're so far. Jeez, how I know he left a 10 pin, but my goodness, how do you get it back from there?
Yeah, I know. He's a yanker McCranker. That is for sure. He gets a mittful.
Needs a shirt that says that.
Tommy Jones.
Yeah, Tommy, look at that. Laying her down. Nice and easy. I really want Kendall to throw a strike right here in the right lane. He's, I know he was playing the rack a little bit on that grab. He was trying to get to go Brooklyn. Didn't work out for him. But the other shots this game have been really good, and Boog's got it going. So on the bottom right-hand screen, Kendall just threw a shot. Very nice.
Well, he's got that lane.
Yep, he's got that lane. Holloman, a little abbreviated. Nothing to it there. McCarthy. We got Jared Thompson struggling here.
Yeah.
This is a new scene.
Yep.
I am not used to this.
He is struggling. I would imagine after this game, Kyle and Jared are going to have a little powwow together. I think they're going to discuss the rest of the event. They'll be halfway through. It's a good time to take a quick time out together.
Little Mighty Ducks break.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. A little pep talk.
Yep. Hey, here, we came in leading. They'll either still be leading or right there at least. And then talk about the game plan for the next 6. One game at a time, one shot at a time, though, of course. Be ready for anything that comes their way. Meanwhile, Chad Moss over here is just like, hey, guys, don't forget about me.
Oh, yeah. I'm still around. His boy Beres isn't here. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, Dave Barris. 2-time winner of the Iowa Major tournaments. He's got 2 titles on Inside Bowling right here on our network.
I think I might have made the step ladder in one of the events he won.
Back over to here. Tommy Jones.
I hooked fast.
It hooked really fast. It was a little right quick, a little elbow. You see him. It's like, just stay behind it. We got Hallman over here on the left lane. Getting all of it.
Folks, if you're looking for the standings, I do have them pinned at the top of the chat room. If you're looking for standings, also if you're looking for the other 2 matches, you can find it on Inside Bowling 2 YouTube channel. I'll be doing a lot of streaming over there, so make sure you subscribe to that channel. Currently, right now, we have 177 people watching over there and 881 subscribers. We'd really like to get to 1,000 subscribers on that network. We got 1,800 people watching right now, so I know you're all not subscribed over there. So please go subscribe to Inside Bowling 2. It's TOO, linked in the description of this video.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about a little bit with Kendall. that side roll that he had, if he hits a couple pairs that rings a 10, and then, you know, he tries to be a little too perfect with it to get the ring 10 out, and then he's getting hook. Whereas Boog, you know, the two-handed, the power, he's so aggressive through it that it just blends it a little better. There's no like trying to be perfect kind of thing.
Chris Courtney couldn't do that again if he tried.
No.
2-4-5-7, got the 2-4.
That was a good shot by Gene. Gene's throwing it good. I know
He's had 2 really bad breaks this game, a stone 8 and a 10 that didn't go.
Hey, you guys want to see a strike?
Oh, yeah.
Last time you did this, he flat 10'd.
No. Last time he struck.
It's on the front 6.
No. I mean, you were talking about that Shannon O'Keefe moment.
Yeah, I know.
Remember?
I know. Yes!
Oh, 4 and a 7 falls out late.
Come
Brad
on.
gets saved on that one.
Never a doubt. Never a doubt.
Detroit, Garden Bowl, the Magic Stick.
Nice,
and the
Garden
Majestic
Bowl.
for Buck Cherry.
Got John Heath turning around a little bit, a little 6-bagger. We'll trap it in the oil. Look at this thing.
Yes, sir.
Love that line.
And that's on the bad pair. That's on the hard pair,
I know.
right? I mean, that's.
He's loving. He's like, man.
He said, you know, I'm channeling my best Landon Jordan impersonation right now. Those are just like Landon.
I mean, Landon figured it out. John figured it out.
Yep.
On the right side, it's been a minute since anyone else has.
Completely different ways. Real, come on, Chris. Good shot.
Really, Chris throws another strike. He's in the 220s on that pair on the right side. It's not bad.
Kendall's got this right lane down. He didn't want nothing to do with lane 37.
Again, if you're just tuning in, Thompson and Troop, your leaders at 1671. Second, Justice and Bowles at 1616. Third, Holloman and Rice at 1590. Fourth right now is Perez and Jones.
Okay, and they're a little wishy-washy on their ball reaction right now. They got a problem called Boog Kroll, who's really making it hard for him to win this game. If I was to tell Kendall advice on this left lane, I would tell him move 4 left. And this is a tour thing, but you have to be very aggressive to the point where it's not possible to leave a flat 10.
And the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman is home, baby.
Yeah, he's not moving either. He is very good at that part of the line. So Holloman trying to save grace. There we go.
Boog's like, I'm on the 44 Expressway from Springfield to St. Louis.
Oh, yeah. Him and Kendall go way back. He's like, I got him.
Yeah.
Got my boy.
Well, the other thing is, too, if anybody wanted to fight their team, Boog's got a little bit of help. Kendall's a big man.
He is kind of a big man.
He's a gentle giant. He kind of reminds me of Wes Malott a little bit, but I'll tell you what. I wouldn't want to mess with Kendall Martin.
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, is he the tallest guy? Nope, Chad, probably the tallest guy.
Yeah, Chad. Not messing with him either. And Rick Justice. Tell you what, I'd feel pretty good right now if all of a sudden some people came in here and wanted to start beating some people up. I got some people to rally behind you.
There you go, Tommy.
Thomas.
A better shot. I wonder what he does on 37. He knows it hooks more. He gassed the last one and went high. So I wonder.
Still a reasonably close match here, even though Boog's got the front 8.
Oh, yeah. Kendall needs a strike right here. Looks like he did move a little bit left. And I want to see this 600 rev rate. I want to see him step out of it so quick. That's how hard he hit it. Nope. That was a buttery roll. And perfect. Good thing I'm not giving him
I'm pretty sure he did move left on that.
He
The
did.
question is how far.
Does Heath need a mark here?
59.
So they're ahead by 27.
59.
Or just count?
Well, yeah, he needs a mark. He's in the 240s if he opens. There it is.
That's kind of mark. That's a win.
WWCD, and that's gonna affect Michael and EK right here. You know, they're in third at 1590. They're 81 back, and they're not going to get 30 bonus here.
Yep. And AJ last shot on this lane, he got it going to the left a little bit, and it did not come back on the lane that hooked. And that one's going left too. But same deal.
Yeah,
look at this guy.
He's got wiggle.
Yeah, on the lane that hooks. Which is kind of interesting because they were playing on that lane hooking more.
That was Gene Perez's look, and he straightened up and it got better.
Right. And it's also
straighten up isn't necessarily in the first 10 chapters of the A.J. Rice playbook.
Yeah.
Boog Kroll, my goodness.
Telling him, like,
And you know, Boog's walking up that panel. He's on. If you look, you can see the splice. He's up the gutter panel.
Dead up the.
He doesn't ever get outside of the seam. He's right up that panel. It's unbelievable. I got to move our eyes just for a moment back down to here. Look at these final scores.
So 30's a winner. That's Britton Jones. It's her first win since game 1, 478, 411. And also 31's a winner. That's Hibbard and Moss.
Yeah, so Kyle and Jared, almost a century award there between the two of them. Or it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, almost 240 to 148.
Yeah, so Jared Thompson's got to get things turned around here. Got to get it turned around.
Want to go to the high end for me?
Yeah.
Landon Jordan just 4-9 to the 10th. Christian struck out for 250 over there on the right side. They could have had a monster game, and I think it's going to cost them. So they had 81 over.
Yeah, William Welsh.
69, and so he needs this one.
He needs this one and
8
to win.
I'll get that scoreboard adjusted down there. Looks like we've had a little movement. Can't read the scores at the bottom.
Ah. See, I wouldn't have noticed that. Wow. Good shot.
Great shot when you needed one.
All right, Kendall. First one in the 10th. Come on. Got a shootout here. Oh, that was pretty good, too. Nice. He didn't like it, but I did.
Well, that's why you're back here.
He did the opposite of what I would have told him to do. I would tell him to get a handful, and he's over there.
Just smooth rolling it through the front.
With the McFluffer, you know.
I don't think anybody will make that bowling ball, though. They'll get sued for copyright infringement. Well, have you ever made a McFluffer? No, but we've thought about it, so we're going to.
And two-handers can't throw it.
Right. It's
400 revs or less.
I was going to say like 350. Matt Cleveland could throw a McFluffer, and he can shoot 300 with it every week. But
that was Tommy Jones' shot right there. It was a McFluffer. He knows that he's getting the fluff off of him. Good finish, Kendall.
All right, yep, William.
That's all you need.
Yeah, 483 to 481 down on the high end. Clausen Welsh, 2 in a row.
Just got word from Tommy that, you know, he's trying to do what Boog's doing. He's thinking that their ball reaction is very, wow.
Gene Perez has thrown a game worthy of about 260, and he's going to shoot 226. Square strike.
All right, Boog, come on.
That's just.
He had 299 on stream yesterday. He's pretty upset he didn't get a present. Well, you grab that a little bit. Nice. There's no grab in Boog's game. What are we talking about? And if you're thinking about someday bowling on tour, take a look at Boog Kroll right here. He can do this all day. So if you're not in the position to be able to do this around the clock, front 10 like it's nothing, it's going to be tough.
That was better.
All right, come on. No more 299s.
They came into this game 209 behind the leaders, but the leaders went plus, or they went minus. Troop and Thompson went minus 12, did they not? So they're going to make up
It was in.
a whole bunch with that 300.
He got it.
So that, they just made up 170 pins on the leader, and they were 209 back.
Yep. Troop knows it too. I'm looking at him.
He's
like, please.
Let's bring it back here. Let's do a little mid-block reset here, Brad Miller. We're halfway done.
Halfway done.
Halfway done. Thompson and Troop were our leaders, but after going minus, Justice and Bolds with a win probably passed them.
So we have potentially new leaders.
We likely have new leaders.
Of a Rick
Holloman and Rice just shot 456 and lost. Perez and Jones just shot 457 and lost. McCarthy and Dickey have lost 5 in a row.
The look on Aaron's face.
Well, they ran into 530
yeah, you can just tell by the look.
3 times in a row. That's going to happen to you.
Wild stuff.
Yep. Justice and Bolds, they're going to be likely in front because they've won 5 out of 6. 400 or 500 games in there didn't help either, but they're getting those bonus pins. They've won multiple matches where they've won 500 to 500.
So Kroll and Martin will. There's really not going to be that gap after third place anymore because Kroll and Martin are going to be right there.
It's going to be the same 7
Rice
teams
Holland.
that are even smushed closer together, which is cool.
With a Rick Justice and Austin Bolds.
Yeah.
Very cool.
All right, we'll take it. You want to take us back out to 29 to 32 and flip us to game 7.
And there he is himself.
All right,
Leaders.
our likely new leaders. Let's hit this guy right there. Well, if you hit the button, it might actually do something. 29 and 30, LaCory and Jordan. Monto and Hicks. 31 and 2, Justice and Bolds, who likely took the lead against Kroll and Martin. That's a big match.
Yes, it is.
And it's on 31 and 32 right in front of us.
Right in front of us.
All right, 35 and 6 will be Perez and Jones, which was a tricky pair for Tommy, but Gene carried him. Now he's throwing and Gene threw a great 220, if such a thing exists at the moment. They're going to bowl McCarthy and Dickey. So 31, 32, 35, 36. We got matches of teams that are way up top. 37 and 8, Thompson and Troop. Speaking of teams way up there.
And I wanted to see Thompson throw this shot because he just had his worst game of probably the entire year, and you can tell.
Yeah, against Kloss and Welch, who are on a 2-game win streak. On the other channel, Inside Bowling 2, Britt Jones, Courtney and Heath, Holloman and Rice, Hibbard and Moss. So except for AJ and Michael, your top teams are on this main channel. Although if you're listening to us on the other channel, you'd be like, well.
Tommy on the left lane.
There you go. So they were just on this pair 3 games ago. Tommy was coming back to here for help. Gene was coming back here to for help. They got the win in a low-scoring match. And some deadwood. Tommy can't keep his pins in the pit where they belong.
All right, so Kyle, individually, is probably leading the tournament and catching probably the worst weekend Jared's had in a couple of years. Still averaging.
There's a little loft. So Kyle got here soon enough to watch Book.
Yep.
He saw where he was. Not as much loft. We know there's plenty more airtime for Troop if he needs it. That was just like a baby loft. That was just an appetizer, Loftville.
Yeah, it's nice the lefties aren't throwing urethane, because if they were throwing if they were throwing urethane, that left part of the lane that Troop's lofting it over would be so burnt that
Gene Perez just moved back to where he was. AJ and Michael are so far right of him that didn't really, the front part of the lane was untouched.
Yeah, check loss.
They're going to see him at the break point, but not before that.
All right, Aaron. Sling hooks. She's going to be deep inside.
Oh, good shot. Just didn't go. That's what makes her, this is not the first time we've seen her on Sunday. You're not going to see this kind of angle requirement on the PWBA tour.
No.
But she can do it.
Oh, yeah. Phenomenal.
Very well diversified game. for the Nebraska native.
Dupree with the black tan. Looks like he's getting some early hook, some bail down lane. Clean up the spare for Chad.
You got Mike and Mike over there,
Slide.
even though it got discontinued.
Ooh, Mike and Mike. Nice. There you go, Jared. Back on it. I'm going to hop it back over to 29 and 30. Watch Kendall make that spare. Oh, Christian.
He's supposed to make that
This
right
is
after
their-
the transition.
this
This
is-
is how this is supposed to work.
This is their bad pair. This is the pair they ended qualifying on for 350, and then the last time they were on it, it was better. It was like 440, 450, but they don't love this pair.
All right, Bug. Oh. Not sure that was his best shot, but looked a lot.
All right. Shot by Landon.
Don't think we've talked about the prize fund yet
Yeah, go ahead.
today. We're halfway through this, and we really haven't even went through what we're bowling for here. 12th place, $1,500. The prize fund, or the prize, goes up by $100 per spot up to 7th, which is $2,000. Jumps to $2,500 for 6th, $3,500 for 5th, $4,500 for 4th, $6,000 3rd, not $5,500, $6,000. $7,500 for 2nd and $11,000 for 1st. Scores after 6. Thompson and Troop. Oh, this is close, Brad. They're still in front, not by much. We've got 4 teams within 39 pins at the top. We're watching 3 of them bowl right here. We got Thompson and Troop, 1659. Holloman and Rice are on the high end, 1646. Justice and Bold, 1642. Kroll and Martin, 1620. So 31 and 2 is a position round for 3rd and 4th. In 5th, Perez and Jones, 1568. They're in 5th. They're within 100. The same could be said for 6th, LaCory and Jordan, also within 100. We have 6 teams within 99 pins of each other. McCarthy and Dickey, 7th, 1505. Certainly not out of this. Britton Jones, 1445. They're in 8th. They're still within 200. Crazier things have happened. Hibbert and Moss, Courtney and Heath, Clausen, Welsh, Monto and Hicks. Clausen, Welsh with those 2 wins out of 12th. Individual scores through 6 games. Chad Moss averaging 252 today. Michael Holloman 249. Boog Kroll with that 3 bills is up to 257. Dupree Dickey 245. Kyle Troop 254.2. So we got 3 guys over 250. Win-loss records look like 2 wins for Troop and Thompson. Perez and Jones 4, Holloman and Rice 4, Justice and Bolt's 5, LaCory and Jordan 3, Britton Jones and Monto and Hicks 2 wins each, along with Clausen and Welch. Courtney and Heath have 3 wins. McCarthy and Dickey won the first game, lost 5 in a row. Hibbert and Moss 4 out of 6. Kroll and Martin 4 and 2, including a 3-game winning streak. There you go.
All right, so Rick and Austin off to a little slow start on this pair. clean up the spare. Christian's going to be over here on the left pair. Him and Landon.
We've reached the halfway point. Coming back into the booth, Mike Flanagan here with you, along with Brad Miller and Lee Boudouris, bringing you the final round here of the 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Want to thank our title sponsor, Hammer. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, bag, or shoes, or accessories, check out Hammer and their full lineup of products. You can purchase them all over at InsideBowling.com on our website. Also, if you're watching the stream, you'd like to pick up some apparel, we've got polo shirts now. We've also got hats, hoodies, t-shirts. You can save 15% year-round with coupon code YouTube. And today only, tournament special, 30% off all t-shirts today on Inside Bowling over at InsideBowling.com. 30% today, all t-shirts. No coupon code necessary. Just add the items to the cart. And when you go to checkout, 30% will be removed from your total. A Christmas gift from us to you for the holiday season here. Guaranteed to make it in home for Christmas. Buy yourself something nice or buy something nice for the bowler in your life. We're welcoming all 1,700 viewers that we have right now. We've had great viewership all weekend. We appreciate you guys tuning in. You can always subscribe to our channel as well. And to our new channel, Inside Bowling 2, TOO. We'll get you stream number 2. Make sure you subscribe to that one. We will not flood you with videos. We'll give you just what you want right here in bowling. Tommy Jones, bottom right of your screen. He is not liking lane 36 again.
No.
And I think you're right, Brad. It's all about what that ball does in the first third of the lane that dictates what happens the rest of the way in the lane. It's the first third of the lane that's inconsistent. It's like it hits sand or water, right? Or ice, I should say. Sand or ice.
Got to like pick one.
Yeah, and you don't know which one it's gonna hit.
Right.
Very inconsistent ball motion in the first third of the lane, which is making that lane so hard.
Yeah, it makes you feel like you want to throw it harder and you accidentally throw it too hard. Good shot there by Landon. All right, so Boog went 4-4. A little 4 count sighting. No, 8. Sorry, 8-1. I apologize. Now he's getting into the loft. It's his release number 12.
You know who I think I'd like to see bowl together? And no, this is no disrespect to the partners they're already bowling with, but I'd like to see Boog and Landon bowl together. The reason for that is I feel like they're both doing the right thing with getting consistent ball motion in the first third of the lane because they're able to loft it better than just about anybody else right now.
Yeah, they're definitely doing good with the loft.
I'm surprised Tommy hasn't gone to his maximum loft by now, especially on this pair.
Because some pairs you just don't have to yet. Like Kendall right there.
Shot by Kendall.
By the way, everybody, it is okay to chat in the chat room. Right now, Ben Starvin has been dominating the chat room here lately. I think this might be a good time for a roll call, everybody. Tell us where you're watching from. Roll call, check in. Tell us where you're enjoying today's coverage.
There we go. Back on it. Shot by Landon.
That is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Do we know what ball that is?
No. Some red one.
Yeah, it is red.
What did I just watch?
One of the most beautiful strikes you'll ever see. That's what you just watched.
Yeah, I know.
I think he's either throwing a Primal Rage or he's throwing a Crimson Jackal. Everybody checking in from all over. What up, Missouri? What up, San Diego? What up, South Dakota? What up, Ontario, Canada? What up, Virginia, Ohio, Carolina, North Carolina? What up, Cali? What up, New York? What up, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, Iowa, Texas, New Mexico, Massachusetts? Little South Care. You guys know where all the strike is going on right now, right?
Not on the camera angle we're watching.
No, 43 and 44 is where it's all going on right now.
Yeah, Kendall's going to have to go to some loft, I think. Boog is now all the way up in the airtime charts.
And Kyle Troop.
And
Also
Kyle Troop.
Yeah, it's Rice, Holloman, and Troop on the strike train. That's it.
Real quick, there's what I'm talking about. Look at this down here. Holloman and Rice right now. Rice, baby.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
I went bowling, shot a 2.50, and now I'm here with the Scores to show.
Hey, that was all right. Nice job.
Oh, there's another runaway
I think
Brooklyn
he's
for
just
Tommy.
lining up.
He had a Brooklyn when he got to that lane the first time.
He and Kyle bet each other all the time, just so you guys know. If you didn't know that from earlier in the event, they're giving each other the business down there.
Well, now Tommy's giving everybody 2 fingers like Pete does.
Yeah, he is. Kyle Troop. You know, I'm going to call that the hard loft. He's lofting it, but a lot of times when guys loft it, it's an upward projection. Like it goes up in the air and then lands. Kyle Troop is almost pushing the ball in the air. Like the ball's not going up and then down. It's almost going straight and then down. It's like a shot put loft. It's very unique to his game.
Aaron getting a lot of hook. Yeah, this Kyle Troop's telling us, he's like, yeah, that 35 and 36 hooks a little bit, huh? I mean, we're halfway through, Lee.
Yeah. It's
I don't know what they're going to do when they hit that pair. In game 11 or 12.
Yeah, that pair, game 11, will be Justice and Bolds. I'm sorry, Britton Jones against Kloss and Welch.
All right.
Teams that are in the, there's a box, the bottom, right on cue, Welch box for me. Game 10 on that pair is Justice and Bolds against Thompson and Troop. That could get interesting. They're both way up the top at the moment.
Yep.
That's still a ways away from now, but even Dupree Dickey's high ball speed can't hold it. There's more gas in that tank if he needs it, but
Oh, yeah.
we've seen Dupree Dickey just flat out fire it.
Yeah.
He's still throwing it pretty hard. Can't get it to hold. Kyle Troop.
That is a
Perfect.
beautiful off game.
I had a little side conversation with him off air talking about 35 and 36. He said, man, 36 is just nasty. And I said, yeah. I said, Landon and Boog have seemed to have the best ability over there with loft. And he goes, oh, yeah, we ain't setting it down no more.
Yep. You just can't. And they hit at game 10. So we're going to watch Troop ball on at game 10.
Bug's going to hit it again, game 9.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
All right, so we'll move back over to here.
Come on, Kendall.
Left,
Give it a little airtime.
left.
He just keeps creeping.
He just gets up in front of that ball, return,
Oh, yeah.
slide to the left.
If you move far enough left, you have to grab it to get it back. Still no loft, but farther left. Very nice shot.
He's about out of room. He set that down around 37.
Yeah, he is. His next move is going to have to be a little airtime. And Austin and Rick, they are not doing well this game. Very low scoring affair on 31 and 32. And with two very important teams, top 4 teams, right?
Our 3 of our top 4 right
Yeah,
here.
3 and 4.
And Rice, he had a spare in the 8th, or the 9th, I'm sorry, after the front 8. Holloman's going to have a freaking strike in the 10th, way down there. Well, he did not. There's the 6-10, and there's something on the left. So, oh, and the 4 and a 7, big 4.
Look at that loft. That's release number 13 over by the left gutter.
Yeah, it is.
I'm still putting money on the lefties, the team lefty. I think these next 5 games could be ugly for the right side of the lane. Can we real fast get Tommy Jones a shot on 36? No, I messed that up. I apologize. It went high, though. All right, Kyle Troop, front 8.
He left the 6 and the 10, but the score monitor only shows the 10.
Gene's got it. Thing with these high-end bowlers, they bowl in so many different centers. They've seen every scoring system known to man.
I can't believe that ball stopped for Kyle. I thought he got it a little right quick, and I thought that thing was just gonna big 4, and it stopped.
Even when Jared Thompson just packs the pocket, he can't get it to go.
Yeah, he had 7 pin, 7-10. And then I didn't see the one in the 8th in the right lane, but
I do have one piece of advice for him. We need a surfboard T-shirt change.
that's it.
He needs to change his vibe.
Dang, he's not a surfer dude today.
No,
right?
he needs to go back to surfer dude.
At some point, Jared's going to bust 260 here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's coming.
He's handling it really well. Like,
He is.
You're not seeing any kicked anything or
Not really.
thrown anything.
No,
or-
he's not
really
putting-
his deal, but
ton of pressure on himself. He's communicating with Kyle as much as
it doesn't hurt when your partner is just locked.
No, but it doesn't feel great either, knowing that, like, if you had it, you guys could be. There we
Well,
go.
I mean,
Look like you like that.
Jared Thompson's had, let's see where he's been at today. So Jared Thompson's games today, 190, 268, 249. Okay, we've got a couple on the scoreboard. 205, 209, 148, and now 205, and they're still in first.
Yeah, that's a crazy tournament. All right, so we're going to see Kyle Troop here on the front 9 coming up on your right side of your screen. We got an A.J. Johnson sighting just hanging out here. Surprised he hasn't went home. He's watching Landon, yeah. All right, last shot. I think you're right, Mike. He pitched it right a little quick, but he got so up the back of it, made it roll out. I mean, he's really being aggressive at the release. You see that? He's like short arming it. He's like not even really following through. He's like doing a little hit up the back and then.
Yeah, and it's about a 4-foot loft.
Yeah, like his follow through doesn't even go above his head. It's like almost like he's literally cutting it off to get it to roll out. Aaron on the hook lane.
A little loft from her as well.
Oh,
And-
goodness, no way. People can't get their ball to read 36. Their life dependent on it. Aaron just aces it for an 8-pin. All right. The short arm. It doesn't go above his shoulders.
That's just a nasty man.
Yes, it is. The Gene Perez and Tommy Jones train is falling off a touch.
You know, I talk about this network, Inside Bowling, and Kyle Troop's he's got a few titles on this network. He won the 3rd IB Open before he won any tour titles.
Was that the first year at
Tropicana?
Tropicana.
He won at Tropicana, yeah. Yep. And then he went on to win in Oklahoma, his first tour title. Oh,
big four.
Big four.
Look, he stares it down.
Right before Kyle shoots his 12 shots for the 300, you got the big four, big 3 lanes over.
Come on, Kyle.
There we go. Oh, a little motion.
Everybody's doing a brand new dance now. Come on, baby. Do the Kyle motion.
What are we going to see right here in the 10th frame for Tommy Jones on the lane that hooks? We're going to see some airtime.
No, not really.
I mean, enough.
Enough for Tommy.
There's more.
Very sweet.
Oh, there's way more.
So I got a couple highlights here.
That was weak.
Here is the Troop 300 final shot.
Yeah, he made sure this one wasn't going to overhook.
Tommy turning around laughing at that.
All right, so we're going to get a win for Troop and Jared.
And I've also got you.
I mean, Tommy and
Here's Jean Perez's big four again.
Goes the 610 side first.
I mean,
Out
maybe
the back, 7 to the 4.
maybe that didn't matter, but if you're looking at scores right now, they got no, they were ahead. So Tommy with the 201, feeling the wrath of all the transition. It's early. A lot of loft going down the lane already. And it's just kind of the nature of the environment. You know, if you had Queen and Adcock in here, they'd be playing pretty straight. They'd find a way. Liz and Adam playing a little straighter angles. But we got a lot of rev rate today. A lot of right-handers made the cut, and a lot of rev rate made the cut.
Yeah, AJ Rice and Michael Hallman, I knew they won. Question is what they shoot. They shot 503 plus 30. Down on 43 and 4.
I think that puts them in the lead. No, because, well,
They're essentially keeping pace. They were 13 behind, and they actually lost 2 pins.
now there's going to be a big gap.
Now they're you're going to see the first two.
Yeah, first.
Well, we don't really know what Justice and
They didn't do very good.
they're still bowling.
That whole pair, Kroll and
You want to flip down there real
Austin.
quick?
Yeah,
Let's
Yeah,
just
the whole pair is.
let's get some scores down
Landed.
here. There you go. There's a 262 game. You don't see that very often.
No. But Austin Bold's 180.
Yeah, the 262 game, Jones and LaCory, looks like that's going to be a winner.
Hooking a lot.
Bold's 178, all or nothing for him. Kroll and Martin. Oops. Missed one. This is a grinded out win for Bug and Kindle. No 300s. It's nice when they happen.
All right, there you go, Gene.
2 potentially 220.
Could bail out a game.
Plus 30, so they're going to lose 60 pins or 70 pins on the leader, but they'll still be within just over 100. He is, depending on where he aligns, somewhere between 45 and 50 on the approach, and just pures it.
in a 3-step. Good game there by Landon Jordan on a pair that Christian struggled with a little bit. I think this might not be Christian's pair. I think he might have 3 pretty low games on it so far this tournament. And Rick trying to bail out, trying to get close to 400.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, do what you can.
And flip around here.
It's like Boog and Kendall are going to go around Rick and
Yep.
Austin. Yep. You know, and these lanes really aren't that dry. They're that dry for really high rev players, but we've bowled on a lot drier. Just imagine what Boog does when the lanes play like that. He doesn't stop striking.
All right, game number 8, Brad.
Okay.
We've got the cameras on 29 through 32. Kroll and Martin are going to slide one pair to the left.
We're just going to watch Rick there. Okay, so a couple of struggling scores. Kroll's going to get the win and go up to 3rd, but there's going to be a gap between 2nd and 3rd. Troop and Jared, and then the 2 lefties, Rice and Holm, and they're going to separate themselves. And we're going to go to Kyle right now over on the high end.
Already started. So Kroll and Martin, 29. They're going to bowl Kloss and Welsh. 31 and 2. McCarthy and Dickey. LaCory and Jordan. Okay. 35 and 6. Monto and Hicks. Hibbert and Moss. 37 and 8. Justice and Bolds. Trying to bounce back from that game against Britt and Jones. 40. So the big action will be on the high end this time. 41 through 4. Perez and Jones will bowl Hallman and Rice. And then the last match, Courtney and Heath against Thompson and Troop. So we'll try and keep an eye on the high end. You can watch all 4 of them in the other channel, Inside Bowling 2 TOO. There's a front 3 for Thompson. Needs a big one.
Needs it, man.
Hasn't had a game of consequence since game 3 when he shot 248 or 249. 249.
Yeah, and they're still up there.
I mean, the last 4 games he is, let's see, plus 19 and minus 52.
Yeah, I mean,
33 under.
he's 10 to 20 a game below
Oh, that was almost a 4.910 on the live stream.
what he normally shoots. I
For
think you're
Heath.
gonna get some excitement here out of Kyle if he strikes.
He doesn't yell after too many shots
Doesn't, but I have a feeling
until the end. But he yelled on that 300 shot.
to start with both of them, the front 3, I think.
Unless he really just needed a spice rack,
Nope,
which is possible.
guys just dialed in.
By the way, that was not his best shot. He had a little bit of footing issue there, I think, and he still got the strike. That's a good sign.
Yep.
We are in game 8, right? I have the right graphic up
Yep,
there.
yep.
Good to go.
Yeah, and if you see some of the hits that Kyle's getting, he's getting a lot of light hits. Some guys are, when their ball goes a little behind the head pin, it's going in an angle where kind of plaques a 10, 6 lays in the gutter. Well, Troop's release right now, he's not following through at all, really. He's all rev rate and all up the back, and that's just getting his ball to roll out before it gets too far down the lane, and it's getting him some light hits. It's kind of allow him to throw some off shots like that and still be good. And Kyle went up there and missed, or Kyle, Jared.
So we move down here. I've got action underway now.
And McCory's still playing, still playing out to the right. I would, this next semester at SCAD, I would, if I'm Christian, I'm spending some time on the lanes over the left gutter. I'm going to get used to lofting. I'm going to try and get that Boog Doctor 17 different releases over there and be able to handle all the transition.
Matt Hibbard on 36. The rare shot we've seen on the right side that missed the head pin right. Left a washout.
Yep.
Open hand release, just trying to calm it down that way, and didn't do anything.
So this is that pair over on the far left side. Kroll and Kindle are on. It was the pair that they both had front six. Kroll ended up getting to the 9th, I think, but Kindle's ball, the 8th and 9th that game, got wishy-washy, 2-8-10, and then almost did it again. And then that first shot on the same lane almost did the same thing and bailed on him down lane. So I'll be kind of curious to see what adjustment he makes. Boog is just going to keep the loft. Even if they hit a pair that bails down lane, Boog can almost add more loft.
Ooh.
Get it to roll earlier.
The way Kindle's footing was, I thought he might have
No, he's
thrown
dialed.
that in the gutter, but
He's dialed.
stayed behind the line, knocked the pin down. That's all we're trying to do.
Here we go. More loft. There's no tightness. What tightness is there?
But the roll part of the roll is just so well behaved.
It's amazing.
Even though the first part is airborne and he's
You know, he went in
going left to right so quick through the middle that
the week he won in Delaware, he bowled the PTQ. And I don't know if you were in the booth for that, Mike, but
No, I did not go to Delaware.
they did an interview with him, and they were like, man, what's it like? How'd you do it in the PTQ? He goes, well, I didn't have a choice. I'm like, what do you mean you didn't have a choice? He goes, no, I had to make this. I drove 17 hours to bowl this PTQ. There was literally no chance I was missing it. And then he wins. No more PTQs.
for how long? How does that work these days?
I don't know.
Is it the 10-year rule? I thought DJ Archer was saying
Yeah,
10-year
I think
rule.
DJ was saying 10 years, yeah. But it could change.
Yeah, it's year to year.
Yeah.
It's now Tournament of Champions eligible. Well, he's
definitely,
a winner.
Definitely TOC. I was wondering if he was in the PTQ this year. Does he have regionals? He's got to have regionals. I don't know how many he bowls, but he's got to have some. He's definitely got regionals. So, yeah, he was bowling the PTQ anyway. Ooh, Gene Perez. All right, so get a look at Boog here. I didn't see what Kindle left. I missed that one.
Boog is loving that left panel. He's just right in the little panel for him. That's the Boog panel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's perfect.
And that's the loft right there. A lot of the guys that are laying it down early, they can't get to roll out like that on the pins. It's 4-pin, 9-pin, 10-pin kind of thing. And when you give loft, it just can give it a good angle sometimes.
Dupree Dickey, what an underrated bowler.
Yeah, his release is amazing. It's almost like he throws it back up,
Which he does at spares.
which he does at spares.
Yeah.
There you go, Christian. Get on the board. There's Kindle.
Guys, with 5 games to go, I got to kind of start formulating what we think is going to possibly play out here. What are the storylines? Who are the folks that you guys like? Who do you like going down the stretch here to win this thing?
I think AJ and Michael are going to win by 250.
Okay.
That's really all I got.
You think the right side's just going to be so brutal?
Yep.
That the two guys who are oblivious to it because they're laying the ball down 75 boards to the right.
Yep. Oh,
What a break for Landon.
What was that?
There's a guy in St. Louis that's done sports for a long time, and now he's a news anchor, and he always says his patented line, and you gotta love it. For all of us here at Inside Bowling, thank you and good night.
Stream off.
You know, there's a movie coming out called The Streaming Kid. Streaming Kid.
The streaming kid?
Yeah, he has to go through all this training with this guy called Mr. Miyagi, and they got to do a lot of stream on, stream off, stream on, stream off. Michael's son.
Chris Courtney on the high end front 7.
You're cracking jokes, and Boog is taking care of business.
Cracking panels.
Cracking panels.
I'll tell you, that pair all the way down on the right, they are so far ahead. They're gonna be able to have a lunch break for the next game.
Yep.
Kyle Troop's getting some help though this game from Jared Thompson. Jared Thompson triple, 9 spare. That might be an 8 spare. 8 spare triple.
So maybe they won't win by 250.
Well, they're running against the front 7, so it's a pretty close match, high scoring game.
That's on
Troop goes
bowling too.
Yeah, Troop went left to split there, so now it's even closer. Down here, Kendall Martin. We haven't seen him go airborne yet, but he's about out of room.
I just saw the coolest shot by Michael.
He's still not airborne. And it's 10 straight back.
Tell me how Jordan and LaCory can win this tournament.
I don't know. I don't know. They'll have to put on the performance of their life. Because they're pretty buried after 6. They were, well, I mean, maybe not totally. They were 100 back of the lead after 6, but their game 7 wasn't amazing. All right, here we go. Oh, how does that happen?
Look at that. There's a trend is your friend. Look at these 3 lanes. What do they all have in common?
Well, 10, 10, 10. Were you ever superstitious when the guy on your right or left had a split up? Did you let him shoot it before you?
No, no problem there.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But I'll tell you, whenever I stream, I look at the screen and it tells you a lot of what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
Pin leaves are a great guide for what's happening on the lanes.
Yep. Clean up the spare on lane 30 for Boog. You got Kendall coming in on the left lane on a strike. He his first shot on this lane went a little light, kind of similar to last time they were on this pair, and then he got the ball to roll a little earlier on it and at 4-pin. So see what kind of shot he could put together. Ooh, Kyle Troop with an open.
That was 4-6.
4-6.
Just wanted to peek in there. Here's Kendall.
4-pin.
4-pin.
Yeah, he's a little too on top of it for his roll. He's a little around it.
If you were ball wrapping him, what would you tell him to do?
Oh, move 5 left.
Hit the loft button?
Yeah, I mean, just to. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Even if you don't like the loft, you're seeing everyone loft, and it's like, okay, they're not going to get any slicker. And, you know, I kind of like putting, in the heat of competition, I kind of like putting people in scenarios that they may not necessarily be comfortable in and give them 6 shots, give them a game to try and get a feel down. That's how you learn. And everyone here, you know, they're all good enough bowlers to where, oh, almost a 7-9. A little straighter there. What did AJ have to say? He just hanging out?
Yeah, he's going to work with Mark Baker this week.
All right, game 7. Thompson and Troop have a lead of 15 pins.
15 pins over.
Holloman and Rice, who stay in second.
Okay.
Kroll and Martin move up 1 spot to third. They're at 1702, so still within 100. 92 back of the lead. Perez and Jones hanging around. Don't want to let those two hang around for too long. They're in fourth, 1647, 147 off the lead. Justice and Bolds fell 2 spots that game from 3rd to 5th. Austin's got the front 5, the bottom right-hand part of your screen. And LaCory and Jordan in 6th at 1608, so they're within 200. 5 games to go. That's plenty close enough.
Landon just missed a 9 pin.
Yes, he
Well,
did.
that doesn't help.
Whiffed it.
Not in love with that.
There's a gap from 6th to 7th where you find Hibbert and Moss, who are all by themselves, 1527. McCarthy and Dickey, 1473. Monto Hicks, 1408. Britt Jones, 1404. Klaus Welsh, 1388. Courtney and Heath, 1371. The bottom 4 are within 40 of each other.
I think Landon is not too thrilled with himself. All right,
Oh, there's a trip 4 for Kendall.
there you go.
That looked like an okay shot until it went high and he got a break.
All high.
He's pretty much setting it down on 39, which I would call 1. It's just way easier to count. Can't lay it down on 40, though. That doesn't work.
Yeah, I think that top 24 Landon made this year at the U.S. Open as a young kid really gives you a little different perspective of what you're capable of. And I think it made him a lot better. I think he was already really good, but that experience, 24 games at the U.S. Open, like you, as a young kid who loves the game, you leave a lot better. Just getting all those games of match play, some of the hardest patterns.
The hardest patterns.
Yeah, oh yeah. 10 pin by Aaron. I think she's ready to go home. But with the 2-8, just gassed it a little bit.
Easy to chop.
It is kind of easy to chop. Wow, Mike.
It's easy to chop when you're doing how he's throwing at it. I guess we'll fast track. Got to go down here for a moment.
Yep, we've got Rice and Holloman. Michael's got the front 6. Well, and Gene Perez, who's on a triple. The Courtney and Heath match is nearing its conclusion, but not yet decided. Jared Thompson found a pair to his liking. One more strike here, puts him in the 250s, and can't get the 8 out.
I think I just said a game ago that Jared Thompson, you know he's going to bowl 260.
Yeah. Good time to do it, too.
Going to shoot 247 if we can cover that 8, but
And they're in a little shootout. I guess it's, yeah, he needed that one for the game to be pretty close because they're both on a spare. So basically, Kyle needs a troop out. He needs some help.
yeah, they're down 20.
And here's Holloman, man. This is his wheelhouse.
Yeah, his last shot was as pure as it gets. The 8 pin was the last to fall. Kind of like that. Ham turkey lunch for Michael Holloman.
I wish we had the camera on him 2 or 3 frames ago. He threw a shot, and as soon as he threw it, he looked immediately down at the very front part of the lane. He didn't even watch the ball get to the pins. He threw it, immediately looked down. It went 10 flush, and then he stayed looking down as if something was messed up about it, and then just walked away. He didn't even watch the ball go through the pins.
Sean Heath gets the win.
Well, Mike, that's 4 in a row for them. No reason they can't move up from 12th to
Tommy.
mid-pack in a couple games.
Tommy's using the air on the right. And not his favorite pair, 41 and 42. He's in front of the ball return. 3-step approach. If you want to be good, you got to be able to do that as well. And there we go.
Take a peek here, halfway through the game.
Good shot there by Christian. He's still playing the lanes a little straighter. He's making it work. I mean, you got Dupree quite a bit farther left than Christian.
Got William Welsh here on the front 7.
All right, let's see if Kendall. No, he projected. That was a great shot. He projected that one further right from the same laydown spot.
Yeah, he wasn't as tentative with that one. He kind of really, he was aggressive enough that he kind of stepped out of it a touch. I like to see it. I like to see him get through the ball aggressively. Yeah, Landon. Last couple of games Landon had going, and Christian was kind of grinding the 220, and now flip flopped.
And there it went, 8 in a row. Just like that.
Just like that.
Gone.
Got a message from Kevin Takis.
Refty?
Refty. He said, hey, just want to say I love the breakdown of my game on stream. It was cool rewatching and hear it for myself. It's cool. Refty, I'd keep the name. I'd actually keep the name. I would. It's similar to a Rhino, to a Packy, to a Belmo. It's a brand name. They should know you as Refty. I think it's awesome.
Ditto. I agree.
And Boog with the spare, getting a bunch of hook. When you see Boog lofting a lot and going high, you're like, oh boy. What are the next shots going to look like? Great shot there by Christian. Holding up his partner this game. It's a good team right there. You know, and Landon's not even in college yet, and he's getting an opportunity to bowl a really kind of high-stakes, high-level doubles tournament with his
future teammate.
Future teammate, yeah. So not even getting into college, and he's already getting a lot of reps with his teammate. That's good. That's good for the college program. They're working together. They're talking it out. They're hyping each other up. That's what you got to do in college.
I remember bowling the Junior Masters tournament at Capri Lanes in Dayton, Ohio that they had for many, many years. And it was kind of a big deal when you're a high school senior to wear a college jersey from the college you're committed to. And it's kind of cool to see that with Landon here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Clausen Walsh trying to play spoilers here.
And Aaron's just right on top of all that transition, all that friction. Just one goes long, one goes high. It's very hard to balance. That's that Mookie Betts reaction. It's that Brad Miller reaction we had. And Boog Kroll.
Yeah, that one had a lot of airtime.
Man.
Holloman's front 8 was stopped.
Wow, good shot.
By an 8.
Another lower rev guy finding a way to balance the friction. It's kind of weird. You got, Aaron McCarthy there kind of doing the same thing he's doing, but there's just a subtle difference for whatever difference that is. Maybe just a pair. But got Dupree up here on the right lane in front of the ball return.
Boog and Kendall are going to lose.
Are they? Yes, they are. It's going to stop a lot of momentum for them. They had a little bit of a lead in front of Tommy and Gene, and I don't think Tommy and Gene are really bowling that good. At least Tommy wasn't.
Tommy's found a triple to shoot. He can get to 211.
Oh,
Gene Perez has found something. He can shoot 268, but they're running into the Holloman and Rice train.
Yeah.
And Holloman has went 8-pin, 8-pin, and he almost 8-10. And the word I was going to use to describe that shot is something I shouldn't say on air, but it was that good for a break that was that bad. He's got a smile on it, but
Kendall finally struck on the left lane, giving him a double going in the 10th, and then on his good lane, he checked on him. So not a great game by Kendall and Boog. Wasn't bad, it's just a funky pair. Same pair, Landon and Christian, had their 350 on. Just get on the wrong side of it. Dupree, look at that. Still running them out. All right, so Christian here, he's playing a big part in this game right now. Really stepping up in the 10th. Threw a great on the first one. Dead up the back, right in the oil on that one. I was going to ask you, Mike, why are all of the patterns overloaded with oil in the middle? Why does it taper to heavier to the middle? What do you think would happen if it actually tapered to heavier to the outside and there's less oil in the middle of the pattern, in the front?
Like reverse block, you mean?
Yeah, sure. I guess that'd be a reverse block.
Well, I mean,
but why are all the patterns we bowl on? Why is there so much oil in the middle? Do you think if we eliminated the oil in the middle, it would eliminate the lofting, like the ability to just be able to move all the way left and stay in the oil?
I don't think so, because you've got so much friction. You'd have to be further left and getting it going left to right through it.
But you might just be going into more friction.
You would be, but if you move right, are you saying it force people right?
Yeah, keep people right where the oil is.
Man.
That's where the oil is.
I know, but I mean, why is it? Well, why is it is because our game was built for recreational play, and because if you're in the middle of the lane, your ball's rotating at all, you want it to slide so it still hits the head pin. And if your ball's rotating and it goes to the outside, you need it to hook, right? So that's why all the patterns are shaped that way, and why lane machines are built that way is for recreational play. But if you bolt on a reverse block, man, that's about as brutal as it gets, because if you miss right, it never hooks, and if you miss left, it's maybe in the left gutter.
Right, but at the highest levels, there's not one pattern. There's actually not really one pattern ever used in the nation, really, in any tournament.
No, you could do it with the Brunswick machine, because it oils every individual board, but the other technologies and the other machines are not. You couldn't do it because it applies oil to the brush with the middle. Yeah, technology. I wouldn't want to bowl on it. It would be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was just thinking, like, you wouldn't necessarily just be able to move left into the oil. You'd have to actually probably be a lot of urethane, actually.
There was one day of tryouts in Central Missouri where Ron Holmes would oil the lane backwards. He'd put the lane machine at the pin deck and oil it backwards.
For scores high or low?
Oh, the lowest deck.
Yeah. Your ball would read friction instantaneously.
And would not want to change direction down lane to create any angle.
Oh.
Yeah, Rick Benoit told me one time.
Solid 10.
We have a 5-7 here by Landon.
Yep.
That's not.
That sounded like a 12-pound ball hitting the lane.
That's what I mean about the right side of the lane. Just getting choppy.
It is getting choppy.
Give a win to Dupree and Aaron for the first time since 9:30 this morning. And they got it on a bad break, right? 5-7 for Landon.
Yeah, and Aaron had to bowl 300 to get that W. It's game number 1. Just bowled 300.
So Holloman and Rice, 503. I think that's their second consecutive 503, if I'm not mistaken. Thompson and Troop, 462. So we will have a new leader. It's 462 with no bonus, as opposed to 503 with bonus. Unless Bug and what do they got left?
So that was a big match for Rice and Holloman. They took down the leaders.
Yep, 445 for Perez and Tommy Jones.
With a win or a lose?
Rice and Holloman with a win.
Oh, that's right.
So they'll take the lead, which they had at the end of the first 7 blocks of qualifying. They went all the way down to 12th last night with 1 game to go. Moved all the way back up to 3rd because they shot 530. Today they've been all over the place in terms of the standings. So they started in 3rd. They were in 8th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. Now they'll be in 1st with 4 to play.
Right where they are comfortable.
Right where they think they belong.
And if there's a team that has probably spent more time in these scenarios in doubles tournaments, high-scoring doubles tournaments, 4 to go, they're in the lead, AJ and Holloman have probably spent the most time in that position. So this is a scenario that they are very, very familiar with. They expect to be in this position. Anytime they're not leading some of these tournaments, they feel like something's wrong. So when my prediction was them to win by 250, I saw the momentum going in their direction, and they automatically think this is their territory. So
Well, they've bowled 2 games in a row on the high end. So the Rice Almond fans have been hanging out on Inside Bowling's 2 channel. Now they'll move back to ours.
now they're right in front of
And
us.
they went 503, 503, or something really close to that.
And they're bowling Landon and Christian. It's going to be a great match. Landon coming off one of his worst games of the tournament.
All right, matchups for game number 9. We're getting there.
4 games left.
Pace has been good.
Do you think we can make it this far? Come Thursday?
Well, I wasn't here on Thursday, so I didn't think about it.
He's bowling league.
I was 29 and 30. Britt Jones, Thompson Troop. 31-2. Perez Jones, Hibbard Moss. Okay. 35 and 6. Courtney Heath, Kroll Martin. 37 and 8. Holloman Rice, LaCorey Jordan. So our leaders, our new leaders, will be right in front of us here in the booth. And Inside Bowling 2, Justice Bolds, Klaus Welsh, with Monto Hicks over on 43 with McCarthy and Dickey. If AJ and Michael put another 5 up with a win, it's going to start feeling like it's in their favor for the last 3 games. Even though it's not, they're not going to be. It's going to be impossible for them to be far enough ahead after this game to be considered running away with it.
Yeah,
but it's going to feel different.
Oh, for sure.
Folks, if you're just tuning in, let's do a quick reset, guys. You're watching continuing coverage, final round coverage of the 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles. We came with 318 teams, 636 players in all. Tournament's been going on for 47 years. We had 8 games of qualifying across 7 squads. We had a top 46 last night that bowled 5 additional games. Top 12 here this morning have been bowling round-robin match play. All of the event has been conducted on a house shot, the St. Clair Bowl house shot. We've got 4 games to play. We are 66% of the way done with today's action for you. There is no step ladder today. It is just total pins, 30 bonus. We'll have a position round in game number 12. We're glad you're with us here. Mike Flanagan here with you on the call, along with Brad Miller and Lee Boudouris here at St. Clair Bowl. Hammer is our title sponsor. We can't thank them enough for being a sponsor for 9 consecutive years. And a lot of the Hammer gear that they offer is available over our website at InsideBowling.com. Make sure you check it out. All of the apparel is 15% off year-round if you use that coupon code YouTube on the bottom left of the screen. And today only, we got
get down.
T-shirts 30% off at InsideBowling.com.
So the qualifying blocks were game 8. This is 9.
Yep.
We are now past the number of games where these bowlers saw on their respective qualifying blocks.
And
although the rev rate on this group is certainly higher than any of those.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
And we're getting into Loftville for all sorts of players. We'll see if Kendall Martin's actually going to loft it yet.
What I wanted to see. There it is. And look at the length.
Oh.
Look at the hits you get. There we go.
And a little shimmy.
That's one thing I'm really.
Is that the Boogeyman
That was
dance?
the shimmy, dude. Nice.
It's called something.
Yeah, and Kendall's sitting there telling Boog, like, Lane's doing this, and Boog in his head's like,
No.
I'm throwing it 70 feet in the air, brother.
You know what Kendall told him?
There is no lane.
I'm just here to do the Springfield Shuffle. That's what that's called right there.
Christian with the loft. Look at this. Just a little bit of air time. Just a little bit. Hey, yeah. One of one auto of Boog Kroll.
Appreciate the super chat from Michael Arce. Michael, if you're interested in getting into the tournament next year, all you have to do is contact Jerry Anderson. His information's available over on the Holiday Doubles Facebook page. Give him a week or two and then hit him up. Appreciate the donation.
And that's where you'll find all the information for the 2025 event.
Holloman's almost lofting the right gutter.
Yeah, we've seen him do it.
It's incredible. But AJ, earlier, he was trying to go a little straighter, a little firmer with his speed. And now I've got him. He's a little bit farther right, not as far right as Michael, but he's a little softer, creating a little bit more shape. Shot by Landon. Not totally in love with Landon's ball reaction on this pair. His last shot in the left lane was a little flat for me, and that one was a little flat too. So, wonder what adjustment he's going to make, try and get some ball motion in the back part of the lane. Got AJ Rice coming up here, and they're rolling. They just came off a big win in a big game. Bowling another tough team here, and a little bit of shape. Look at that; it's getting out there.
And
That was a little firm, but
messenger percentage today has been pretty low.
We have a guy dominating the chat right now. Ben Starvin is just constantly chatting with himself. Ben, seriously, if you could reduce the amount of messages you're sending in the chat. I don't want to encourage you not to be involved with everything, but maybe have your thoughts maybe come out maybe in like a couple sentences and not as much, Ben Starvin in here. I would appreciate it, please. But Donnie Acklin gets the quote of the day. Mike, see if you have some old school cut patch or liquid skin in stock. I think Ben Starvin is going to need some for his fingers.
well done.
All right, game 8. Here we go. This says, oh, nope, hang on. This says games. This is wrong. I'll be right back.
Lee's on it. Detective Lee reminds me of Rush Hour. Lee! Man, all y'all look alike.
Yeah, there is some weird stuff going on with these standings.
Are they?
I see the individual scores entered in some weird spots.
The loft, Christian, the loft man. With the hustle. Big three-bagger there. They're bowling the #1 team in the tournament. Holloman doesn't seem to be missing. AJ Rice seems to be leaving a 7-pin here and there, maybe a 10-pin. Holloman has this lofting over the right gutter kind of thing going on. And AJ's over there too now. He's all right. Yeah, they're going to be tough to beat down the stretch. They're not going to see as much transition. See what Landon can do. Last time on this lane, his ball rolled out quite a bit for a flat 7. He was up the back of that one again. Got the same deal. So in order to create a little bit of back end motion, you're going to have to get your hand around it. The problem with it is it responds to friction pretty aggressively. It likes to go left. So that's why if you're going to, try and play shape from far left, try and on this, since it's a house shot and there's a lot of hook to the right, you got to keep it in. It's just kind of tricky. It's like,
Yep. We'll have fixed scores in a minute. Brad, I think you got a future as Kendall Martin's ball rep. He's thrown 3 shots with a little bit of loft, and he's 3 for 3.
Yep. He's throwing it good too. He's throwing it really good.
I love it is when he was throwing the ball, his reaction was a little bit iffy.
A little over under.
And he wasn't in deep enough, so the song wouldn't have made any sense.
I thought Boog, we'd see a lot more loft out of Boog on this lane 36, but he's actually kind of
He's got it for now.
laying it down and rolling it out.
Heath and Cleveland aren't going to mess with them too much. They're playing. Well, John Heath's moved in a little bit, but he's still, on the lane as opposed to lofting it.
Oh. Kendall's got a stanky leg. All right, I'm going to have to have him pull it out. All right. If someone else is going to win this tournament, Holloman's going to have to show a sign of humanism. And
Humanism.
I mean, I haven't seen him leave anything but an 8 in 45 minutes.
Yeah, he's pretty locked in with that line.
He could have had a different miss that I just didn't see, but everything is dead flush, and it's either a strike or an 8.
So same deal with Landon right there. His ball's just not creating any shape down lane. I don't know if it's a ball change. He's coming back to talking to his dad right now. He's thinking about he's gonna do something different. I don't know exactly what it is. They're talking it out. So here we go, AJ Rice, tournament leaders, off to a good start this game. Ooh, that was up and out of it. You wonder why he's so hard to beat. That was up and out of it. That was in, and it don't matter. And got a Kindle with a 4-bagger.
Well, he hit the loft button like you've been telling him to do for 45 minutes.
And it just changes the carry a little bit,
I don't know. I don't know how to loft it. I don't need to know how to loft it.
I'm not great at it either. Yeah, he's...
Oh, that didn't
Roll it.
sound good.
Yeah, so
For that roll, just a 4-pin. That's okay.
his next shot might have a little more loft on it. He's been a little close to the last couple.
Don't forget, if you want to watch more action, Inside Bowling 2 YouTube channel, head over there. You can watch lanes 41 through 44.
Christian with the low. Look at this.
No, didn't pick up.
I thought that was pretty good, actually. I know he's thinking he got around it, but I thought that was okay.
Christian kind of reminds me of you a little bit, Brad.
Of me?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
Like,
A little more hair.
he wants to bowl. He wants to bowl so good, and he thinks he's playing the lanes right. He's trying to get as much knowledge as possible, and then when he makes a bad shot, you can see in his demeanor immediately when he comes back exactly what he did wrong. Every time you do something wrong, you come back and show everybody at home what you did wrong through your mannerisms.
Every time?
Not every time.
Okay, thank you.
But a lot of times.
Yeah, right when I say I haven't seen Holloman leave anything but an 8, he leaves a half 7.
I know, what a wuss.
There's the humanism.
Come on.
You got it for one shot.
Gotta hit the ball.
My favorite Brad Miller
Ooh, here we go.
expression is when you're bowling a tournament, you can tell you're really focused,
Skinny jeans.
and you're kind of either sliding in the standings or you're like needing to make a move, and it's like you're running out of time, and this is where it's got to all come together. And you get on the approach, and you get set, and everybody can see your shoulders go down. You take the deep breath. Everything happens. You go up and you let go of the shot, and you are like right there, staying down till the ball hits the pins. You hit your target. Speed was right. Rotation was right. Ball comes off the end of the pattern, and you plaque 10. You plaque 10 or wrap 10 or whatever, and that expression where then all of a sudden you get lower to the ground. You're down on one knee. Then you turn around. You're normally still facing the pins. You put your arms out at your side. You walk back, and then your head moves up and down like, really? Right? And then you walk back to the ball
That's
return.
still, all right, I just got handed standings to me. I don't look right either. Hang on.
I hate it when it's happening to you, but for me as a fan, I like to watch it.
Yeah, I've been better the past couple years. Yeah, my first couple years on tour, I was put a lot of pressure on myself for sure. Still do. It's hard not to. Holloman. Yeah, they're rolling. The AJ and Michael train is rolling. They're putting putting Christian and Landon in kind of a tough spot here to make some ground up. Christian gave that a little gas last shot. Got down out to the right, a little rollout. Nice, getting a little carry, I see.
Bounce around a little bit so we can get a look at some scores. Boy, the troop group is just bowling quick.
Yeah. And now we got a little flip of the script here. Jared Thompson's got all the confidence, and now it looks like Troop is, oh, and a ring 7. Man, good news for them, though. Their opponents are kind of struggling. So it looks like they should be able to get a win, but it's going to be tough to gain ground on Rice and Holloman. This is their wheelhouse. So Landon did end up switching balls on this left lane. It ended up working. He ended up getting a strike. Looked like he went to a primal, a polished primal in the left lane. So he must have this left lane a little different. Looks a little more to our eye. So he balled down to a different ball in one lane and stayed with the same ball in the other lane. A little wide right there for the 5-count washout. Oh. Christian with the late 10-pin. All right, Chad Moss. Good Chad Moss showing this week. I don't know how much he really gets out and handles his business bowling in tournaments anymore, but always a fun guy to bowl around, too. Always kind of seems like he's having a good time.
Yeah, he is. I saw him at the gas station last night filling up gas. Whoa, Michael Holloman, bottom right of your screen. What a weird 9-pin lead.
Missed it. All right, so we're going to clean it up. Holloman here. And Jared Thompson, another, man, go from 270 to 240 real quick. Just a couple 7-pins. Feeling pretty fortunate, though, to get the win. I mean, 460 can win some games, but there's a lot of 500s that don't win games, so to win with 460 seems really nice.
Sure does.
So they can't be too mad. Landon Jordan on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Now has a 4-bagger, so he came back. He needed to do something different, talked to his dad. They ultimately decided on changing a ball for one of the lanes, and now you have a 4-bagger. I'm not sure I would have made that call. If I would have helped Landon, I probably would have had him get that ball out of his hands completely, but that's why I'm not helping Landon. Shot there. All right, spare Kindle. Very nice. They're getting some help from their opponents as well, so if they could just keep rolling here, keep it clean. Get to a 480 with a win. At least 480. See what Book can do. I was, after he left the 9-count in the 4th frame, I was assuming he was going to go with more loft. And no, he's still laying it down.
Yeah, he is.
Man, that's the lane that hooks, and that's... He must be afraid with the loft. It kind of goes hand in hand with grab. Loft and grab is kind
of... Yeah, I've seen him kind of grabbing it a little bit when he's lofting it.
And I wonder if he's just a little afraid that there's too much hook for the heavy hand. He's trying to just dump it into the lane and skid it down there. Okay, Holloman here. A.J. Rice kind of coming on their anchor, holding them up. Bang. You know, not many lefties can play that line either. It's kind of a, he's kind of got that patented a little bit. Like that's the signature Michael Holloman line.
It is.
Yeah, and Landon made it work the last couple shots on that lane, but I don't know if he would have had a 4-bagger if he stayed in the primal for both lanes. So it's hard to tell, but I'm really not loving the ball he's throwing at this particular moment. All right, up and out of it a little bit for AJ. Nice little 9 count. He's still got a good game. They're in a great chance to win this game. That was actually kind of a big non-strike by Landon right there if they were wanting to win the game. Still kind of a big spare. Staying it.
Oh, baby.
Back. Take that, AJ Rice. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. And he's going to go up there and just ace this spare, come back. Take that, Landon. Scoreboard, baby.
Not AJ.
Not AJ. He's too nice. All right, well, I mean, we still got a close match. You know, we're an open frame away. If something goes crazy bad here for Michael on a strike in the 9th, you know, he's going to something crazy. He still has 220, 230 out there.
Yep, so they're up by 34.
That life, but I don't, you know, not sure we've seen Michael miss the pocket. He's really imbalanced. I mean, really a strange game. He's got a high backswing. He gets really, really open hips when he gets into his swing. And he's positioned to really throw it out the window every time, but his natural release gets it back online. Like his yank and his rev rate, he's kind of open, and then his yank kind of closes it back in, and he does it the same way every time. He's so good at it. All right, Christian, pulling the leaders.
Push.
There you go.
Did.
Very nice. Good game by Christian there. All right, Kendall. Time to get back on the train. Running out of daylight here. That was.
Oh, Daddy.
Gosh, that was good. Man. Man, it's just.
He's having a good year on this network, too. He won the Spa City, and then he won the Springfield doubles.
Did he win that with AJ?
Yeah,
no, Cortez.
Set Kendall up there for the 10th frame. Sure, Boog's going to follow suit. Boog's going to give us some loft this one. I don't think he's playing around with the lay it down and shove it in there and shim to win kind of line. He's
not Cortez. It was Cruz. My bad. Dimitri Cruz. Neener. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Holloman. Staying home with my kids now. I don't want to beat them up on the tour too bad.
more loft there by, yep. Good shot, Boog.
Nice shot.
And Christian with a little strikeout, 240. Very nice. Unfortunate Michael struck out, but got to get every pin you can. Very nice. Nice game. Against the leaders. Take it.
Yep, so AJ can double. Or actually, he just needs any good mark for their third consecutive game in the 5-0s.
Still a fine game for them.
Yeah, they could have made it to 5-team with double, but.
Now Lannon with this ball change, this primal. Oh, sorry.
Will you calm down?
Yeah, if this one,
we can't be assaulting the fans, Brad Miller. We need you
punching Tony
to calm down. You're out of control.
A little high.
You need to calm down.
I know. I was excited. Guys making ball changes on one lane.
Brad, let me ask you something. Would you rather, as a bowler, be A.J. Rice or Michael Holloman?
Ooh, that one's tough.
Isn't it?
In the current landscape of bowling?
Yeah.
You can't go wrong. I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's the biggest amount of loft we've seen from Kindle yet. Got the 10 to go.
I mean, they both win everything. I kind of like the uniqueness of Holloman's game, though.
Gonna go over here.
Got a win on 29, Britton Jones.
Tommy has set sail. He is not loving these lanes anymore.
Gene Perez,
look
the
at
difference in this match.
Oh, look at that, Tommy.
He's on a walk.
Tommy's about at lane 25
He's like,
at the moment.
Y'all got a PlayStation in here by chance?
There's a loft by Landon. That's what I want to see. Very nice.
So Holloman and Rice have went 503, 503, 505. Win. They've won 7 matches.
Gene.
7 out of 8. Jean Perez, or Jean Perez, as you like to have me say, has gotten more bad breaks on flush hits today than you would ever wish on anyone.
I think it's a good time to go down to their team, Tommy and Gene, and say, listen, we're going to mic you guys up for these last 2 games. And you got to give us the business. You got to let it fly.
.244 for Kindle. I think when he moved a little bit further left, he did strike the first 2 hits in the 10th, but very soft taps on the 10. He's going to have to make sure that he gets it to finish.
Yep.
Never seen him play this far left. I don't know where his comfort level stops. You know what I mean? He's got 3 games left, though. It's going to have to keep going whether he wants it to or not. But
yeah, and I don't really care how good you think you are. If you see Tommy Jones shooting 160, there's an element of difficulty to the pattern somehow, some way. It's rare to see a guy that good shoot 170.
I think Jean Perez and Tommy Jones are going to have a little meeting.
Yep.
They're going to talk to each other. They're going to write it up on what they're going to do differently.
What are they going to do differently?
And they're going to look at each other at the exact same time and say this.
Let's do it.
Well, I got a crazy thought that you're going to hate.
I'm going to hate or Lee's going to hate?
Both of you.
okay.
Because it doesn't make any sense right now.
Do we hate any of the crazy ideas you have? I always appreciate them
Some
a
of
little
them.
bit. Okay, yeah, you're right.
What would you
10 to 15%.
What would you think about Tommy Jones? Because he's so accurate and he's so good and he can play tight lines. What would you think about him pulling out a purple hammer?
I don't know.
See, I knew you wouldn't like it.
I mean, I don't hate it.
I'm just telling. I mean, it's a feast or famine deal.
Well, let me ask you this: if you were going to if you had the power to put a purple hammer in Tommy Jones's hand, where would you tell him to throw it?
Around 13.
Just right in the friction.
Yeah.
Polished or surfaced?
Box, whatever his favorite is.
Whatever it is.
Whatever he shot 300 with on television with it on the right lane. I mean, you basically turn it into cheetah, right? Because there's hook to the right. I realize it's not that short, but just go up the dry.
Was he grabbing something?
I'd be curious to see what that would look like.
What does he grab?
Probably wouldn't work. Like I'm just telling you, it's probably got a 20% chance of working. But if it did work,
but if you shot a $160, 20% might be okay. If that was
yeah,
correct.
I'm just saying he's gonna need to bowl 250s. Like he's looking for 250 a game moving forward. What's gonna give him 250 a game? You know, sometimes less is more.
Yeah.
You know, if Norm Duke was bowling this event, you know, would he be up the back of it like Brandon Biondo would be doing? Like how would Brandon Biondo be playing the lanes right now, right?
He'd be playing right where you told Tommy to play, but with a reactive ball,
that just rolls
a million mile an hour
with a suitcase release. So Tommy instead's going in front of the ball return, which is like, you know, the default. That's the easy button. This is the easy button. Shorten up the approach. A lot of loft.
But there's still so much speed. So him trying to get the ball down the lane with speed makes it also hook like that because just the added aggression. It's just hard.
And if you don't grab it, he never does anything.
Yeah, then if he makes the move off that and keeps that kind of same thing, it gets in the oil and goes straight.
Then you put 7-10s into play or 5-7s into play or
Yep. Man,
some ugly stuff.
I love how Chad's throwing it. He's throwing it really good.
He is in this match here.
Pretty good.
Dean Perez has been the difference.
Yep.
Great shot there. He's in the 250s.
Look at this
They're gonna
guy.
get the W.
Give him Bug the finger. the Pete one finger, not the middle one.
Troop looks a little tired. He's kind of taking some deep breaths, trying to hang on.
Well, he's taking a deep breath knowing he's getting the 35-6. He's got to put his thinking cap throw on.
And Boog went with a little less loft on this, so I wonder if he was watching Boog attack this pair. He probably was.
That was Austin Bolds.
Also, Hicks and Monto, by the way, kudos for them making it here. I know we got a lot of fans in the chat of these guys. We just haven't really had a whole lot to rally around them with today. They're going to get the L here to Aaron and Dupree.
They've pretty much been Monto and Hicks. They made it as high as 6th early in the day. Games 2 and they went 7-6-6, and then they fell to 8th. Now they're in 9th, but I'm still pretty close. There's nobody. I mean, Brad, you've seen teams in this spot, and hopefully you haven't been one of them. You get these round robins where you got 12 or 16 teams or whatever, and you have somebody who's hopelessly last.
Oh, yeah, I've been there.
You have nothing to bowl for, but if that team runs up against the team you're bowling against, you want them to do well, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's like Matt Russo in our fantasy league. He was coming down to the wire last week, and I needed Marshall to lose. He was one of the guys I could get around if I got enough points. And Matt Russo gave up.
No.
He gave up. He did. He had Lamar Jackson on a bye. He had his best running back on a bye, and he kept him in the lineup. However, I don't blame him because Matt should have probably been like 3rd in our standings, and he was almost last because of how unlucky he was. He got everybody's best week. And so the last week he's like, nah, I don't care anymore.
But so yeah, they're working on the standings. They had a issue with the system that looks to be resolved because the results after 8 showed what they thought they would, which is Holloman and Rice first at 19-12, which is what they. But looks like they're going through and checking everything just to make sure everything's right, which is what they should do in that situation. So props to the tournament staff for handling that tech issue with professionalism and diligence. Could come up with some other big words if I could, if I wanted to, but those are enough.
So we got some hook by Rick Justice on 36. We saw Kyle Stroop for a shot.
We've seen some hook on that pair.
And you're starting to see like some creative ways for guys to kind of eliminate that early hook. Sometimes they loft it, sometimes they short arm it, and sometimes use a lot of speed.
All right.
And we've been doing the same thing for about 4 to 5 games now, so they're starting to go through their hand positions, their balls, they're doing whatever they can to stay ahead of it. And, you know, AJ and Michael, they're just not in that same boat. They're kind of lined in. They're feeling really good. So they're going to be tough to beat. And Hallman and Rice are actually going to go down to this in pair, 29 and 30. Tommy with the loft on 37. All right. That looked like a different ball than he was throwing last game.
Tommy just got to a good pair.
I know, he kept hitting all the bad pairs, didn't he?
Tommy's at the point in the tournament where he's just looking for people to talk to about things other than bowling.
You could tell, look at him.
So Mike's 20% rule was purple hammer. He don't have one with him.
Tommy's about to come back and give me the business. What ball was that? Anger. He's throwing the anger. Kind of like his mood right now.
Props to Tommy Jones for just pointing and smiling as opposed to doing what he was good at.
Keep on coming.
We need some external mics, man. I'm telling you.
So, oh well.
If the lanes were cars.
Car's perfect there.
There you go.
Shot by Gene. It's the mean Gene.
What I love is Jean comes back and goes, Tommy is lost. I bowled 250. He bowled 160.
Right. But you know they're cool, right? He's bowling with the PBA Hall of Famer. He's like, yeah, he just shot 160.
Cool.
I shot 250. I won. I'm the reason why. No, you didn't say that.
You got to
But
take your wins.
I haven't told you guys this, but I actually I Facebook stalked Jean Perez the other day.
Just see what he's got going on.
I was just going back. I don't know. I just kept scrolling, and he has bowled he has made some shots for his country in international competition that people just went nuts over in the past.
all right, game 10. Didn't really go through the matchups, did we? Holloman and Rice 29 and 30 against McCarthy and Dickey. So we know Holloman and Rice are leading this thing. We're still working on scores. They took the lead in game 8. They widened it in game 9. 31 and 2, Courtney and Heath with Kloss and Welsh. 35 and 6, Justice and Bolds with Thompson and Troop on the dreaded 35 and 36. 37 and 8, Perez and Tommy Jones. They're both Monto and Hicks, so we'll get some Monto and Hicks screen time here. 41 and 2 on the high side, LaCory and Jordan, Hibbert and Moss. And then Book Kroll and Kendall Martin, 43 and 4. They're going to bowl Britt and Jones. Hunter Jones, Tommy Jones.
I didn't see the 810. That is an 810, right?
It is an 810.
How do you leave it?
I was reading.
Gonna spare it.
Oh, most. Took a look.
Brad, did you see it?
I did not, actually. I was looking on the left pair.
Didn't like what it saw. Took a look.
Caught me slacking.
All right. Well,
Oh.
I was going to say, I think that's a spare ball.
And it didn't turn.
And it did not
all right,
turn.
here's Tommy's 810.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, the
two
light,
810
okay.
variety. That
All right.
if you're going to trip one of them, it's not the 2.
Go, Jared. Stay in it. We're probably going to be a little back of AJ and Michael, but anything can happen.
Yeah, the edited version of Tommy's description of the pattern is the Mojave Desert Rite of 16 in St. Louis. And this is a guy who's one of the best in the world and can play this far left with the best of them. He's saying, like, yeah, there's nothing.
He threw a good one on the left lane the last
He did. This pair should be better for him. There you go. He's thinking
That's
it
a
didn't
Brad
hook.
Miller reaction. That's
Yeah.
what you do, Brad. There's the walk back where you're looking at the pins. You walk off the back like this.
All right.
Yeah, that's what you look
And
like.
he's looking around for something.
Yeah, what is he looking around?
PlayStation controller.
Yeah.
We're out of those at the moment.
Could have had one in a Christmas gift, but Austin Bolds.
Down on 41. I think Landon just lofted it. Great shot strike, by the way. I only say it. I think he's lofted it more than anyone else has lofted a shot today. As far as when the ball made contact with the lane for the first time. It was way down there.
Meanwhile, Jean Perez is like, hey, I'm kind of getting in the groove here. Sure we're not bowling 24?
No, his hip and his leg are still sore after that tumble he took a couple hours ago. He's just fighting through it, he said. He's throwing it better, though. Just if he could carry a flush hit once or twice, he'd be even better off, but Troop and Thompson, they got to go. They were in first. Rice and I almost called him Rolleman. Rice and Holloman starting to pull away from it.
Looks like they started off pretty good.
Yeah, on this.
29-30. So laying the hooks.
Yeah, it does. It's a good break. Only the 6 for a ball that meant business turning left.
We've really only seen him throw Rubicon UC2s the whole tournament, and that is not a Rubicon
No,
UC2. That is a... I don't even know what ball that is. Road Warrior, maybe?
Jared's throwing a track
Criterion.
Criterion. It's a nice looking ball. Blue. Royal blue. Threw a nice looking shot with it. What about, Brad, what would you think about plastic with a weight block?
I have no clue.
Kind of the other
Sure,
option.
they've tried it, right?
No, it's a thing. But what do you think about throwing it at the moment?
Oh, right now.
And play straight.
Nah. I mean, I don't know.
And
I'm sure somebody can make it work.
like a buttress.
I'd rather have it without a weight block.
Or plastic without a weight block.
Shot by Kyle.
I don't think that's a Road Warrior. I think it's like some older, maybe like a Hustle or something.
I'll tell you in a second.
It's got a Hustle vibe to me.
It was tough to see.
Maybe a Journey?
I thought the journeys were a little darker than that. I could be wrong.
Phase 5. Okay.
Phase 5.
So still a pretty strong piece of equipment.
It's an old ball. Been around for a while.
Phase 2 says, hold my beer.
Yeah, I know. And then High Road's like, no. Oh, mine.
All right. We might have sheets coming here.
Might.
We don't. No, we don't. They're coming, though.
Austin Bowles looks like a tropical surge he's throwing all the way down to the lineup. Some of the weakest equipment.
We saw one of those last night, though. Tropical surge. Looked real good. You know, entry-level ball from
Yeah, that's what
from a generation ago.
John was throwing. Oh.
John's ball roll right now is almost Michael Holloman-esque.
It is. Pretty open.
Yep.
Looks like Holloman did throw a split down there on the 4th frame.
There we go. After 9, Holloman and Rice are right where we thought they were. 2,047 up in the lead. Leads 122 pins over Thompson and Troop, who are having a nice game here on 35 and 36. Best start through 6 frames we've seen on this pair since probably game 1. Kroll and Martin have fallen to 3rd at 8. Well, they're still in 3rd, but they're now 230 behind. 2 games ago, they were 70 or 90 behind. So Holloman and Rice, Thompson, the Troop, Kroll and Martin, Justice and Bowles are in 4th. They're at 1743. Right in front of Perez and Jones at 1735 and LaCory and Jordan at 1717. Big gap to McCarthy and Dickey in 7th. Clausen, Welsh, who are up from 12th to 8th. Hibbert and Moss, Britton, Jones, Courtney and Heath, Monto and Hicks. So you only have 2 teams at the moment within 200.
Troop throwing another older ball. I'm kind of curious what his arsenal is going to look like come tour. He's going to be throwing a UC2 and a Phase 5, you think? Seems to kind of like him.
This might be his house shot arsenal.
Could be, definitely. All right, so they're 100 back.
Yeah, 122 behind.
And they got a good game going.
Got
Exactly
a great
what they
game
need.
going.
There you go, Jared.
Walking it out.
They're gonna get a win.
Let me check real quick on our leaders, see how they're doing.
And Hallman actually went open.
Uh-oh.
And then AJ Rice has a front 5. So Hallman's kind of losing his look a little bit. AJ Rice is covering him.
Game 9 is now in the drive. Standings link at the top of the chat.
Austin Bowles is on 36. I got a fun fact about Austin from our loyal listeners. So he grew up at a bowling alley called Ross Cottam Lanes. Okay. You know their current manager? Scott Britt.
Hey.
In the field.
Nice.
Thank you to our loyal fans. Joe Labat for that one.
Shout out Scott Britt.
All right, individual standings for 9. Thank you. Okay. For today, Chad Moss, 240. Michael Holloman, 249.7.
That's our averages.
That's their averages. Boog Kroll, 245. Kyle Troop, 248 even. Jared Thompson, 218.7. Holloman and Rice. Holloman, 249. AJ Rice, 239. So it's been a team effort for the whole event, Mike, though. Michael is ahead of AJ by 50 pins. Over game, and we got 13 and 9, 22 games. So 2 pins a game difference. Compare that to Troop and Thompson. Troop is ahead of Jared by 670 for the 22 games.
That's quite a few.
That's a bunch.
Kyle's definitely been the MVP here.
Yeah, for the day, 248 is second of the 24 bowlers. Only Michael Holloman's ahead of him.
You're watching continuing coverage of the 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Mike and Lee and Brad Miller here with you, bringing you all the action. Game 10 of 12. This one here, then one more. Then we'll take a quick break for a position round. 30 bonus pins, no step ladder, and we will crown our champion. Currently, right now, it only looks like no, that was big. It only looks like a 2-horse race. Rice and Holloman at 2047, Thompson and Troop at 1925, Kroll and Martin at 1816.
And they don't have much
and then
going on. Boog started this game with 2 opens.
You go to Justice Bowles at 1743. So Troop and Thompson trying to bowl something big here to shorten up this gap. Try to pick up 120 pins in 2 games before they bowl a position round, and then just have to beat their opponents. Jared Thompson, though, bringing it strong here. He can still bowl 280. This would be massive for these guys. And this is big on this pair. They did not bowl well on this pair the last time they were over here.
They hit this pair last
Did they even bowl 400?
On game number 5. They shot 420.
Right. So this is a monster improvement on this pair for these guys.
Yeah, they kind of hit this roadblock in the middle, Mike. They went 420 in game 5 and then 388 in game 6. Since then, they've bounced back with 505 plus 30, 462, that was a loss, and 439 with a win.
Jake Monto here with the front 6 looking for 7.
There you go.
It is. Jared now second one in the 10th. 5-10 shakes the 5 a little bit. Let's take a look at our leaders, see how they're doing. AJ Rice front 6, now front 7. Michael Hallman struggling a little bit though, can only bowl 202.
3 splits and 4 frames.
But they can still bowl 502. Keep an eye on that as that develops. A few frames behind down there.
Where we find Gene Perez going through the face, 4-6-10. There you go. Never know if that one extra pin from picking the 510 might matter some.
Man, I walk out of the restroom and I hear this, oh! And I look up and Kyle's got an 8-pin right in front of him.
Well, I thought somebody had the fangirl treatment for you like Ryan Sidney did last night.
Oh, yeah.
People just excited to meet Brad Miller. It's just pretty much the full story.
They feel sorry. It's sympathy.
I got a message this morning on Facebook that I thought was pretty nice. Hey, Mike, just wanted to say thank you for the entertaining commentary this weekend, and a little birdie told me that there was an arm wrestling match between you and Brad Miller. So I had to go back and watch it. I've been under some stress at work this week, and watching these streams with you and Brad in the booth made my weekend. Thank you to both of you. Why do you hate Lee?
I was wondering that.
Lee!
Where's the...
Okay, whatever you think, brother. You're the boss.
Troop here.
Troop? Oh,
yeah,
no.
He, a little aggressive. Looked like he stuck a little bit of a hop. A little too much finger.
2 fingers instead of 1 for Pete.
Yeah, you should have just thrown 1 in there. And that kind of stinks for Kyle because they actually had a chance to gain some pretty good ground, and they would still if it wasn't for AJ Rice, because Michael Hallman actually has 3 splits this game. He can only shoot maybe 210, 220.
You can get to 2-0.
But our man AJ Rice.
Well, he almost got it. We've already seen 1 big 4 today. I think it was on that pair. Is it not? It was right in front of us somewhere. They're all kind of running together at this point.
Yeah, 35, 36. We do have front 9 by AJ Rice over on the 29 and 30 that we'll get to here in a second.
So got front 8 here for Jake Monto.
Come on.
Jeff Hicks with a strike there.
He throws it good.
Yeah.
Both of them throw good.
Jeff came down with Nidifer from Detroit to bowl the IB Opens back in the day.
Oh, okay. Are they wearing the same hoodie?
I think they might be.
Team hoodie. I heard some people talking in the chat a couple days ago about they don't know how they could bowl in long sleeves. I agree. I don't mind it, really. I can do it.
I couldn't bowl in long sleeves. I couldn't bowl in a hat.
The hat kind of drives me nuts because the bill gets in the way of the follow through. I kind of hit the bill every once in a while. That's why they wear it backwards. Good shot, Jake. Front 9.
Jake front 9. Michael Hallman with a double. AJ Rice got 8 in a row. Boog just left a 6, 9, 10. Don't see that very often for him. Oh, we got a balk.
That was because of Landon.
Landon over there. So that's 4 lanes over, left a flat 10. Almost took his shirt off, and it distracted Tommy. And he's going to take a reset.
You know, these prima donnas, you know, these old school guys, they got to have 7 pairs. Tommy is like
Thank you.
Tommy's the one guy that like doesn't get distracted. He don't care what you do.
Yeah, that one just kind of. he's probably happy it happened. He's like, hey, I haven't had somebody get me in about 4 years.
Impressive.
Congratulations.
Kid, impressive. Yep.
You do it to me on tour, though, we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, this Rice-Holloman match with Dickey and Aaron McCarthy is actually really close. Rice and Holloman are only up by 27.
In the match?
Yeah. With the extra double accounted for.
Big shot here by Holloman. I wonder what's going on with Holloman. I think he's just going high. The couple splits.
Well, he's only got 1 spare.
Yeah,
Spare,
yeah,
double,
yeah.
split, strike, split, double. And it's just.
So
And this is going to be the pair that, assuming that they stay in the top 2, which is incredibly likely at this point, they're going to hit it again for a position round.
is that the one?
That's 1 and 2. AJ Rice is like, oh, don't worry about it, I gotcha. Whereas Michael's like, this whole striker split thing's no fun.
Dude, he's way far right. Man, look at that.
There you go. It's a big shot there, especially with the miss from Dickey. Makes it a 38-pin match. Should give them the win, but they know that just down the road a little bit here, 3 pairs over, Troop and Thompson, 82 over plus 30. Came into this game with a lead of 122. And they can get to 502. So they can actually expand their lead by 20 if they can finish this off.
Dude, he got all of that. Yep. Knew it too. All right, well, at least you got a partner with the front 9. And Kyle Troop's stoning 8 pins. You know, the last 3 games, the lanes really haven't changed as much as originally. All right, come on, Jake.
Jake Mondo from Toledo.
That was pure. Wow, that was a good release.
Oh. Fast 8 on the front 9, so the lead's going to shrink a little bit.
Yep.
They can go 66 over with a spare and a strike. So they'll lose 16. They'll still be up 100.
Come on, Jake.
There you go. Great shot.
Can't tell which one was better. First one or second one?
Second one.
Oh.
Wait, you like the second one better? I actually like the first one
I
better.
like the second one.
All right, all right.
I like the second one better.
Just because he gave it a little more room, a little more floaty?
Just a great reaction off the
Okay.
back
The
end.
sound through the pins, I could hear it through the cans I got.
Okay, gotcha.
That's all. Nothing other than that.
John Heath coming in hot. Here we go.
All right.
Push.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Wait.
Still a great game, 298.
Yep, good job.
Okay, so that'll be a win for Courtney and Heath. You flip. There's Aaron McCarthy. Watch You flip down to IB2 just for 1 second. I need to bring some binoculars to see the scores. We'll just recap those. 444 would be for Hibbert and Moss over LaCory and Jordan. And 380 to 323 down on the last pair. So that's a win for Bug and Kindle, but they only go plus 10 inclusive of bonus. All right, one more game. All right, let's go. A little bit of bowling left, 37 and 8. Gene Perez has had poor carry when pounding the pocket all day long.
Yeah, and Landon missed open in the 10th, and Christian had one of his worst games of the
Yeah, they both opened in the 10th.
tournament. Okay, we're going to have 2 games left coming down to crunch time. And the standings are bunched a little bit up top. We had A.J. Rice and Michael Holloman lose their match with a 480 or 490. And
Oh, they won.
oh, did they end up winning?
Yeah, 440 for their opponents.
Okay. Well, they won.
Okay, so game 11. If you haven't bowled somebody, go find them and bowl somewhere. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, who haven't you bowled? I bet you none of them know.
All right, it is on their sheet, though. It's easier to figure out. But how about Mondo and Hicks?
Yeah.
511. Nice game.
I love the hoodies.
So they're probably gonna get out of last with that. After game 11, here we go. 29 and 30, Courtney and Heath with Justice and Bolts. Justice and Bolts were in 4th.
I don't think they had an amazing.
They didn't. 31 and 2, Monto and Hicks will bowl. Holloman and Rice. So we'll see Holloman and Rice. They're going to slide over one pair. 31 and 32, and then they're going to go right back to 29 and 30 for position round. 35 through 38, Britt and Jones. Hunter Jones will bowl Kloss and Welsh. 37 and 8, Hibbert and Moss will bowl McCarthy and Dickey. And then on the high end, Troop is on 41 and 2. They're going to bowl Kroll and Martin. That's a big one. So that's coming into that game was a second versus third match. Thompson and Troop are definitely still in second. Kroll and Martin might still be in third, but they fell further behind with that plus 10. So they're going to be something on the order of 300 behind first and 220 or 30-ish behind second.
Yeah.
We've kind of developed a runaway here between Holloman and Rice and Thompson and Troop, with Holloman and Rice with the head start. And on the last pair, 43 and 4, LaCory and Jordan will bowl Perez and Tommy Jones. So there you go. Game 12 is a position round. So A.J. Rice is just fine going right back to 29 and 30. I don't think Michael wants any part of it.
No, I don't think so either.
But they had a good look at it. Thompson and Troop bowled on that pair in game 1 and game 9. Game 1, they shot 428. Game 9, they shot 469. So they've got 3 500s today, and none of them have been on 29 and 30. But it goes both ways. So Jared went 190 and 247 on that pair. Kyle went 238 and 192.
Yep. Just checking in with the chat a little bit, scrolling through it. We got a greetings from Amsterdam by Hard Cross. Love to see people from other countries tuning into bowling here in the United States. We had the pleasure of spending about 4 hours down in Amsterdam and a layover on our way to Kuwait. And Kyle and I made a vlog walking around there. It's when we, it's up on the YouTube channel if you want to go see it, but it's when we realized Amsterdam is not a 9 a.m. city. There's not much going on at 9 a.m. in Amsterdam. It's
Did you get to go walk around for 4 hours?
Yeah, we did. We flew in on a layover. We had a 6-hour layover, and we got in at like 7:30. And Amsterdam's one of those countries that you can, like, United States citizens can spend a few days there and not have to worry. And so we were able to leave the airport, get a cab, went downtown, checked out the red light district, and walked everywhere. And it was a neat little town.
Matt Hibbard says, that wasn't very nice.
Yeah, so what are we thinking it's down to just the 2 teams?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only way this changes, we can keep an eye on this, right? Troop and Thompson do nothing this game. Hallman and Rice do nothing this game. Kroll and Martin shoot 540. Because they're probably, so Rice and Hallman shot, well, they had 70, so about 60, about 66, 68 plus 30, 98. So we'll put them at about 21, 40, give or take. Should have wrote it down. That's my bad. So they got a lead of slightly over 100.
Still AJ Rice and Hallman?
Yep.
Okay.
But Kroll and Martin only went 10 over. So they're going to be about 310 behind the lead, and they're 200 behind second.
Wow.
Justice and Bolds didn't do anything. Perez and Jones didn't do anything. LaCourey and Jordan did less.
Yeah.
So we've got a loose leader. We've got a team with incredible talent and a little bit of momentum, but they're still 100 behind. And then you've got a chasm to everybody else. But those other matches are still going to matter a ton with the gaps that we reviewed earlier in the prize fund between the 1 through 6. 7 through 12 is $100 a team.
Switch it up here.
Difference here. Oh my goodness! Looked like a great shot for Michael in the picture-in-picture there, and he can't get the 10 out.
Watch McCarthy. Switch over. Get a look at Hallman and Rice. Bowling Jake coming off the 298 with a head pin. I think looked like a head pin.
He missed the head pin left. Had to 136 up for a little bit. Got a little help from the back. Missed the one in front.
So Hallman and AJ, they just moved one pair to the right. They didn't have to make a big jump.
Oh, look at that.
They watched the teams bowling that pair last game. So
all right. So the bowlers on 29 and 30 this game, Courtney, Heath, Justice, and Bolds are all right-handed.
Nice.
So whatever AJ and Michael left, should still be there
when they
come back, or something rather close to it. The fronts are going to change on them
a little bit, but
the back ends will not.
A couple spares early for AJ and Michael. Looks like they're talking it through.
I mean, Michael couldn't have made a better shot the last one. Just couldn't get the 10 out. You only put half the deck over there. The ball's coming at such a strong angle that it couldn't get it. AJ's really picked it up the last couple games.
Yep.
Just had 270. So AJ Rice's day. Let's take a look at it here. 38, 68, 32, 22, 37, 197. Okay. 279, 235, 246, 278.
Yeah. Brought it back.
So really only, we had the 3 big games, but everything else just treaded water. 230, 220, 230. Let Michael carry him. He's going into that game. Michael was a 249 average today, AJ 239, but that's probably about even now. Just beating them by 90 for the day. They were about 90 apart. So they're pretty much exactly the same for total through 10 games. Definition of teamwork.
Hallman up here.
Now, there you go.
There you go. Should give him a little confidence.
Yeah, on the other hand, so our leader and second place team are complete opposite sides here. We'll keep an eye on them both. If Thompson and Troop were to struggle, so far they've went. Jared's went double 9 spare strike. Kyle's went double spare. If they just kind of tread water and shoot 450 and lose, it's possible. They're bowling Boog and Kendall Martin, who are right, trying to make up some ground. And AJ and Michael put another 5 up, and that lead goes from 100 to 170, and it's over.
Yep. Oh, almost the split. Oh, never mind. That was a strike shot. So, yeah, AJ and Michael, they could really make it hard to lose if they could somehow put together a big game. Already 100 ahead. It looks like AJ's got a pretty good look. And Holloman's feeling a little comfortable off his bad game, so it's looking all right for him. Jared and Kyle, they're doing okay. Kyle's got 2 spares and 2 strikes, and Jared had a 7-pin spare and 3 strikes, so not necessarily lost. Just gotta catch some breaks.
Because if they were to match, let's say they shoot the same score total, they're going to come in about 100 down. The bonus pins would make up 30 of it if they were to win. They still have to win by 70 or thereabouts.
You guys get game 10 yet? Not yet?
No.
No, not yet.
We're kind of looking at it, though. It's going to be, unless something changes, which it doesn't appear to be so far, we've got a 2-team race with AJ and Michael about 100 ahead. 100, 105, somewhere in there. Oh. Crowd reacts to Kyle Troop tripping a 10 out after the 4 fell first. There's Michael, though.
8-pin?
He invites it with the amount of angle that he plays.
Oh, sure.
But the quality of shots, here we go, that he leaves an 8-pin on is astounding on the left side. After, I said about 105, it's 106. Hallman Rice, 2143. Thompson and Troop, 2037. The gap is 106 pins. The gap between second and third, Mike, is 211. And that team is Boog Kroll and Kendall Martin, and they don't have a double through 5 frames. Kendall crumbles the 4-6-7 on cue. It's another 100 back to Jean Perez, Tommy Jones, who are very closely in front of Justice and Bolds and McCarthy and Dickey and LaCory and Jordan. So we've got a 4-team race for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That could go every which way possible. We got a race for 8th and 9th, Hibbert and Moss with Kloss and Welsh. They're at 16-16 and 16-05. Courtney and Heath, Monto and Hicks, Britt and Jones. Match play records, to the extent I'm got them right, Hallman and Rice are 8-2. Thompson and Troop only have 4 wins. That's your difference, Mike. 8-2 versus 4-6 for our top 2 teams.
That's a big difference.
That's 120 pins. That's the difference in the ball game right now. Assuming let's check. We just got the individual scores. We'll check that real quick here. That's a loss. Win. Win. Loss. Sorry, they're 5 and 5, not 4 and 6. My apologies, but still, it's 90 pins.
And the difference between, one more time, is
106.
106. What did I do with my pen? I had my pen around here. Oh,
There's one right here.
I got it right here. I got it right here. 106. Well, from an excitement standpoint, I hope it gets a little bit closer. Just for some excitement for us. Kyle and Jared down there just kind of pacing there, like 420, 440 pace down there.
Yep, Bug and Kindle are 7 and 3. Courtney and Heath, Mike, they started 1 and 3. They've won 5 of their last 6. Justice and Bold started 5 and 1. They're 1 and 4, 1 and 3 since. Perez and Jones 6 and 4. They've bowled 10 games, individual averages of 240 or higher. Chad Moss 240, Michael Holloman 243.5, AJ Rice 243.2. Michael's got him by 3 pins total. Kyle Troop 244.6.
You get 30 pins for a win in it with the bonus system. Question here coming in. Folks, before we get too carried away and too long, it's about to be sad. This tournament will be over before we know it'll be over within the next hour. And I sincerely appreciate everybody that's tuned into this year's event and those that have all bowled that are also watching now as well. Kudos to you for coming out and showing up in this event this year. We do want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And happy holidays to those that celebrate other types of festivities over the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, we're still looking at a 2-horse race here, Mike. Kindle and Bug. Now, still don't have a double, and now I have an open through 7.5 frames. And you don't have a strike up anywhere, so you can't have a double till 9:10. Perez and Jones are in 4th. They're 315 behind. They're having an okay game, but nothing in the high 5s that would make you think about it. They can certainly look over and see Kroll and Martin struggling. They can easily make up that 100 to get the 3rd and 4th. They want to make sure they stay in that 3-4 position round. You can watch all those matches on IB2. Our leaders are on 31 and 2, the screen on the score screen on the top right of your screen. Jared Thompson, 137 open in the 7th, striking the 8th, he can get to 27. Kyle Troop has 267 working, so they can get to the 490s. Long way to, 2 full frames to go.
Ooh. So they're not loving their look right now.
Who's they?
Holloman and Rice.
It's not. It's not great.
Okay.
It's been. It could be worse, but it's not.
227 left for Jared Thompson. Troop can still bowl 267. That's what we want to keep an eye on.
And they're going to win.
106 pin difference between Holloman and Rice, your leaders, and Troop and Thompson, second.
There's a great shot.
Ooh.
AJ can still get to 54. Holloman can still get to 37.
Yep.
If they all were to strike out from here, the difference would be pretty much
The same.
the same.
But Holloman and Rice can lose. It's possible for them to lose.
This is true. Thompson will, and Jared just missed. I thought he threw a strike. Threw a great shot.
He did. It was a wrap 7.
Wrap
He was
7.
pretty surprised by
So
it.
now it's, I mean, just kind of tit for tat at the, so he just gave her right back with the 3-6-7-9. Michael's just, I don't know what his move is though. It's
Well-
almost impossible for him to go further right.
Yeah, it's not further right. His lay down spot over there should be fine. There's not a whole lot of traffic over there, so it's probably, and he's laboring down lane. It's not getting back, so he could either
See if he can pick it.
all the normal
No.
moves. You can roll it a little more. You can slow it down. You can grab it. Whatever is normal.
He was kind of fighting it last game though too. He's
Change
probably already into the toolbox.
I would, yeah. Oh, and that's why
And nothing's worked for more than 2 shots at a time.
I don't know if he's changed balls yet, but I would probably lean toward that, whatever ball that is. All right, shot by Austin there. And getting some help from Jake with the 4-7 right there. All right, AJ, see what you got. Kind of a big shot.
I anticipate pins flying everywhere here.
He threw that hard. Wow.
You know what? AJ Rice is clutch, man.
Well, who'd you rather be, AJ or Michael?
I'd rather be AJ.
Wow.
And the reason is
I wonder who's won more.
is the two-handed style
Yeah, it's nice.
and the speed. Michael is so unique, and I wouldn't take anything away from that young man. He is so good. But there's just something about AJ. I think AJ could win on tour with the right group around him. I think AJ needs to work with a couple bright minds in bowling, and he could improve just a little bit more on a couple things. And if they could teach it to him in such a way that it's very simple for him to understand. He's done a lot on his own, and he's gotten some help, I know, but I think he is somebody that really could be elite.
Yeah, neither of them have really ever shied away from a hard challenge. I mean, they show up to every tournament.
They've got what a lot of college bowlers coming out of college don't have, which is kind of that blacktop mentality.
Yep.
Right? They got that killer instinct.
Yep.
They got that back against the wall. I got to go make some money this weekend, and they go and they do it.
Yep.
So if you could add some of the physical side and a little bit more of maybe the technical side, and just understanding the game a little bit better on moves and things like that, on more difficult patterns.
Yep.
They've had flashes of greatness in those situations, and they've never shied away from it, as you mentioned. But I think there's just a few little things, if they had that helping hand right there,
Oh, yeah.
that set of eyes, or that extra person. Sometimes you can't see it. Somebody else sees it and can tell you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you bowl a lot of house shot tournaments, you'll have like an A and a B, maybe a C game. But when you bowl against the best in the world on a bunch of different patterns, you got to go down deep into your arsenal sometimes. You got to have like these funky releases and weird ways of slow your ball speed down a lot, and then you got to be able to throw it hard, and got to be able to. All right, so Kyle.
Yeah, Jared spared the 9th, punched the 10th. Kyle spared the 9th. First one in the 10th, so they can get to 46 and 7 is 53, plus 30 is 83. The plus 30 is not in doubt.
Yeah.
Whereas for Holloman and Rice, it is in doubt because they're only up by 17.
Be a big win for them, just to make it that much harder. All right. There you go. Good shot. It's kind of a big shot for AJ right here. Set up the 10th frame. Kind of keeps them in the lead, I guess. Maybe not in the lead.
Kyle got his. Couldn't throw it any better.
Definitely be to stay in the lead.
There we go.
Very nice shot.
So it's going to be pretty, if Rice and Holloman strike out or mostly strike out, are going to be very similar to where we are now. But if they don't and they get beat, it gets a lot more interesting, like Flanagan.
Yeah, it sure does. Troop finishing out here. 246, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Give him 52.
53 plus
53.
30 with a strike.
83.
Subtract 2.
81. They improved by 81. Get 81 added to their plus total. So right now, Troop
That
and
puts them at 20, 40 would be 21, 20, 21, 18.
Troop and Thompson right now are big fans of Monto and
Yeah.
Hicks.
Oh, yeah.
They're big fans.
Oh, yeah. They need him. They're down there helping him out.
Yeah, hey, you guys need anything? Neck massager? I opened one earlier when I shot 300. You can have it.
That was an impressive shot by Holloman, man. I don't exactly know what his move was, but he did something.
Yeah, he did. Spot on analysis right there. I don't know what he did, but he did something. Tony?
I'd be curious.
I don't know, Jim. I don't know what he's going to do here. Are they going to run the ball? Are they going to throw the ball? I don't know. We're just going to wait and see, Jim. Tony.
It's a flea flicker. All right, Aaron McCarthy right in front of us, feeling herself again.
All right.
Good to see.
Big shot. There you go.
It's really good. I mean,
So now with that hit, as well as the non-strike on the other side, AJ just has to show up in the 10th, and not only will they win, they could actually grow their lead.
Yep.
They can get to 65 plus 30. If they were to all strike out, the lead would grow by 14 pins to 120.
That's hard to make up.
But this match, how close is it here?
I think
They were already
Oh,
ahead.
I'm on the wrong screen. That's the problem. Now I can do some totaling.
Yeah, so they're up by 31. $27, assuming he got the 8 out. He did. Couldn't really tell. I would never leave a 2, 4, 7, 8, 10, but he could.
So up by 27. Jeff here can add 60. Take him to 34. So we need a mark. If Jeff strikes out,
Yeah.
I think it's a mark. 9 out might be enough. But I think it is a mark. Big shot right there.
It
You
was.
heard it. You heard it out of his mouth. That was
Yep.
a big, big shot.
That makes it hard for them to lose.
Yep, that's going to extend it.
That's gonna. Well, they're gonna win the game with that hit, right? If he doesn't strike here, it's essentially a wash.
Okay.
And if he does, they can expand the lead by a few. The count's off, but that outcome of that game was not. That was far from certain. But Michael found the triple when he really needed it.
Yep. Man, he's really trying to throw it hard. It's crazy. All right, so your leaders are going to be Michael and AJ Rice, about 105 20 ahead of Troop and Jared.
All right, so lane 30. Justice and Balls.
Oh, he's even fist pumping and running out the fill ball. These guys are pumped.
He's a bad man.
Bad mama jamma.
So they shoot 461, add 30 to 91. So the lead grew by 10. So they're now at 22, 34. Their lead's 116 pins. Mike, can you show us the high bay here just to get some scores? All right, so 43, LaCory and Jordan went minus 20, 1675. Perez and Jones went 76 plus 30, 106 to 1834. And that's a win for them. The only score I don't have was Monto and Hicks on 31. Where'd they finish? Go back to 31, please. We're still wrapping up. Sorry I missed that one. 23. Okay. 15, 17. Here's what we're looking at. If you want to bring it back, kind of give a rundown here, see what we're working with.
We'll see what we're working with here, Lee.
Okay. Holloman and Rice, 22-34. Thompson and Troop, 21-18. So the lead is 116, which means Troop and Thompson not only need to win, they need to win by 87. They're locked into first and second at this point. Okay. They are, even Thompson and Troop are almost 200 ahead of Kroll and Martin. Just almost 181. Third, fourth, and fifth is really close. Kroll and Martin are going to stay in third, 1837. Jan Perez, now I just made him Danish.
I think you did.
Perez and Tommy Jones are going to be in fourth at 1834. So that is a position round game, but wait, there's more. Justice and Bolds are in fifth at 1810. So third, fourth, and fifth, 27 pins apart. Third, fourth, fifth. A lot of money bowling for there. I don't think it's possible, but unlikely that any of those teams could fall below that. Hibbert and Moss moved up with a 5-13 game, including bonus pins. They moved up from 8th to 6th. They're at 1729. 7th, Kloss and Welsh, 1697. McCarthy, Dickey, 8th, 1695. LaCory and Jordan, 9th, 1675. Courtney and Heath, 1546. Monto and Hicks, 1517. Britt and Jones, 1347. So we've got a match for first and second. We've got a match for third, fourth, and fifth. We've got a match for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. That's kind of your, and then 10th, 11th, and 10th and 11th, and then 12th. So you kind of got some buckets. Not buckets on deck, just buckets.
Oh.
That old school reference for Brad Miller's pass.
Not bad.
That's good. Nice job.
Not bad.
Lee.
So
Sharp today.
And we're going to be moving from 29 for our top teams. The teams that are 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th will be on Inside Bowling 2.
TOO. Okay.
Nice rundown, Lee. While we're waiting, got to pay the rent. I want to thank St. Clair Bowl, Matt Schellebarger, the proprietor here, and of course Ryan Freigold, the new general manager, their entire team for putting on such a great event. I talked about it yesterday. It's kind of like you get in that relationship with somebody and it's great at first and then like kind of fizzles out and you got to work at it, you know, stay together.
Yep.
These guys this year, for whatever reason, felt like we just started dating. I mean, these guys have been all over it this year. Not to say they haven't been in years past, but just a little extra attention to detail this year. Always checking in, making sure things are ready to go. So we can't thank St. Clair Bowl enough for all the work that they've done here. It's a great facility, a lot of great memories here. Remember lanes 37 and 38, Pete Weber, Walter ABC television, man. The last ABC telecast when they were on every week. So that was really cool.
And now they host the biggest doubles tournament,
Yeah,
biggest amateur tournament
that we know of, at least.
weekend.
A pretty big one. One of the biggest.
I've just never seen 600 bowlers in one tournament in a weekend. That's just 600.
Yeah, I said it earlier
In doubles.
I said it earlier in the weekend.
Whatever.
I mean, I've been part of the TNBA events, and what they do over the TNBA weeks, their national tournament, they put a lot of people through big
Yeah.
facilities. So.
Other one you can think of would be like the True Amateur. Gets like
Yeah,
1,000.
oh, yeah.
But it's singles.
And I know you're thinking, and you know, in junior gold, my gosh, that schedule and what they do over the course of a couple weeks, you know. But anyway, this is one of them.
That's multiple tournaments though by age division. This is one fell swoop.
You know how many people are in each division in that thing? 1,500 kids, one division.
Yeah, when I was bowling it, there was 1,500 total. There was like
I think
900 dudes and about 500 girls.
I think our first year in Reno was 480 or something like that.
Wow.
They had to make the top 100, then they dropped pins.
Is that when Ramoclis made the team?
No, this is when Rory Kalanquin beat Brian Hatcher in the final.
Rory who?
Kalanquin.
Did he stop bowling after that?
Yeah, Rory's career kind of just ended.
Right.
It's so weird. Chase Kaufman just texted me a couple weeks ago and said, "Hey, this guy says hi, Rory Kalanquin." I got him in my phone now. I got to reconnect with him. A lot of fun memories on the YABA message boards on AOL back in the day, and then we would go to these events and we'd all meet up. And Rory was the one that actually says that when a tournament is over, he was really, really sad. He's the first person to tell me that because everybody, all this hype for this event. Like seriously, when we're packing this up later, and when I get in the car and I start driving home, I will be a bit sad. I'll be a bit relieved because we've had so many hours here and everything, but. Getting all these people together, seeing everyone, you kind of get sad. And I think as I get older, the reason why I get the most sad is because, age and death starts to creep in. We've lost a lot of great bowlers that have bowled in this event since we started streaming it the last 12 years. And, shout out to all those people that have bowled it that we have lost. Like, it's tough,
Yeah.
and it goes with Jerry, too, not to go down this dark path here, but, Pam was part of this tournament for a very long time and passed away several years ago now, and we think about her every time we have this tournament. So, everybody that comes out a part of this, and I was talking to the guys in the shop, we talked about it online a little bit too. Whatever the deal is with this event, it's not about how much money you make in this event. It's about being part of it. Sure, it's great to cash, or some people are here to make money, that need to do it professionally. This is more like a concert, or more like signing up to go to a big sporting event. You pay your money to go in and be part of the experience, and when you walk out the door at the turnstile, you don't say, how much money are you going to pay me, right? So cashing here for a lot of people is just a bonus. Reminds me also of like Lucy tournament or one of these other types of tournaments that people go to bowl because they want to be part of it. And if they cash and make money, great, but it's part of a cause. We don't have a cause attached to this tournament yet, but I think we probably will in the future. It's something we're looking into. So it's really cool stuff. But I want to thank everybody for watching for sure. And personally, from my perspective, what we've been doing with Inside Bowling with the streams and that, we do it for the love of the game, but it is a business. I mean, this has become a business. It has become my livelihood, diverse livelihood. We do a lot of different things, but to the people that have purchased items and have changed their buying habits this week, instead of going and buying maybe some T-shirts at Kohl's or wherever you may go and picking up some of the products that we have, balls, bags, shoes, things like that from us. If you have a pro shop in your area, I want you to go there. I want you to support your local pro shop. But if you do buy online, I'd love to have an opportunity for your business. It does allow us to do more. There are certain things we're going to do that we're going to put back in. Just had a very good conversation with Jerry Anderson over there on the way back here, and he shocked me with a couple of things that we'll talk about at some point over the course of the next year. But there are really good things in the future, and the support that we get through the audience, through the purchasing, through the signing up of doing different things, sharing the broadcast, subscribing to both channels now. It all does make a very good difference.
Marshall, Yarders, ready, Marshall.
So we do appreciate it very much. And we do want to wish everybody out there a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays,
Absolutely.
whatever it is that you believe in. And, I know I've been talking for a long period of time here, but
We're just killing time. We got nothing to do at the
I
moment.
am decent at that. But what I also want to say is when we think about this event, this broadcast is a big deal. We've had a lot of people watching this weekend. And Lee, the growth I've seen in you over the years, being a commentator here, doing such a great job with the scores, every game introducing who our matchups are, going over all the stats and everything. That's a huge load off of my responsibilities here, and I cannot thank you enough.
You're most welcome.
You do a bang-up job, buddy. Thank you so much.
You do this how many weekends a year?
Yeah,
roughly.
on this network, 8 or 10, and usually it's just me. But it's not the amount of hours and the amount of shifts as this. And Brad, when I talked to you a couple months ago about, coming and doing this, I know you'd rather be out there bowling all the time, but for you to sacrifice time and come in here and want to be part of this and sit in here and bring your knowledge, because Lee and I, we don't throw it for the cheese for dollars. We've got jobs and things that we do. Your perspective, we can't ever bring that, so I can't thank you enough also.
No, thanks for asking. I haven't bowled this tournament a whole lot over my career. I kind of like sitting in the booth for it. It's kind of fun. It is long hours, but it's there's a certain vibe you feel when you're in this tournament. Like I could have went to the RPI. If you go to the RPI, it's an intense, very intense atmosphere. But here it's just they come from all over. They just want to have a good experience. They want to see their friends. They want to bowl good. They want to make a few bucks. And that's kind of the main goal here. Now we're down to the top 12, and it's obviously very serious. But over the course of the past 4 days, it's just fun.
You know what I find ironic is just how things happen. We're talking about the future. We're kind of getting deep here. And over Lee's shoulder is Landon Jordan.
Oh, yeah. He's like, man.
The future that kid has.
No, what he's saying right now is, I cannot believe I came here and bowled this bad.
I know. That's the funny part of it.
All the way
He's
twice from
disappointed.
Chicago. He's averaging 250 probably. And man.
What he doesn't realize is what a great accomplishment this is. He's going to be 40 years old, right? He'll be 40 years old, and he's going to come up to somebody like me or somebody else maybe. They'd be like, man, that holiday doubles tournament, I didn't know how special that was when I made the top 12 my very first year at 18 years old.
Got interviewed last night.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't listen to that interview because I didn't have another headset, and I let you interview him, Brad. That kid's polished, isn't he?
Oh, he's good.
Because I've interviewed him before. I remember interviewing him. I think it was on Bowl TV. I'm pretty sure it was. And afterwards, the entire chat room was saying, boy, that kid's got a future. How does he know how to say these things? And
yeah.
So, yeah, he's outstanding. And he's bowled all of Deandra's events, and she does a great job of getting people ready, for the next step.
I mean, if you're a kid and you want to learn, I don't know if this is the right stream, but there are other streams where you can. Well, I'm just kidding, Mike.
What are you talking about?
Kids learning to watch how others conduct themselves.
Yeah. Oh.
On and off the lanes. You can go watch some streams where they have less fun than ours, because having fun is one of our core values. And
well, it is.
And pay attention. So let's give ourselves a progress report here. Have fun. Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, we're trying to.
Work smart. We did that. Treat people right. I know we did that. Learn and grow together. I'll mark that as a check mark.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, it's kind of weird with Landon because he...
All right, Jerry's doing announcements. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Jones at plus 1834. Next is Kroll and Martin at plus 18.
Landon's just waiting to hear his name.
In fifth place is Justin and Bull.
Ready to go home.
He's going to be in disgust.
Driven back and forth to this place twice already this week.
Plus 1729.
He bowled on Thursday, guys. Folks that don't know it, he drove all the way home.
Plus
That night.
1697.
Yeah.
Went to school the next day.
In eighth place
Came
is
back
Carter
last night.
Dickey at 1690.
All right.
Deficit still 116, Lee.
Jordan
Yep.
at 1670.
Yep, so
Next in 10th is Courtney
I have
Heath
one error.
at plus 1546.
Oh, no, I don't. Yes, I do.
11th is Monto and Hicks at
Kroll and
1570.
Martin were 11 over. It could have been an error from prior that was corrected. I had them at 826 on the last sheet. They clearly shot plus 11. And this has them at going plus 1. I'll tell Jerry. So you've got Kroll and Martin in 1826.
We got them at 1827.
They had 11 over that last game.
Yeah.
So they're at 1837. Oh, they were wrong before?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
So we went through Kroll and them guys.
Got it.
They were at 1837, and we found a mistake at 18.
Understood. Thank you.
Time to switch the graphic to position round.
All right, so that was a prior data error and not a error by us. 10, 17, 29.
Everybody at St. Clair getting tipsy. Everybody at St. Clair getting tipsy. Here we go.
All right, so all that changed was that Gon Perez, Tommy Jones are in third, not fourth. But that's still a position round because the winner of that match will be ahead. But Justice and Bolds could lap them both. So they're going to get a ball on each lane.
Be curious to see what Holloman does. And you can already see Jared Thompson there leaving a 3.79. So that's the kind of the problem Michael had on this pair.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat room. Emil Williams Jr. checking in.
Yes.
Says, quick shout out to Mike, Lee, Brad, Kim for their efforts this weekend. A lot of hours, a lot of grind, a lot of great stuff as always. Jerry and the attorney staff, always great. Also, I'll give an assist to Carlos, our graphic designer, who's been in the chat a lot. He helped design a lot of the stuff that we've done this weekend, and it's very important to our company, the work that he does, our lead graphic designer. And of course, Brady Nelson also has been hanging out in the chat. He's taken over our social media for us, has done a great job. Emil also wanting to shout out those in Chicago. Chris Courtney, John Heath. Couldn't agree more. Thanks for all the positive comments, everybody, as we get ready to roll into our final game of this event. Also want to give a shout out to Kalen Sheba, giving us a nice little tip here. $20 super chat. My favorite broadcast every year. Started watching in 2015. Would love to bowl the holiday doubles one year. Been privileged enough to be on a couple IB live streams. Highlights next to winning a regional. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Lee, do you still have the payouts? Do you still have the payouts?
I do. Let's run through those real quick.
Folks are interested in that.
All right, from the top, 11,000 for first.
Yep.
7,500 for second.
Okay.
6,000 for third. 4,500 for fourth. 3,500 for fifth. 2,500 for sixth. 2,000 for seventh, and then down by $100 per spot to 12th at 1,500.
Okay.
So this this first match here, that's a difference, $3,500. This 3-4-5 match has a potential swing of $2,500 from third to fifth, and then the Hibbert and Moss are trying to hold sixth from the teams that are right behind them, all three of them. So we know we got 2 teams up top. We got 3 teams for third, fourth, and fifth. That could flip either way. 4 teams for 6th through 9th. That could flip either way. 10th and 11th could flip. And then Britton Jones in 12th.
Well, action is underway, and we've got strikes so far, perfect strikes so far, so they're running out of frames already.
Again, the lead is 116. So Troop and Thompson, Jared Thompson, left-hander on lane 29 from Texas. They were third in this event last year. Need to win by 87 to win outright. 86 forces a tie. Anything less, Michael Holloman and A.J. Rice will become 2-time champions together.
In 2 different bowling centers.
In different bowling centers.
So they haven't won in this bowling center yet. Wow.
No. And Michael won the Spa City Classic this year on inside bowling.
Yep.
And he won the Springfield doubles with Victor Cruz.
The old Giants player?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? It's Dimitri Cruz. I called him Victor Cruz on that broadcast too because I had that dude in fantasy football and he won me a season. And I can't ever forget it. It was Dimitri Cruz. I'm sorry. But this would be 3 wins in 1 year on inside bowling.
If I'm going to go ahead and say if they finish the job here, that Michael Holloman would be inside bowling bowler of the year. Give him a little.
I think he's just bowler of the year.
That's somebody else.
By the way, if Michael and AJ go on to win this thing, I'm gonna bring up a blast from the past in the interview with Michael.
You want a copy there?
Yeah.
Oh, we had a change.
Thanks, Joseph Eldon, also for.
Okay, so we did have a
donation.
change in the standings.
Where is it at?
So Hibbard and Moss were listed at 17.29 over in 6th. They are still in 6th, but they are actually 16.99 over. Looks like we had a bonus misapplied. So they're still in the right spot. Nothing hurt there. But now 6th through 9th is, we won't spend much time on it, but it's 24 pins for 4 teams.
Okay.
3rd, 4th, and 5th is 24 pins for 3 teams. But our title match, Jared Thompson and Kyle Troop, need to win by 87 to win outright. And Michael Holloman has got a better look on 29 and 30 than he did in game 10.
Yes, he. Wonder what he did.
So AJ Rice, 2 games ago, when they bowled on this pair, shot 278 with the first 9. Ooh. And Michael Holloman had 188, his lowest game of the tournament today by 30 pins, 28 pins.
They're just hooking now.
Yeah, and Brad, I think you nailed it in about game 6 today, maybe even a little bit before that, where you talked about Holloman and Rice, the last few games are just going to run away and win by 200. I think that's exactly what you said.
Yeah, I said 250. But.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of obvious. Just seeing the way the front part of the lane was breaking down, it was going to force the righties into a spot. I mean, guys like Boog, they can loft it halfway down the lane and average 260, but it's not easy. You know, there's just a lot of, it's not really normal bowling. All right, Holloman up here. They got to be feeling pretty good about themselves now.
Yeah, need to avoid those 4-4s, right? Those hard 8s.
Well, there's a 6.
Way to say something, Mike. Looked like he hit up on that one. I thought it was pretty good. Didn't seem like he overhit it. Black 10 by Kyle. Still throwing a face 5. Yeah, I'm also amazed at how short Holloman's approach is. Like, he does all that in a very small amount of room.
Yeah, baby steps.
Well, he plays in front of the ball return so often.
Yeah.
It's just more repeatable. Let's see if he can cover this. 2, 4, 6, 10. Nope.
It's a lot of muscle. He muscles the ball.
All right, AJ. Good time to throw a double here.
And with the Brooklyn.
This lane, by the way, is the one that we saw during qualifying that was a bit tighter for the lefties.
30?
Yeah, it was a bit tighter.
Yep.
Now, that not at this point necessarily, but it's just something to keep an eye on.
Gene.
Started with 318 teams. 636 bowlers on Thursday morning is when we started this thing. Top 46 bowled last night, 5 games. That includes all of these players. 12 more today.
There you go. Gotta stay in it. You never know. Anybody can have a bad back half.
What's the worst game Holloman and Rice will bowl here, in your guys' opinion? The worst they'll bowl?
440.
440. Okay. So if yeah, they have to bowl 525 or better, meaning Troop and Thompson.
No. They're low. This is one of the many reasons why they're in front. Their worst game today was game 1. 454.
Wow. So they have to bowl their lowest game, and Troop and Thompson would have to go pretty much.
Yeah, 454 was their worst game. It was game 1. Michael had 216. AJ had 238. They lost to Justice and Bolds, who shot 552. So everybody else had at least one roadblock. 380, 390 went backwards. They didn't. And Kyle Troop now has 2 opens in 5 frames.
Yeah, and he just wanted to not go high. There's so much friction on the lane now. It's can you just get it to the right side of the head pin? And he just tried a little too hard on that one. It was a little inside, a little firm.
As the writing's on the wall, Lee, again, third place cannot get to second, correct?
No. They're behind by almost 300.
There it is. So you get that little patch of oil right in the middle of the lane. Makes you want to use less loft, but then it goes Brooklyn. All right.
Yep.
Easy spare for AJ.
Yeah, the two teams on the right are trying to hold, one, beat each other, and two, hold off Justice and Bolds, who have 2 opens and no doubles through 3.5 frames.
All right.
Could that go in the ditch or no?
I don't think so. Close though.
We don't really have a good angle from over here.
But
it was desperately close.
All right, Michael.
Other thing here, this title match is going very fast.
Yeah, they're fastball.
There is no other match ahead of their pace. And most are behind. We get now.
And I'm not so sure Troop can get to a 520 or a 530 anymore.
I mean, they're losing the match outright now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. Jared, keeping him alive.
You see 279.
Oh, yeah, he's going to need to.
Jared had a rough start to the day. Has really rebounded in the second half after, their little come to Jesus meeting after game 6. Jared's game 8, 9, 10 set was 247, 247, 268. And
so he's back on it.
I think his game 9 was 2 teens, if I remember right. And Kyle did better. Don't hold me to that. They shot 60 over as a team, but I didn't write down.
All right,
51 over as a team. All right, here's AJ Rice. Oh, that looked like he liked it.
I didn't think
I
it was
liked
terrible,
it.
Yeah.
And it just hooked.
Kendall with the 6-pin spare.
All right, so we're through 6 frames, and the match is Holloman and Rice +1.
Good shot.
There you go. Just got to tread water at this point. Again,
Yep.
avoid the 4-4s, the 5-4s, the 4-5s,
Yep.
all the crap numbers, if you will, as in casino game.
Got Jared getting the re-rack just to make sure.
Seen a few re-racks today, more than usual.
Yeah.
Especially on the last 4. Could just be certain people taking them.
Doing some research. Rice and Holloman did win here. I think it was the first year.
Okay. It's been a minute, though.
I'd go look it up on YouTube.
Nah. All right, so Kyle and Jared desperately need a miss right here from AJ. And they do not get it. Look at Kendall. This is where I wanted Kendall game 4.
You got it. His look got better when he started hitting the loft button.
Yeah,
a rough game 11, and
wow, a 5-7.
do all that work.
That's how ugly the lanes are.
And it just lays off a little bit too much at the back. Kyle Troop has to go and go now. There you go.
It's a great shot coming off the high split.
They now have the lead in the match by 19 with the pair of doubles.
Tommy grabbing his last leg. Come on, Jared.
3 doesn't go.
Well, that makes Michael and AJ a little happier. Michael's got nerves of steel, too. He never really seems to get bothered by anything.
AJ will get a little riled up every now and then.
Every now and then.
Not too often. Hallman less than that. Posted that shot perfectly and can't get 7 to go.
It was a great shot. Both those ring 7s on that lane were great shots.
Jean.
Think about when you call him
There
John.
it is.
You can't call him Mean Gene.
No, you can't.
Screws up the nickname.
Mon John.
Non-John. All right, spare here for Holloman.
Yeah, just fill some frames at this point.
Yep, they're looking pretty good.
And don't bump into Buck when he's trying to set up.
This is going to see some airtime, I think. He hasn't struck yet.
Parachute.
Look at that. Trying to bowl that?
That's about halfway down.
All right, Troop on your left side here.
Oh no, that's his
solid 8.
3rd one of the day at least. One of them a while ago was on a string.
Wow.
That one's in the position round. I'm just going to dump it down there.
Yeah, I think we might be looking at the winners, boys. I think that might do it.
I just picked up on this. I just got a message. Who's the pin clicker in the booth? And it's you, Lee.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That makes Flanagan happy because he was a pin clicker a little bit yesterday.
I was.
It's a
It was
habit.
a long day.
Yeah, it keeps us awake up here. It's a pacifier.
Might have to arm wrestle one more time before we get out of
Not
here.
because the action's not furious. It's because lack of sleep. Shout out to all of our teams that made it this far. Everybody that bowled here today. Jersey of the day. Didn't give it away yet, but it's going to be the team of Welch and Kloss.
Yeah, the Buffalo.
The Buffalo slot machine game jerseys.
And they get a chance to look at this.
Yeah, William Welch is bottom right of your screen. He's got the front 8, and Chad Kloss has got 278 working. So they came in here in 7th. They could easily sneak into 6th. And if one of the teams in 3rd, 4th, or 5th were to put up a minus number, they could sneak up there.
Yep. Open by Holloman, but I don't think it matters. I think AJ Rice.
Yeah, the current match is, as it says, Thompson and Troop up by 18. Remember, they have to win by 87.
And maybe that bone 8 doesn't matter, but man, it just
Can't make him feel good, though.
No.
There you go,
Oh,
AJ.
AJ.
That's the
dagger
dagger right there.
See if Troop can give him the business.
Still great watching Kyle Troop ball. There
Oh,
you go.
look at that. That's the mega short arm.
That thing had a parachute when it landed.
Yeah, it was gonna be. It's gonna be tough to win this tournament when that's your line when you have to play that line. We got Tommy, little 5-bagger, showing all these young pups what's up. Oh, and then you just got to make me look bad.
Well, you deserved it for something.
Then you got Kendall up on the approach before Kyle came off. He's ready to go on a strike.
Well, I mean, this match matters for Kendall, and
Oh yeah,
they're down.
there it is. Nice shot, Kendall.
Oh, didn't
Man.
do anything.
I liked it.
So Troop and Thompson have finished second twice now in this thing.
I thought they were 3rd last year.
Maybe it was, yeah. I think they were on the championship pair, though.
Right. Barta and Liz lapped them.
little slow wheel from Jared there.
All right, good. Hey, great game in the finals. 245 or 244.
And
he needed a bunch. He gave him 240.
He was about 5 to 10 pins a game lower on average, and he probably expected.
Michael Holloman just finishing up here. Great event for him again. 3 wins on this network.
There's your spear ball.
No.
Man.
What happened?
Every so often that happens.
He threw the spare ball, too.
And I haven't seen it. It could happen Thursday, of course.
Oh, I haven't seen it the whole tournament yet.
Yeah, I
This is
haven't.
an anomaly. I've never seen it.
So you just kind of
clear it out and try again.
Well, the ball's still sitting in the other gutter. I don't know how they're gonna.
That's always kind of a bummer. Trying to get out of here. There's Boog. I thought he was bowling on the lane to the left for a second.
Yeah, if Boog's not carrying from over there, you know it's a hard line. He's the king of that. All right, so we're going to see no emotion from Michael. He's going to just be expecting to win this tournament from the get-go. All right, we got a smile.
There you go.
A little high five from the Hall of Famer. All right. All right, I think Hallman's happy. I think he's having a good day.
AJ Rice, one for the road. There you go.
Might
Just
as
keep
well.
firing them.
Way to end it nicely. Look at that.
I guess Kyle's not going to try again.
Oh, he's not.
No, he just dumped it down.
Tommy. Right in the oil. They got a little lead in their match.
Yep, so Jan Perez and Tommy Jones came into this game in third. They are ahead by a lot. The only team that could catch either of them, Bolds and Justice, they're behind in their match to Moss and Hibbard, who are trying to hold off teams coming behind them. But with the big number that Kloss and Welch are going to put up,
AJ Rice, Michael Holloman, your 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles winners. Congratulations to those two young men. Second time they've won the event. Second time in this building. We will talk to them here in just a few.
they made it to 2,307 over. Oh. Chad Kloss, 256 with a stone 8 on the fill shot.
Good way to end it.
So this is, we'll see if they can. They're going to make it into. We'll see if William Welch can finish it off here. Matt Hibbard, bottom left of your screen, trying to shoot 266 himself. So they're trying to hold off Kloss and Welch. Don't know if they'll be able to do it. William can finish this off here. It'd be 533.
Ooh. Yeah, see, the last shot went too far for Kendall, and that one he gave it the business and it hooked. It's just it's hard to blend. See Tommy kind of going through it the same way. Hook, no hook, no hook, no hook. And that's when you see a guy like Boog, you just take the lane out of play. When the lane's giving you too much hook and then not enough hook, if it only sees the air, you bypass all that. So William Welch finishing up in the 10th. He's going to get the 260.
He's going for the mystery pot special here. He had the front 8, 7 spare, 6 spare. He can strike for 263.
All right, see how much airtime this bad boy gets. Oh, he laid it down.
And it went Brooklyn.
Yeah.
It saw friction before 35 feet, so of course it's going to turn left.
So it's kind of look like Tommy and Gene are going to be your third place finishers. It might not be totally solidified yet, but I think so.
Hibbard and Moss are in 6. Justice and Bolds can only get to
4-0.
35, 415 and a loss. But 4th and 5th is not yet decided.
Bottom right of your screen was 518 was the total for
Yep.
Moss.
No, it's Kloss and Welch.
That's right. That's what I meant.
148 for that game. 1845. Aircross was McCarthy and Dickey, 48 over.
Last shot here for Kendall. Last frame. Great experience for him and Boog. Look at that thing hook. Man, good thing they're done bowling because they would. The next couple of games would not be fun, but had to be a great experience. You know, they're buds. They're out of the Springfield, Missouri. They've known each other their whole lives and come here to one of the most prestigious doubles tournaments and finish a 4th place. That's
Well, we're not.
memorable.
We're still deciding 3rd, 4th,
Oh, okay.
5th, and 6th. And 7th.
I'll stick. Oh, come on.
That might matter here in a minute.
I know. Well, who did that?
I don't know. Spots that look to be locked in: LaCory and Jordan in 8th, McCarthy and Dickey in 9th, Britton Jones in 12th. Oh, hey, we finally got a slow roller.
Look at that.
It took us a while since we've seen one of them actually do the job.
All right, Boog. He's. All right.
Let's set that one down and went Brooklyn again.
All right.
They might fall. They will fall all the way behind Kloss and Welch.
Wow, really?
Yeah, this is not good.
There you go, Tommy. That's the line.
It's 5-pin.
That's why I wanted to play the whole tournament.
Yeah, good showing by Gene and Tommy. They're probably good buds, but it's always a pleasure to bowl with a Hall of Famer like Tommy. Glad he was able to make the trip.
You know, it's great having him in the field. Gave us a lot of access as well.
Oh, yeah.
Not everybody does. He does. You know, I wish Tommy did a little more on social media because as colorful as he is in person.
His personality is awesome.
I know.
He's just him.
All right, Justice and Bolds, 14 over that game. 18-24. They will also fall behind Kloss and Welch. Moss and Hibbard, 108 with the bonus pins. 1807.
Shot there by Gene.
All right, so Kroll and Martin went minus 37 that game. Am I reading that right?
He's going to finish it up here. I think Gene's had some pretty good tournaments this year in these double amateur scene tournaments.
All right. He's got one more shot, but we can go through the standings here as I caught them down here. Hallman and Rice, your 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles winners. Jared Thompson and Kyle Troop second. Jean Perez and Tommy Jones third. The big mover of the last game, William Welch and Chad Kloss shot 548 or 148 over with the bonus. Moved all the way up from 7th to 4th. It's a big dollar move. In 5th, Austin Bowles and Rick Justice at 1824. Matt Hibbard and Chad Moss at 6th at 1807. So we'll just get this number down here. In 7th, Kendall Martin and Bud Kroll at 1790. LaCory and Jordan, 8th, 1753. 9th, McCarthy and Dickey, 1743. 10th, I'm not sure what Monto and Hicks had, so it could go 10th and 11th either way with Courtney and Heath, Britton Jones, and 12th.
All right.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yep, 12.
Once we get these scores, we'll get the payouts going. We'll be doing that on lanes 37 and 38.
Guys, I'm going to bring in the champs. I'm going to interview them, and then
Sure.
we'll wrap up together, okay?
All right.
All right, guys, we'll bring it into the booth. It's been a long weekend for all three of us. I'll say that, right?
It has, yes.
Right, longer for you than us.
Yeah, but you guys had to throw for the cheese out there. Two-time champs of this event. It was here you guys won, right?
Yeah,
the first year they had it here.
First year here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why I thought it was Concord. I said that wrong on air earlier, but I was corrected. So, 2 times to win this event. Now, you've seen it grow over the years. We'll start with you, Michael. What's it mean to win this one here with such a loaded field?
Yeah, it means the world. You know, you like I said, it's a loaded field, and now it's from Thursday to Saturday. It just keeps. It feels like next year it's going to be Tuesday to Saturday.
I hope not.
But it's just there's so many good bowlers. It's just the fact that we can come away with the win. It means a lot.
Yeah, it sure does. What about you, AJ?
Yeah, this is the tournament that is always on my calendar every year to try to win, and the fact that we've gotten 2 wins together, it means a lot. And again, bowling against the field of bowlers that are in this event, I don't really have words to put into it. It's a great feeling bowling against some of the best bowlers out here, from professional level to amateur level, from all over the world. It's really nice to come out on top in this event. It's a big one.
One thing that was kind of interesting, and I don't want to discredit anything that you guys did here today, but you normally got to have at least one lefty. All the righties say you got to have one lefty. And we've seen a lot of left-handers, even more lefties than righties on Sunday for this top 12. And in this particular case this year, you guys were kind of over there. Did it hold up a little bit better for you guys on your side of the lane this year compared to years past?
Yes, especially for me, because the last 2-3 years I've bowled this event and made it to Sunday. By game 4, I'm in the right gutter where he is at, trying to just keep it left with the head pin. This year I was able to keep it a little more in front of me and just trap it, and he was able to do what he does and just circle the whole lane and strike.
Yeah, I felt like I was just telling Troop's fiance about that this year on Sunday there's not as many lefties, and I think just the way that the weekend went, if you didn't bowl the morning shifts as a lefty, you just did not have the greatest look. And we showed that last night. I mean, we didn't bowl great last night either, but today it held up. I was able to. I told him by game 8 or 9, when we get to the last couple, I'm going to run out of room, because I was already in the right gutter, throwing it slow. And luckily, I have him with his speed. He showed up and he held me up, and that's why it's a doubles.
What is it about you two guys bowling together? Because I've seen you win 3 times here now this year. We'll get to that in a moment, but you didn't bowl with this guy down in Springfield. But what is it about bowling doubles together with you guys?
It's just one of those things. We just took a couple years off for other reasons. Me and Kevin wanted to bowl, and then him and Gene wanted to bowl. And last year none of us made it to Sunday between both teams. And we said this year we're going to go back to the normal groups. And actually, I said if the lefty-lefty thing did not work this year, we were going to switch to get a righty.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Because in the last couple of years, the lefty-lefty has just not worked out for anybody. It was, yeah.
especially on Sunday.
But I told him that that wasn't going to be a option for us, that we were going to come here today and we were going to do what we can do and hopefully come away with a win. So I said, you're not dropping me. You're giving me for at least one more year.
So moving forward now, I mean, would you guys just consider just bowling together every single year and building a legacy here, or do you guys still think you might switch it up and overthink things?
I don't really foresee us switching unless there's like some sort of like, emergency where one of us can't make it. But going forward, as long as he's on the same page, I'm good with it. He's good with that. I feel like there's no reason why we shouldn't bowl together. It's obvious we bowl well together. We feed off of each other. When one's not bowling good, the other steps up. Vice versa. It's just chemistry. Whenever these last 3 games, he struggled a little bit. I stepped up earlier in the block. I was struggling. He was still striking. It was just give and take, and we made the shots when we needed them.
Michael, this is the 3rd win you've had on Inside Bowling this year. You probably want me to stream some more bowling tournaments.
I just think you're just good luck for me this year.
Yeah, I mean, you have really torn it up on our live streams.
Yep. I've had a really good season for once the summer has hit. Being a free agent, being able to throw all the best brands and balls that they're making. So I just think it's been a good and just support system. And then even Nightmare. I mean, me and Sean finished 4th, so it's not like I bowled bad. We bowled bad there, so I'm just going to come bowl your tournaments more often.
I think you should. You should say, hey, I want you to go stream this one, Mike. You'll be in my inbox.
I think Michael wants you to run 30 events a year.
Right.
And he would be on cloud 9. He'd be so happy.
And AJ, you've been bowling our events for a long time. You've had success at like Proprietors Cup and all that. It's been a joy to watch you grow as a bowler over the years, man.
Yeah, thank you. I've put in a lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of time, and I've listened to, a lot of people and try to just learn things as I go and, incorporate into my game. So when I come out here, I can perform and hang with these guys. Bowling against guys like Kyle, bowling against Kyle and any of those, Tommy Jones, those guys are awesome. And they're fun to watch. They're fun to bowl against, and just to come out on top against those kind of level of guys, it means a little extra more because those guys are top tier. They're some of the best bowlers in the world, in my opinion. So Kyle, to me, is top 5.
Yeah, I want to ask you right now, who would you like to thank? I see the Red Robin on your jersey.
Oh, yeah, this is Lou Arsenio. He's out of Michigan. He's known as the Godfather out of Michigan. He owns, I think he owns quite a bit of the Red Robins in Michigan or whatever, and he sponsors our team for Nationals the last couple of years. So these were jerseys we wore this past year for Nationals. So, yeah. It's a cool jersey. I love it a lot, and Lou's good people and treats all of his people like family. So, yeah, Lou's awesome. Turbo, obviously, I've got the best grip with them. They've supported me with anything and everything that I've needed for my game. My girlfriend back home, she's been watching me since game 1 of yesterday. She's helped me, talked me out of some tough situations, and has helped me keep my head in it. I don't know if my son is still watching. He's back home right now with his mother. But, hey, buddy, I love you, and I will see you tomorrow. And I'm glad you were able to watch me, buddy.
That's awesome, man. And, Michael, before we get to who you think.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
There's a lot, yeah.
There's one person that always comes to mind every single time you have success on the lanes that I think about, and that's Greg O'Neill.
Yeah, I definitely miss Greg. That thing, it's been 5 years, almost 5 years now. It's just... Man, he's the reason I got into ASPTs, and I think that's where my game involved.
I know it.
Bowling all his stuff. I was never going to bowl stuff like that, but, he said, I think you should come bowl one event. And, ever since, I've supported everything he's done. Me and his daughter, Shania, we're really, really close. I was in their wedding. And I definitely miss him and Sandy for sure.
Yeah, we lost him too early.
Yeah, way too early.
Too early. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my wife, of course. Her and my baby girl at home. They sent AJ a video. My little girl's actually cheering for AJ, trying to get him to boost his spirits when he was struggling, and I think that's kind of what got the fire lit in him.
Yep.
But I want to thank Turbo, CTD, Chameleon. Awesome jerseys, Bowl 101. I have a couple shops. Bowl 101's in Arkansas. I have Genesis. They help with the tape and stuff for my wrist. Indio Bowling out of Houston, Victory Bowling. There's so many people and so many groups. And then my number 1 shop, it's in 4 Seasons in Alexandria.
Okay. Hey, guys, I was just thinking about something here. You guys are free agents, right? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was wondering if we could figure out a way I could sign you guys. We'll talk off air about this, but I'm getting in the hat game now.
Uh-oh.
And I just realized right now, you guys are up here with hats on. I don't have a hat on right now. I've worn one all weekend. I got to sign you guys to a hat staff. We're gonna have to work on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Will you guys maybe give me a chance and not charge me too much to be on hat staff with Inside Bowling?
Can definitely talk about it.
I actually just started this year. I just wear hats.
Yeah.
90% of the time. And I actually, this Saturday morning, I didn't bowl great. I bowled okay. AJ said, come back in Saturday night and flip your hat. And then all of a sudden, it's been.
He goes 250 over for those next 5 games, and then struck a bunch today. And so
That's it.
yeah,
It's like Lincoln Hawk and over
Yep.
the top. Brad Miller says he has to wear his hat backwards because if it's forward, sometimes he hits it off his head. Is that why you guys?
that's
do
why
that?
I don't do it. Because if I try to wear it forward, I knock it off every time.
I actually don't have that issue.
Oh.
I don't have that issue.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations.
Thank
It was
you.
fun watching you guys again. 2-time champs, biggest field ever. When you guys drive home, you guys should feel pretty good about this one.
Yes,
It's
definitely.
an emotional win for me.
Yep.
So when we won this, 2017?
17. Yep.
It was a month. It was a week and a half after my dad passed away. So it's been this year. This tournament's always emotional for me. Just this time of the year. Christmas is in a couple of weeks, and my dad's birthday is right after Christmas. So it's a good win to have. Helps me keep know he's watching. He's just smiling down on here.
All right. Well, guys, thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you, sir.
And have a Merry Christmas.
Yep,
We'll
you as
see
well.
you guys down the road at a future event.
Yep, for sure.
sir.
All right,
Definitely.
that's your champions, AJ Rice and Michael Holland. All right, they're waving me on. They say we got to get going with the announcements here. 2 great guys. 2 great guys. You want me to do the announcements? All right, I can figure that out. Let's bring our guys back. Where's our broadcast team? They got to be around here somewhere. They're probably taking breaks. Guess I'll make some announcements out here. We'll go in front of St. Clair Bowl. Hopefully the wireless works. No problem. I got this.
Thank you for everything, like always. Excellent work. Appreciate it.
Okay, does this thing work? All right. Okay, that's going to do it for the 2024 edition of the Hammer Holiday Doubles. I am here to announce our 12 finalists and their finishing positions and the amount of coin that they won. So finishing in 12th position is the team of Scott, Britt, and Hunter Jones. Congratulations, guys. You guys finished 12th and received $1,500. Come on up. And finishing in 11th position, Chris, Courtney, and John Heath. Thanks for coming, guys. $1,600 for 11th place. Congratulations. And in 10th position, we have the team of Jake Monto and Jeff Hicks. Thanks for making it out as well, guys. Making the drive. $1,700 for 10th position. Good to see you again. And coming home 9th, Aaron McCarthy and Dupree Dickey with $1,800 for these bowlers. Great bowling. Nice job, Aaron. Not Dupree. All right. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right, coming home in 8th position, combined team age of 36 years old. Christian LaCory and Landon Jordan. Landon's very first adult tournament. Nice bowling, guys. And they received $1,900 for 8th position. All right, coming home in 7th, Boogeyman, Boog Kroll, and Kendall Martin from Springfield, Missouri. Received $2,000 for 7th place. Nice bowling, guys. All right, now 6th position. Matt Hibbard and Chad Moss finish in 6th position, receiving $2,500. You just got to move around a little bit. All right, now coming home in 5th position, none other than Rick Justice and Austin Bowles. They received $3,500 for finishing in 5th. Okay, coming home in 4th, receiving $4,500, Chad Kloss and William Welsh. Nice bowling, guys. Jersey of the day today. And coming home 3rd, receiving $6,000, none other than Jean Perez and some guy named Tommy Jones. Professional PlayStation Clair. I've never won anything of this guy. Thanks for coming, guys. All right, coming home 2nd. Receiving $7,500, none other than Kyle Troop and Jared Thompson, the house mouse. Nice bowling, guys. I know you wanted the title, but you guys bowled awesome. All right, and coming home this year, 2nd time they've won this event, the most loaded field we've ever had, the most entries, none other than Michael Holloman and A.J. Rice. They received $11,000. Great bowling, guys. And once again, we'd like to thank St. Clair Bowl for hosting the event. Thank you so much to St. Clair Bowl for stepping up in a big way. And of course, Jerry Anderson and his staff for running the event as always. And we look forward to seeing everybody coming back next year and make sure that everybody gets home safe. Drive safely, everybody.
Carrie, how quickly can you get me that? How quickly?
In just 1 second.
Okay. Can you email it to me?
Yes.
Flamingglobal@flamingglobal.com. You ready to wrap this up? Yeah. Joe, can you say bring it out around the two? Well, okay.
Whoops. Hopefully I didn't mess that up out there on the lanes. Too bad. Great bowling, brother. Yep, great bowling, man. Great bowling.
Hey, Mike, I'm going to do something real quick. Kyle and I have a giveaway going on the 21st through the 25th. We're giving away 5 bowling balls, 1 a day. And you can get in. It's absolutely free. I'm going to put that link in the chat right now.
Beautiful.
It's absolutely free. If you guys want to sign up, we're going to be doing a 5-ball giveaway for 5 days leading up to Christmas. So that link is in the description.
Okay.
The 5 days of Brad and Kyle Christmas.
The 5 days of Brad and Kyle Christmas.
Well, that's awesome, man. What you guys are doing on your YouTube channel, if you haven't subscribed to Brad and Kyle, make sure that you do subscribe to their channel. They do great things.
There you go.
All right, guys. I guess I'll just add to my paper mill over here.
Yeah, I got the rest gone. There were 318.
Man.
But then they were 1.
Nice job, Kyle.
I don't know who's more tired, me or y'all.
I know.
You.
I don't know who's more tired, Kyle.
I didn't have to loft like you did.
Yeah. Some ice.
This is like the post-game show. This is where we can sit here for an hour.
It is.
Bringing people in over and over
Just
again.
chopping
No,
up.
Kinda what
but
happens here.
you called it, Brad, about 7 games ago. Mike asked who you're going to win. You said the right side was no good.
Yeah, it was obvious.
The only team with 2 lefties that made it was A.J. Rice and Michael Holloman, and look what happened. They won. You said they were going to win by 250. They only won by 200.
Yeah, I know.
You can yell at them for that on the way home.
If it was a couple different lefties, maybe, but they're just too good, man. They win.
They're
too
so
much.
differentiated from everybody else.
They're too confident in this scenario. If they see the righties struggling a little bit, they amp up. It's like, oh yeah, this is our time, and it was their time. They're good. They're great. What'd they say in the interview?
Yeah, they echoed the same thoughts. They thought that the lanes were kind of coming to them with the way everything was kind of shaken out, that, the lanes were going to set up kind of nice for them. They still had to go out and execute. I told them, I said, look, I don't want to take anything away from you guys. It wasn't gifted to you guys because of the way the oil pattern was playing and who was on the left and who was on the right. They still had to show up and bowl, but it was kind of looking that way, knowing how good they are, that it was going to do that, and they did agree. So.
Well, I don't think in qualifying there for a couple games, I don't think they were hitting them very hard, and then they got a bunch late.
They struggled last night.
Until Game 5.
AJ struggled last night. They were outside of the number last night until the last game.
They were the number.
Yeah,
and then they ran with on the last pair in use, 47-48, shot 531. Not only did they make it, moved all the way up to third.
Yeah.
In one game.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys.
That's what helped them get some confidence coming into today, and look what happened.
Yep. We want to thank everybody for tuning in to the event this year. Great viewership. Great event. Everything was good. Lee, any takeaways from you want to say to anybody?
300. We thought last year, well, we're still turning people away. How much bigger can this thing get? Well, it did. It got 2 full squads bigger, and you guys saw the entire thing.
Yeah.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Well, I didn't.
Semi. Well, you saw it.
I only had one more squad than you.
Well, you saw it.
You actually were the hardest worker here because you had the bowl squad.
Yeah, coming in yesterday, I was tired.
Yeah.
The day before was kind of rough.
Well, yeah. Kyle said, "Who's more tired, him or us?" It's him.
Yeah.
Well, you and I didn't have to throw a ball.
It's a different kind of tired. He's physically tired. We're
mentally
sitting.
He's probably mentally tired too.
Yeah.
But hey, we did it.
We did it.
The royal we just watched it and talked about it. The royal we here.
Yeah, when you
made this happen.
When you asked me to be in the booth, you mentioned there's an extra day this year, and I didn't really comprehend it. But you were telling me no, this is going to be much longer. Late night on Thursday, and you're right, it was a lot.
Yeah. Brad, thanks for being here, bud.
No, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it very much. Make sure you enter their giveaway. It's in the chat room. So we're going to wrap things up here. I can't thank everybody enough for buying stuff on Inside Bowling. We sold out of the bowling cards. We sold out of the Black Widow Ghosts. We've got, I think, as of this morning, we had like 2 2.0s left at 119. 30% off T-shirts now until the end of the day. And yeah, everybody that did that, that's really helps us out a lot.
See you,
really
Gene.
helps us do things.
Great ball.
Hi, Gene. I called him Gene. First time all week.
It's too easy.
Yep, there's your mic. All right, want to thank Ryan, his staff, of course, Matt Schellebarger, who sits in that office right back there. So that's going to do it for this year's Hammer Holiday Doubles. Make sure you consider a Hammer bowling ball, bag, shoes, or accessory on your next purchase. It is the holidays. Make sure you pick up some things for the bowler in your life or yourself. Also, shout out to Jerry Anderson, man. He's been running this thing for a long time. Really don't know how much longer he's going to want to keep doing this, but the entire tournament staff did a great job as well. So we do want to thank them. So want to thank you for tuning in and watching. Our next broadcast on Inside Bowling will be in February, as far as I know. It'll be Joe Engelkiss's event at giba-bowling.com to get signed up for the Ebonite Winter Classic. That'll be at Cadillac XPC. And look for me on Bowl TV. I'm going to be doing some work on Bowl TV this year. I'm looking forward to that. Make sure you follow Brad as he's out bowling on the tour. And make sure you watch his YouTube channel, of course. And if you want some financial, what was it? Financial? What do you do? Investigating?
So that's a separate discussion.
Research.
Hit up
Finance
Lee.
research.
Finance research. That's what it was. Thank you. Then hit up Lee for that. You know what I mean? Random soundboard effect. I don't even know which one I'm pressing.
Sure, no problem.
There we go. That Lee's gonna take care of you.
You're guaranteed to get the research.
That's right.
We know that.
All right. We don't have a "That's all, folks" button, but that's all, folks. We'll see you next year.
That's going to do it. Yep. So, again, sincerely thank you guys. And until our next broadcast, I'm Mike Flanagan for Lee Boudouris and for Brad Miller. This has been the end of the 2024 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Everybody have a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and we'll see you in 2025. Have a good one, everybody.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-dum.